Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Ruh-roh.
we're
Ruh-roh.
we're going live right now. I mean, we're live now. But do me a favor, share your screen if you want to share anything.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're rolling bad.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna reload it. Just go ahead and share your screen, and
All
I'll be
right.
back.
Boys, need a ride? Hell yeah! That settles it. The Smiths are getting you booked up. Bertie, Haley, we're running behind, so hurry up and get your fantasies in before the night. Good morning, USA. I got a feeling it's gonna be a wonderful day. Up in the sky, has a smile on his face, and he's guiding us soon to the American place.
Screen is shared. I don't even play yet, but I'll find something.
Checked out car dealerships before, never for financial.
Bodies for the
As you all know, I recently dodged a bullet. That's because I'm so quick I can dodge bullets. And for dodging the bullet, I have been inducted into the Matrix. In fact, my new security team is Morpheus, Neo, and Trinity. They're way better than the Secret Service agents I had. Oh.
They explode or fade into obscurity, even sometimes reborn after centuries dormant. I think of the ontological argument for the existence of God as developed by Anselm in the 11th century. It was in large part profoundly influential and taken for granted for just centuries, so much so that philosophers like Spinoza would simply tuck it into their arguments in a nearly perfunctory fashion. Then, in basically a footnote aside, Manuel Kant seemingly demolished it in the Critique of Pure Reason, showing that exists just isn't a predicate in the way that Anselm reasoned. The argumentative power, which had been a mainstay, a philosophical mainstay, for 700 years, it just evaporated. And then, some centuries later, Kurt Gödel adopted a modal version of that same argument, such that by theological necromancy, the argument, the ontological argument, might live again, valid if not sound and risking modal collapse all the while. The Renaissance also saw the meteoric rise of a renewed ancient philosophy, Hermeticism. This Greco Egyptian philosophy of salvation was heralded by luminaries of the time as a source of primeval wisdom, which would ultimately renovate all of philosophy and spirituality. And by the mid 16th century, this pillar of Western esotericism was touted as a means to reform Christianity itself by people like Pico and Agrippa, and as a purer religion than even Christianity by Giordano Bruno. But by the mid 17th century, the mass popular appeal of Hermeticism, as much as it was, had just collapsed. What happened? How did this philosophy and spirituality go from heralded as access to truths more ancient than the Bible to being derided as an ancient forgery? Little more than debased Greek philosophy dressed up in Egyptian garb. Let's explore the perhaps temporary early modern downfall of Hermeticism. Make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica for weekly explorations of topics in esoteric.
Might be worth looking at. I don't know. See if I can find something more better to watch. Let's see here.
Hey, babe. Oh my God, Jeff. We can't afford this room. Look at that. The meter is already running. It's a red line. Turn it off. It's no brain activity. Yet we still functional.
Oh, this is totally normal.
Did someone say, do I start to say?
Those who cannot conceive of friendship as a substantive love, but only as a
Oh, that's really
disguise of
good.
eros, betray the fact that they have never had a friend. Fellas, is friendship
Gay!
With June now behind us, some call it Pride, there was another fresh round of national conversation about LGBT representation in popular media, and I came across this nightmare, Frog and Toad. Remember them? These books by Arnold Lobel, who was gay by the way, were among my favorites as a kid. My memories with these books aren't visceral, but they're more like fingerprints. I still feel the warmth of these stories, and it has a lot to do with the sincerity and simplicity of that friendship on those pages. But like so many other popular stories and friendships, people like to twist their meaning, and I'll tell you why they do this. Friends are fellow travelers. We recognize ourselves in them, and when friendships are healthy, we reveal ourselves and aren't punished for it. That's a very simple fact of most male and female relationships. There will always be some higher degree of scrutiny over the pairing, and in many cases, the friend zone or the failure of a romance to come about is taken as rejection or punishment. Men, like women, need space for relationships free of this factor, where none of this is taken into account. Friendship is about you hear it all the time. Sam and Frodo from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings is a perfect example. They must be gay. These two men couldn't possibly travel Middle-earth together, sacrificing life and limb, comfort and safety for.
What's up?
Yo, man, listen, I used to have a dude who, like, we called each other our hetero life mates, right?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you know, we travel through life together, you know what I mean? As, like, dudes and shit.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, we were never accused of being, like, homosexuals. Like, we 100%, we addressed that, right? Like, immediately as my hetero life mate, you know? And, like, we always fucked, like, we always had bitches and shit around, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, but today, I mean, this is just a way for, like, women to be able to, like, fucking like keep dudes fucking from, like, forming, like, proper relationships so they can gain all the attention. That's all this shit is.
It's actually what this video is about. Like, I think it makes really good. He mostly pulled it from the Four Loves by C.S. Lewis, but which is one of my favorite books ever. But yeah, but he mostly pulls it from that. But it's still very. I think it's actually really. It's pretty much just makes that same point. Like I had friends too, I was really close with that. You know, and people make jokes like that. And we made jokes like that too. You know, we all did. You know, just kind of like But yeah, the key quote that he goes over in a minute is that lovers are always face to face and friends are always side by side. I think that's an important distinction. You know.
Yeah, like, it's I don't know, man. Like, I was thinking about this shit earlier, right? I was reading this fucking post from this female on Substack who, like, and I mean, I used to fuck on a regular basis, and this chick, fucking, she was, like, recounting her marriage or whatever it was, right? And I was thinking about, like, astrology, right? And what astrology really is a way for, like, humans to be able to, like, or females in particular, to try to be able to judge what type of, like, human they're dealing with. Because once you're in a bunch of relationships, what you'll notice is like, you'll have relationships where they're just fucking terrible with, like, somebody to fuck out, right? Like I've had relationships where I was violent. I've had relationships where females were violent. And then I had relationships where like we barely ever fought. You know what I mean? Like there was barely any like arguments and no like loud voices, nothing. It was like amazing. Right?
Yeah.
And it's about like being able to like judge that beforehand is really difficult. You know what I mean?
It is definitely.
Right? And there's a bunch of our social dynamics that we don't understand because we refuse to like have any type of culture because of capitalism, right? Because it gets in the way of making money.
Yeah.
You know, and we have to somehow deal with that as a species.
Yeah, no, this is actually why I pulled this video up because like he actually addresses that same point. At the end of it, he says like friendship, like not just male friendships, but female friendships too, but mostly male friendships. Whenever men are friends with each other, because no one really, because when a bunch of women hang out together, or two women are really close, people don't usually call them lesbians. You know, like sometimes they might, but like they don't really, they don't really call them lesbians or whatever. I guess there's that whole cliche about like all women are bisexual thing or something like that, but whatever. I'm just saying like, but people don't usually that stereotype doesn't really exist there. But anytime two men are close or care about each other at all, it's automatically gay. And he talks about how it's that there's a reason why it kind of threatens certain power structures. So it threatens like the ways that we kind of keep people segregated in that sense. So I think this guy I don't know about the rest of his videos. I haven't really watched much of his stuff, but this video itself I thought was really good. Mostly because he's pulling from a great source too. I mean, I'm a huge C.S. Lewis fan. I think The Four Loves is one of the most important books ever written, and it examines social dynamics and sociology in a way that like almost nobody else really does. It really looks at like how people affect each other in all these different ways, and it's a good video that it just looks at a lot of these things through the lenses of like talks about Sam and Frodo. It talks about like just various friendships that happen in media and stuff like that, and how automatically, like anytime there's two men that are friends, there's a certain segment, especially of the Twitter, X, whatever, segment of the world of the social media stuff that I'm really like they obviously want to make them gay. They have to be gay. Have to be gay. They can't be two straight men that are friends. They have to be gay. Yeah, and it's just it's just bullshit.
I mean, well, one of the problems that we have today, right, is the lack thereof of like inherent violence in our society, right? Like nobody ever accuses me of being like I can hang around homosexuals and no one ever accused me of being a homo, right?
Yeah. I mean,
and the reason is because I'm hyper violent as a human, right? Just you could hear the gravel in the motherfucking voice, and we don't have a lot of like today. Most men are like much more effeminate than they used to be.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right? So like it's automatic to where like if you have two effeminate men, you know what I mean, like hanging out together, I think that's just like something that all of us kind of pick up on. We go like, they might be homosexuals. You know what I'm saying? Like I have seen that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen it too.
And it has played out on like the larger scale where it's like Nick Fuentes and Destiny and shit, right?
Yeah. I mean, Nick Fuentes has got to be one of the gayest people I've ever seen online.
I mean, I think Destiny like goes way further, but like I feel you, right?
Yeah,
but
definitely, yeah. No, I mean, like Destiny actually has sex with gay men, yet Nick Fuentes is gay or somehow. I don't know. I'm not a Nick Fuentes fan at all. Other people have different opinions on him, but I don't see anything there. Anything that's compelling about him. I think he's a cringe lord, if anything. But
Nick, I mean, like, listen, I mean, I like some of the shit that fucking Nick does, right? I mean, like, I think his Groyper movement is amazing, right? I think it's one of the best things I've ever seen on the internet, like the past, like, fucking 10 years, right? Like, he has done more to push, like, conservative, like, actual conservative politics than anyone else in America, period. Full stop.
You think more so than like someone like Charlie Kirk or something?
Oh, bruh, listen, fuck yeah. Yo, fuck Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk's a fucking small-faced, little teeth-having ass bitch, right? Charlie Kirk was like, yo, we should be stapling green cards to diplomas, and Israel is a land of fucking blood and soil, and America's just an idea, right?
Oh,
And Nick
now,
Fuentes
I don't
called
agree
him
with
out on that
Israel
shit.
at all. I don't agree with him in Israel at all, but like the dude argues against abortion probably better than anybody else does. So he really does
I
shut people
mean,
down on abortion.
yeah, I don't really care about abortion, bro. Like that's not that important of a thing to me, right? Like what's important to me is like blood and soil. Like you can't care about abortion unless you care about the people around you.
Well, I do. That's why I care about abortion, though.
Yeah, I feel you. But like, you know, in order to like fucking put that message out that we should care about others around us, Nick Fuentes is the one that like builds the base for that. Like he sent the Groypers out, right, and like fucking forced Charlie Kirk to become a nationalist single-handedly.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that much about either of them that much.
Maybe. But see, do you want to see the evidence? Do you want to see the evidence?
Well, yeah, you can pull up the evidence. What you got?
All right, you look up Groypers Charlie Kirk.
Let's see what we got.
Look it up. It's fucking great.
I know. I've got Charlie Kirk versus Groypers compilation.
Yep. Look it up. Yeah, put it on.
That one? Okay.
Put it on. Put it on. Is this from TPUSA?
I don't think so. It's something of Welcome Society. I don't know. It was just the first link that came up.
So I have a question. So from America First perspective, why do we give $3.8 billion to Israel, which is more aid than we've given to Africa, more aid than we've given to South America, and more aid than we've given to the Caribbean combined, which is home to 1 billion poor people, especially when they deliberately attacked the USS Liberty in the 1970s?
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event. That is not acceptable. Do not say that.
Okay, Dean Rusk disagrees with you, and he was the Secretary of State at the time, but that's fine.
I never myself accepted the Israeli purported explanation.
Oh, we tried everyone. We'll see here. Here's one: base American Groypers versus Charlie Kirk.
So my question is, if the president were to enact a policy that would completely benefit the United States and her citizens, but to the detriment of Israel, would you support it? Yes or no?
Well, that's a false choice. Thank you for being here. I get a lot of questions about Israel in the last week. I will not apologize for my defense of our greatest ally in the Middle East. I will not apologize for the fact that I defend Israel against its critics, both domestically and abroad. And I'm always just very puzzled at times when I get the amount of attention that is on the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where all three monotheistic religions are allowed to peacefully visit their religious sites, the place that has respect for human rights, the place that the Knesset has representation for all three monotheistic religions, something that does not exist all throughout the Middle East.
Not to mention the only pro-gay place in the Middle East, by the way.
Somebody outside a protester was asking about the term culture war. It's got a long history, started late 1800s, Otto von Bismarck, Culture Kampf. In the late 1990s, mid-1990s, it was reclaimed by conservatives, one of those being E. Michael Jones, who actually started this magazine, Culture Wars magazine. And because of his fantastic work, we now understand. Thank you. Give it up. Because of E. Michael Jones' groundbreaking work, we now understand that sexual liberation is political control. It's a form of political control. And you have multiple times advocated on behalf of accepting homosexuality, accepting homosexual acts as normative in the conservative movement. How does anal sex help us win the culture war?
I'm going to let the gay man answer.
Wait a minute. So can I ask you a question?
else to ask the gay man on the stage that question and don't defer to him? So ask me that question. I will answer you that question.
How does
I'm gonna answer you. You already asked the question, so I'm gonna answer that question. This is America. This is the greatest freaking nation in the world. We realize that America is great because we have Western values. We realize that, let me finish, dude. We realize that gays and lesbians are able to contribute to American society in the same way that everybody else is. And let me tell you, when you continue doing that, okay, you realize that we are here. We are able to do everything. And let me tell you something as well. I served in the military, right? I served 5 years. I did an Iraq tour. What's up?
How does homosexual sex help us win the culture war?
Who said homosexual sex helps you win?
Right.
That's the question that I'm asking.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll look into it some more. See what else.
Do it some more.
I'll look into it some more, but I mean, I'm not really seeing much in this video that is so far is very compelling. It's just
I mean, I didn't know it was like this bad.
Right.
What?
Like where they're like promoting like gay black sex and support Israel. It's like, wow. And you guys are conservatives? Like, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think the video really necessarily makes the point that well, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like what?
It does make the point that well.
Yeah, the guy
What
asked
are
a
you
good question.
talking about?
What is? Wait, what's that, Pinoy?
Yeah, it does make the point that well, bro. Like fucking, literally, like the Groypers forced Charlie Kirk to actually like fucking, be like real nationalist and like fucking get rid of the homosexuals out of like the caucus. Nick the Knife fucking sat here and drug us to like fucking become like to have like the conservatives be conservative.
Yeah. Sure. Say,
right?
Here's
What are you
some-
talking about? Like, Charlie Kirk is a complete and utter piece of dog shit. Like, the only reason that dude is like spouting the shit that you like right now is because Nick the Knife sent his fucking boys out there and just fucking heckled him until he was in a corner caving in, not knowing what to do. It was being French for being catch-eyed piece of shit.
Yeah, and E. Michael Jones is a beast, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll see what this is.
My question is largely directed to Mr. Kirk because you were raised as a conservative. Part of the issue I see here is, what's your name, Rob? Yeah. So you're saying, oh, you're behind the times. This isn't conservative. Well, we don't want centrists in the conservative movement. We want to retain our core values.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
We don't want drag.
But here's the thing. It's not about what you want.
We don't want drag.
But here's the thing. It's not about what you want.
It's not about what you want.
Theologically, the antagonism between Jews and Christians goes all the way back to the time of the crucifixion. The Gospels tell us that the Jews were hiding in the upper room. That the apostles were hiding in the upper room out of fear of the Jews. So the fear, the antagonism has gone from the beginning all the way up to the present day. Because the Jews, in rejecting Christ, rejected Logos, and in rejecting Logos, they became a permanent revolutionary group.
The Jews rejected Logos.
Revolutionary ferment throughout the world to this day. So it was Bolshevism at one point. It's Zionism at another point. It's neoconservatism at another point.
Given that your interpretation of traditional conservative values stems from 1965 on immigration and 2015 on race, I'd like to know, how long do we have to wait until child drag shows are pushed as American traditional conservatism?
And now in the state of Indiana, we have just witnessed an attack in the name of homosexual marriage.
Yikes.
This is the latest Jewish front in the culture wars.
Somebody outside a protester was asking about the term culture war. It's got a long history, started late 1800s, Otto von Bismarck.
I would say I'm looking forward to see how South Park tries to take down Charlie Kirk. I think the episode comes out tonight or tomorrow or something like that. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I actually thought South Park's
Are you okay, man? Like, you don't like? Are you drunk? Are you drunk today? Like, what's going on, man? You've been like slurring really bad.
No, I don't know. I don't. I'm not trying to. I don't.
And what's this guy smoking? Like, dude, Culture War, Otto von Bismarck. Dude, try Plato and Lao Tzu. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that shit is ancient.
Yeah, I mean, like, I mean, like, fucking, he's like, so this is 2019, right? You know, I mean, like, this is like 6-7 years ago and shit.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? You know, fucking, we've come a long way in the past 5 or 6 years as far as our arguments are concerned. But this is the beginning.
Yeah,
you know, well, not even the beginning. This is like midway.
This is what P9 did look up. So I was looking at what came up from that. So.
Yeah, like I was telling him that like fuck done more for fucking conservatism than anybody else in the country in the past fucking 10 years, right? Like when he sent his fucking groypers out after the fucking right wing, out of these fucking neocon piece of shit guys like Charlie Kirk and fucking Dan Crenshaw and who was the other guy? Steven Crowder, right? They literally either ran him off or they fucking forced them to motherfucking come over to the right, actually like be on the right wing. You know what I mean? And be nationalist.
That's fair. I really haven't kept. I really my most exposure I've had to Charlie Kirk is mostly his arguments against abortion. So I'll admit that I don't really know much. I don't know what I'm talking about much there. So
yeah, bro. Like, listen, how long have you been on like YouTube on the internet on like the right wing side?
I mean, I haven't paid a lot of attention to the politics stuff until like the last couple of years. So
like, were you like watching like what were you watching? Because like this is like I don't know. This is kind of like 4chan deep internet stuff. Were you around for like the fucking the 4chan wars and shit?
A little bit.
The meme wars.
I lurked. I didn't really participate, but I lurked here and there. But I'm not an expert, man. I played with that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering like how far back you go with all this shit.
I mean, I definitely lurked around like 4chan, some even more like extreme conspiracy forums back in the day, back in like 2011, 2012, around that time. But I got away from it for a long time, just kind of got caught up in life, and then I started like paying attention again, like around the time I was doing that show with Jeff, and then I kind of dipped back out for a while. So I kind of caught back up here in recent years, recent months, I guess. But I've been pretty busy with stuff, so I haven't spent a lot of time on it, to be honest. Hey, Machine, if you guys want to share something, you can. My daughter is getting up from a nap, so I gotta go check on that. So I'll be back.
You think?
Yeah. You never work in crunch time television again.
Yeah, what up, TML?
Wait, what's that?
I said, what up?
Yeah, but what did Chris just say?
I have no idea. I can't hear him.
Damn. But yeah, if you want me to share the screen, I can. I mean,
go ahead.
Or what y'all want to do?
I don't know. I'm about to like get something to eat and go fishing. I mean, I just want to check out and see what the fuck was going on over this neck of the woods. All right, I'm gonna go fucking grab something. I'll be back.
Right, cool. Well, we'll be here. Sorry, I've just been doing some stuff in IRL too. My bad. Machine, you're definitely welcome to share a screen and we can review some shit. I got tons of shit, but I'm down for whatever you're interested in. I just saw that review. Now you said it's in Ohio. So I'm just kind of wondering what it is.
I want to see what that's about.
I think it's because Vivek and that weapons systems manufacturing is over there, so they're like, we need to show that we got culture in Ohio now. Roll in the feds, modern day debate.
I guess they're on day 3, but yeah, I just want to know like what the hell they're trying to do. Like
Day 3 of the Honeypot and Debate Bro Festival. I do think it's kind of sus they try to like invite you to one of these things too. Now that we've kind of seen how all those things play out, you'd have like Derek from Myth Vision saying, "Well, This guy's an anti-Semite. I guess we need to talk to Rabbi Tobias Sr. Rabbi, what do you think of TML? Well, what do you think? I don't like the way that he talks about us, but that's just what Islam is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I could have a pretty good discussion with Tobias Singer, but it would definitely be contentious. But I've used some of his arguments.
Yeah, I actually really was surprised when I'm reading your book and you're quoting him because I thought I was like the only person who actually watched the channel who was not Jewish. But yeah, he's got very interesting. His argumentation is actually extremely interesting, I think.
Yeah, but I think he likes to play both sides. I mean, right? He likes to be a Muslim with the Muslim, a Christian with the Christians. Right. So he's kind of a weird dude.
He's like Paul enslaved, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, but I put that in the back. Let's see what this is. See what it do.
I think they're going to try to run buyback for Prez 2028 or whatever.
This guy on the right looks extremely Jewish. And then the other girl's name, who has the channel, Ellie ISO Elohim.
It's like some that's like some New Age Bible interpretation shit right there.
It's a Steel Valley Church.
Yeah, I mean, I've got some crazy stuff that I'm going to show later about whenever I get in front of a computer again. Well, this probably won't be today, but sometime I got some crazy shit to show because like it's like I hate to say it, but like the people who are running against Christianity from like a certain point of view, like I understand where they're coming from because I mean, so much of this stuff has been turned into like crypto Judaism, like so overtly that they're really not even hiding it like they used to. It's like pretty much open at this point.
So I'm trying to look at their current events. I think this is like an evangelical church. And they have David Wood appear here as a speaker, and they have Hatun Tash. Oh no, wait, that's for their little conference. But yeah, that event is on their website, so
Modern day Judaism.
but yeah, Steel Valley Church. It's worth looking into for sure.
Yeah, make a note when I get somewhere I can actually see my screen. I'm outside by the beach and shit. When I actually get in front of a computer, or when I actually have some place to sit down, I'll look at them up and see what's up with them.
All right, back over here. What we got now?
Some weird evangelical group that's running these debates in Ohio or whatever.
All right, cool.
Day 2? I don't remember. It's been going by so fast and it's been so enjoyable to be here with you guys. Thank you guys so much for being able to come out and join us. They're not awake yet.
Yeah, we did give you guys coffee.
I know we gave them coffee, but they haven't had it. There's still people getting it.
Well, if you guys would like more coffee, more donuts, they're in the back. And we hope you guys are able to enjoy those with us. And also, we hope you're going to be able to enjoy our exhibitors as well. So we have John Newton Sci-Fi, and we're going to let him come up and introduce himself tomorrow, as well as our other exhibitors. We've got Usama Dakdok, and we've got Melissa, and they all have amazing ministries and definitely worthy resources to check out. And we also hope you're going to enjoy our speakers. So, what has been your favorite session so far? Do you have one?
I'd say the Satanic Verses because that's always so much fun.
Okay,
Very
cool.
enjoyable.
Oh, really?
So then,
I'm sure that's a coincidence.
potentially one of some people's favorites this morning should be our first one up. And today we're going to start off with Anthony Rogers, who's going to be speaking on another gospel, salvation by works. But before we get into that and the many different ways that that can go, we would like to open up with prayer. And so we have with us David S., who has arrived, one of our other speakers that has not gotten to be up on stage with us yet, and representing Steel Valley Church as well. So if you'd like to open us up in prayer, thank you so
So
much.
low energy, like no energy, no fucking excitement.
Father God.
I wonder if these guys are new apostolic reformists or whatever you call them.
Love and wisdom in all things. We thank you, God, that you are God and that we are not. We pray that you would bless this wonderful day, each of our speakers and teachers, apologists and evangelists, with the work of your Holy Spirit pouring out through them to bring many to Christ. Lord God, we know your power, and we pray that you continue to work in us, sanctify us, make us wise and knowledgeable to the things which are important, and help us to defend our faith with fervor.
Oh, that sounds like Gnosticism. Knowledgeable.
In the
Uh-oh.
name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
God Almighty. Like no, they didn't even drink coffee by 5 p.m. in the afternoon. I guess so. This is like demoralizing.
Please turn to Luke
What the
7.
fuck?
Derek likes most the satanic verses. I'm going to read from Jesus, and maybe he'll like his words better.
Wait, what?
I'm going to read Luke 7, 1 through 10, starting in verse 1. After he had finished all his sayings in the hearing of the people, he entered Capernaum. Now a centurion had a servant who was sick and at the point of death, who was highly valued by him. When the centurion heard about Jesus, he sent.
Did you just hear this guy say satanic verses?
Yeah, it's what he said before too. I don't know what I'm only catching little bits and pieces.
No. The guy asked him. He said, "What's your favorite part of something?" And he said, "Oh, the satanic verses." And then the guy came up and said, "Well, I'll read the verses from Jesus. We'll see if he likes that more than the satanic verses." So I don't know exactly what the context was, but that's what they were saying before.
Oh, okay, all right, that makes more sense. But I heard that too. I'm only hearing bits and pieces.
Well, but it's just bizarre. Like the guy says the satanic verses, and he comes up and does this prayer. Like that's fucking weird, right?
It is weird, yeah.
Sent to him elders of the Jews, asking him to come and heal his servant. And when they came to Jesus, they pleaded with him earnestly, saying, "He's worthy to have you do this for him, for he loves our nation, and he's the one who built us our synagogue." And Jesus went with them. When he was not far from the house, the centurion sent friends, saying to him, "Lord, do not trouble yourself, for I am not worthy to have you come under my roof. Therefore I did not presume to come to you. But say the word, and let my servant be healed. For I too am a man set under authority with soldiers under me, and I say to one, go, and he goes, and to another, come, and he comes, and to my servant, do this, and he does."
You know what Jesus says to him? He says, "This man has more faith than all of Israel." To the about the centurion. So it's quite a strange verse.
Does it? When Jesus heard these things, he marveled at him, and turning to the crowd that followed him said, I tell you, not even in Israel have I found such faith. And when those who had been sent returned to the house, they found the servant well. Thus ends the reading of God's inspired and life-giving word. Well, yesterday I talked.
What was the verse right before that about? So what was the context when he said that? Like, were they just talking shit about the Romans, and then Jesus says he has more faith than you guys?
Not really. It's just like the situation, like it changes to like a story, and it's like about the centurion.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure somebody will say that that's Mithraism. I'm just kidding. But we should, if you don't mind, invite Unseen. Maybe he'll come. I've been inviting him, but I don't think he's happy with me at the moment. But hopefully he'll come and explain a little bit.
He was there yesterday, so I think he's just busy. But he wasn't there for that long, so I think he's just busy for a long time.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, I think with me specifically, he's a little bit upset. but definitely, if you don't mind, send him a message. Maybe he'll come and help us break some of this down if he wants to. But I wonder if these guys are the NAR, the what do they call it? New Apostolic something or another. I wonder if these guys are like affiliated with that.
It's looking to me to be some type of non-denominational trip. How it's like seek truth and all that stuff. It's kind of weird.
Like Barbara Marx Hubbard's fucking grandchildren, probably. Or something.
Right.
I don't recognize any of those things you just said. Sorry.
I'll send you some stuff. I mean, it's basically like, think of it like this. Like, imagine you have, what's his name? Ronald Reagan's Gnostic astrologer as like a preacher, basically, something like that.
All right, yeah, that's an interesting image there. I just so you know, I'll be in and out, guys. I've got family stuff to deal with, so I'm trying to listen when I can.
You're good. Me too. I'm over here hiking up a mountain, so. But yeah, I mean that's literally.
Why are you screaming while you're hiking up a mountain?
I mean, you gotta kill two doves of war at one time, right? So.
It certainly sounds. It certainly sounds like a lot more adventurous or interesting than what I'm doing, but I guess I'm busy too. So.
Well, it's not really like that adventurous, but it's a small mountain, I guess.
Going outside is adventurous to me. So anyway, go on, guys.
Talked about Abraham, a figure that is claimed by Jews and Muslims. This is what they appeal to for their legitimacy. Allegedly, if we can somehow trace ourselves to Abraham, however we do so, this will legitimate our perspective, our religion, our beliefs, our way of life. We saw that that amounts to nothing apart from the faith of Abraham. Well, when we look at Scripture, when it talks about the gospel, it's precisely that figure. I didn't focus on what we learned from Abraham when it comes to salvation. We looked at how Abraham shows we have grounds for believing in a God who is tri-personal. We have grounds for believing that God is capable of entering into his creation, interacting with his creatures, grounds for believing that it's not beneath God to assume human form. We saw that Abraham is evidence that God was going to send a particular seed into the world who would rescue mankind and deliver us from the curse and all the rest. Well, Abraham, that same Abraham, is set forth as the paradigm for how we're saved. If you look at Paul's classic treatment in the book of Romans, remember in Romans 1-3, Paul's dealing with the issue of human sin and God's judgment. In chapter 1, he talks about how the Gentiles are lost in sin. Chapter 2, he points out how the Jews, though descendants of Abraham, aren't any better. And then in chapter 3, he really lays it on thick and says, it's the whole world that has this problem, in case we didn't get it from Jew-Gentile discussion. And
Yeah, I mean, if God enters into existence and assumes human form, that doesn't necessarily prove the Trinity or anything. But yeah.
And that launches him in at the tail end of Romans 3 into
Because it could have just as easily said, well, God appeared to Abraham in three persons.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I think this is a trap that they're laying, in my opinion. I mean, when you start claiming evidence,
Yeah,
quote
because
unquote, like
he's
it's a trap, in my opinion. Yeah.
yeah, the trap is that he's trying to prove Christianity, but he threw out that Abraham is proof of both Judaism and Islam. So I'm like, that's really weird, right? And yet it is not.
Syncretism has entered the chat, or perennialism has entered the chat, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if a Jew or a Muslim would ever say that Abraham is a proof of their religion. I mean, maybe a Jew would say Moses, and maybe a Muslim would say Muhammad, right? But I don't know.
to a
It goes back to that Abrahamic faith thing.
Right, they're pushing the Abrahamic faith, so it's kind of weird. I mean,
statement about how we're saved. It's by faith apart from works. One of the remarkable things that he does there is, on the one hand, he says we're not justified by the works of the law. And then he says, as the law says. He at once says the law doesn't save us, but he says that same law does tell us how we're saved. And you have to pay attention in Paul. He doesn't always use the word law in exactly the same way. Sometimes he just means the commands, what God requires, what he says, do or don't do, and so forth. Other times he's thinking more broadly of the written text of the Old Testament. That text is much larger than just commands. It's full of narrative. In fact, the bulk of it is made up of narrative. And it's necessary to read the statements.
That again seems a little weird, right? Where are you getting these commands from if they're not in the book? Right? Where are the commands coming from? Right? So God issues separate commands and he issues revelations that are separate from his commands. That's news to me. I don't know how God gives commands, and how those commands are separate from revelation itself, right?
Yeah, it's basically like he's introducing like philosophical compartmentalization where it probably doesn't need to be applied, and so it makes you wonder, like, why is it being applied? Are we trying to do like some sort of Scientology, cult thing where it's like, okay, let's talk about, let's parse out the differences, and then we're going to apply them and see which one we have evidence for, or I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that the commandments are listed in the book. So, I mean, where do you even understand where the commandments are? Right?
Commandments was narratives and shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's in Exodus, Deuteronomy. They got 10 commandments. So, I don't know.
In the context of the narrative. And that's something you don't get in the Quran. The Quran is devoid of narrative. I always marvel if you look at, just read first, 10 verses of.
What? That makes zero sense, right? You ever read the story of the cave, right? Or Surah Al-Kahf? It's full of stories. Right? So I don't know. Those stories just aren't. It's not that the stories are the entire text, right? There's commands and stories. I mean, right? But they're all in the text, right? So I don't know.
Of Surah 17. Verses 1 through 2 are allegedly talking about Muhammad's night vision, where he rode this wild beast that nobody's ever seen or heard of, and then shoots up after going to Jerusalem into heaven, goes through 7 heavens and so forth.
Wow. What an ambivalent statement. I mean, dude, nobody's seen an angel or anything. Nobody's seen God appear to them. I mean, what are you talking about, dude? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? People haven't seen it. Right. So yeah. So it must be real if nobody's seen it, right? All right. Thanks for that. Brilliant distinction.
And then suddenly, just the next verse, it's talking about the two judgments that took place on Israel, once under the Assyrians, then the Babylonians, or some would say the Babylonians, then later the Romans. And then it's talking about something else. And sometimes you don't know if it's switched topics or not. You think it could be talking about something else, or it could be talking about the last thing. But the Bible's full of narrative, and the narrative plays a crucial role in interpreting things. So think about this, for example. If you look at Israel before Sinai, before the giving of the law, and then you look at Israel after the giving of the law, they repeat certain mistakes after that they made before. Only before, nothing seems to really happen as the fallout. But after the giving of the law, all these things meet with stiff, stern responses from God. Pretty remarkable. We miss these things because we're not sensitive to Hebrew narrative and how it works. And that's actually something of what I'm going to do when I get to Luke 7 momentarily. It's my view that a lot of Christians come to the Gospels and they don't know quite what to do with it. When you're reading Paul, this seems pretty easy. Paul's pretty clear, something in that ballpark.
Leads many astray and how to stop it. So dealing with kind of some of the heart issues, kind of some of like what is going on, what is the root cause of all of these things. And then up here is going to be atheism makes knowledge impossible. And so we're going to be evaluating that because.
Hey guys, just let you know I gotta run. I'll be back.
You trust?
Yeah. David Suarez. Determinism, naturalism, and epistemology. Why atheism makes knowledge impossible. This is doing precept things.
I was just talking about how much I love his videos at the wedding I was at yesterday. But
And he's got these YouTube atheists. Okay, you got Hatun Tash giving a presentation. I haven't really looked into this lady. She's like one of those sort of ladies that gives presentations about Islam. So she's like a Christian that'll give presentations on Islam. She's very similar to David Wood. And I don't know who this guy is either. Salvation by Works with Anthony Rogers.
Check this out really quick too. Just to give you a little news update. Remember that guy Peter Diamandis or whatever? He hangs out with like Kurzweil and shit.
Yeah.
Here's his new quote: "Meta's building a data center the size of Manhattan." Very encouraging.
Daddy, I can't open.
I'll put the link in a minute when I get a chance. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. But yeah, let's continue. So what's going on? Who's this person? Seek and Share Truth Conference.
Daddy, I can't open.
Yeah. All right, let me just go to the debate now. Because other than this could be like some sort of Christian Zionist evangelical group. And it says here, these Christians believe in 4 gods. The fuck? What a weird comment. He thinks the Trinity is separate instead of cooperative title for Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it is a good question, right? Is God all three of them together, or is it, separate instances, each expressions of God on their own, right? So that might be a real quagmire. I mean, I don't know. I actually don't know how a Christian would actually address that.
You said that when the Quran confirms the Bible, it's referring to its most basic recurring teachings. You said that numerous times, so that was apparently a most basic recurring teaching of your own. But when David observed that the Gospels, for example, affirm the deity, death, and resurrection of Jesus, you dismissed that, saying, listen to me carefully. I said the Torah and the Gospel, so it has to be found in both. When we go to the Old Testament, we do in fact find all those things. I just mentioned one of them that David selected out that's essential to Christianity, particularly its doctrine of God. In the Torah, repeatedly, Moses refers to God as Father. Exodus 4, Deuteronomy 14, Deuteronomy 32, God is referred to as Father, refers to the people of Israel as his sons. In the prophets, you repeatedly have references to God as Father. Isaiah 63, for example, numerous times over refers to God as Father. At the end of the prophetic writings, I'm just summarizing here, Malachi 2:10 says, do we not all have one Father? Did not one God create us? If we go to the writings, we see that this father-son relationship also obtains between God the Father and his eternal Son. Psalm 2, the Messiah says, he said to me, you are my son, this day have I begotten you. Psalm 89 says, he will call out to me, you are my father. So here's my question for you in light of that. If it's taught by Moses in the Torah, by the prophets in the prophetic writings, and in the additional writings, which make up the three divisions of the Old Testament, as well as in the Gospels, doesn't this meet your criteria for a most basic recurring teaching? And if not, why not?
So referring to God as the Father, it's not, you're saying that this is referring to the Trinity and the relationship between the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
But it does.
So that's not a
Psalm 2,
repeated,
Psalm 89,
recurring pattern.
Proverbs 30. Yeah, that's found all over the Old Testament.
It's not a recurring pattern of affirming the Trinity. That's the point, or the divinity of one particular.
No, hold on. My question wasn't particularly about the Trinity, though I do think it can be rolled into that. But that God is identified as a father, something that is not taught in the Quran, but is in fact denied in the Quran. So this is a recurring teaching of Moses and all the prophets. And by the way,
What's the teaching? What's the teaching of that?
Israelite names also have this embedded
What's
in
the
them,
teaching of calling God the Father?
that he has a paternal relation to people, something the Quran emphatically
As
denies.
their father, biological father? What's the connection as the father?
It's a spiritual fatherhood, but the Quran abominates all notions of fatherhood.
The
So this
Quran
is really
does
an
teach,
irrelevant
the
line of
Quran
teaching.
does teach a relationship between the creator and the creation. There is a special relationship that the creation has with the creator as slaves and obedient submitters to God. That is the message of the Quran. And furthermore, if you have this type of interpretation, typological interpretation of the Quran, that, oh, this is referring to something that is relevant to.
That's a pretty good point, I guess. That Islam does not refer to God as a father, but then I guess to what extent is the teaching in the Old Testament simply just metaphorical, right? Because it's obvious that God is not the biological father of humanity, right? So so it's pretty interesting. But yeah, in terms of talking about the idea of the Father, it definitely doesn't affirm the Trinity. So I mean, so it's a huge question, for real.
The Trinity or the Old Testament, look at Deuteronomy 18:18. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and I'll put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. Muslims can read this and say, this is clearly referring to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. This is a recurring theme actually in the scriptures, referring to this prophet that's going to come, and he's going to be among their brethren like unto thee, meaning like Moses, and I will put my words in his mouth. the Quran, the revelation. So your type of typological interpretation of the Old Testament, of these scriptures, if we take that standard as Muslims, we'll say, oh, well, just like
Sorry.
the
Really quick.
Old Testament is confirming.
I think my voice cut out before. Why do you think? Why do you think it's an important distinction that they don't refer to God as Father in the Quran?
Well, that's what I was saying. It's because it could only be taken in a metaphorical sense, right? Because Adam
I
is
see
the
what you're saying.
father of humanity, right?
Right. I
So
see. Right. So you're saying it just kind. It's kind of like you. That like basically what you're saying is like this I guess the things about like I guess Hebrew or whatever language you want to call it, I guess, or in Arabic and also English and Arabic, this like transliteration thing is kind of like not really happening in Arabic. Is that what you're kind of getting at?
yeah, Father and Lord are also used in metaphorical sense. You mean right all throughout the Old
Right.
Testament, right?
Right.
So like
And
why?
Arabic distinctly kind of like uh, leaves out metaphors unless it's like
Oh
I
no,
guess
it's huge. It's huge on metaphors, Arabic
okay.
poetry. Right? So
So well, what's the difference? I guess why is the difference? You're saying the metaphors are more like multi-word rather than like single word. I guess is what you're saying. Like it's more explicit in Arabic.
yeah, I'm not sure, but like I know that like they had a god, right? Um a lot, right, which was the goddess. And basically Muhammad took that name and then masculinized it, right? Made it Allah, right? But that doesn't mean that God is a biological father. And right,
Right. That's what
so
you're saying. So it's basically like it's trying to not like what do you call it?
yeah, I think he's trying to make a
Anthro.
distinction
It's trying to
between.
not overly anthropomorphize God. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I
Something
think
like
so.
that.
Yeah.
Well, and the reason I ask as well is because like I know that like all these ortho bros that keep talking about like Allah's foot or something, and they're trying to
Right.
say that like I don't know where that
Right.
comes from.
Yeah,
I was
that's
just
because
wondering.
God has physical characteristics in the Quran, right? Like God, like you know, like walks around. Like for example, like it says that in the I believe I heard it says that in the Bible that God walked with Adam in the garden. So it must be having some type of foot, right? So I think it's just a bad point, right? But yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah,
because
what they're trying to say is that God is immaterial, like Saint Basil says, right? So they're trying to say, well, if you try to fit God into material parts, right, then those parts are, can be separate from the whole, right? So those parts could break down, right? So that's their thing, is that if something isn't part of a consistent whole, right, in terms of essence, right, then it can be divided, right, and all that type of stuff, right? So they're saying,
okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I understood exactly what they're arguing about because
right.
Hakikaju sounds more reasonable to me so far, but a Pikachu. But
Yeah, I guess the argument they're having is, does Islam affirm the Torah and the gospel, right? So that's the source of the argument. And of course, the Daniel guy is going to have to say, well, it does, but it also says it's the only true religion, right? So that's the case he's going to basically try to make, is that it's part of a development throughout time that Muhammad affirmed the true faith. And yeah.
The Trinity, supposedly, the divinity of Christ, the resurrection, the idea of eternal sin. The Old Testament also confirms Muhammad.
I'll just say this really quickly. I think you're distorting my words with your tongue.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything about typological teaching.
Yeah, you're engaged in that. You, from your perspective, you think that you're very clear in your interpretation of the Bible, but you depart far from the actual words
have to
and
move.
project your own meaning onto it.
We
I
have to
just
move
point
to the
that
next
out.
question.
That is the distortion of
All
the
right,
text
gentlemen,
with your
I hate to
tongue.
do this,
That's
but
what you're engaged in.
I appreciate your guys' passion, but we do have to move to the next one.
Okay, I'll try to make this as quickly as possible. And you're looking for a definition of confirming. You narrowed it down to three things that are common between the Old Testament, New Testament, and the Quran. But there's another major pillar, both in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that is completely ignored by the Quran. And that is, there's a whole tribe, one tribe of Israel is dedicated to it, a whole section in the law is dedicated to it. It's talked about all the way through the prophets, and that is blood shed for the remission of sins. Why do we not see that huge pillar in Islam?
No, there is a pillar in Islam. We have udhiyah. We have sacrifice. It's the sacrifice of animal. In the Eid al-Adha for Dhul Hijjah, which is the 12th month. You're shaking your head, but I'm telling you facts. Muslims will sacrifice cows, sheep, and they'll donate the meat. They'll eat some of the meat. They'll donate a part of it. But that is a blood sacrifice. And the verse of the Quran that mentions that the blood does not reach Allah, but your piety, your taqwa is what reaches Allah. So this is actually found in Islam. It's a very important part of Islam because it happens in the best 10 days of the year, Dhul Hijjah, which is the Islamic calendar, and it's tied to the pilgrimage to Mecca. So yeah, we do have this in Islam.
I hate to do it, but forgive me. It's just to get everybody as much time as they can. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is to Daniel.
Yeah, I think he kind of like waved away his question because what the guy was actually talking about was a blood sacrifice of Jesus ending sacrifices, right? So he kind of went in the wrong direction with that, right? But he kind of answered in a way because he said, well, the blood does not reach Allah, right? So it's not the blood that's being sacrificed for Allah, right? It's like about giving food to the poor or something like that.
So let's just grant everything you said, that the Jews, the Christians, they corrupted their scriptures, and the Quran also doesn't necessarily need to affirm everything. It just needs to be approximately the same on the big stuff. For Christians, the big stuff is exclusively the death, resurrection, and deity of Christ. Everything else is window dressing. Why would Allah send Muhammad to these people?
That's false. Everything else is not window dressing, right? Why would Christians need to live a good life or create churches or try to establish any type of political sphere or debate things, right? It's pretty obvious, right, that that there's way more than death and resurrection, right? And just knowing that those are historical events, right? Or just believing that those things happened, right? There's a lot more to being a Christian than that, right? It's not all window dressing.
Who are expressing such clear blasphemy to confirm the revelation. Any Christian here, any Christian that I'm aware of throughout any history would call you a heretic and blasphemous for saying that Jesus was just a man and not God.
The Quran is explicitly denying the divinity of Jesus, explicitly denying the Trinity, explicitly denying that Jesus died on the cross. And this was actually, I didn't think of it at the time, but this was the answer to the previous gentleman who asked, does the Quran self-consciously say that it's correcting the Quran? In these specific verses, the Quran does say that they are wrong or they're lying. They have spread a lie against Allah that Jesus died on the crucifixion, or that he is divine, or that there's a Trinity. But the point that I made to David in the actual debate is that what are the recurring, what's the common thread? And there is a stark contrast between the New Testament and the Old Testament on specifically what Christians claim is the core of their religion. So Islam comes as a corrective to say that, no, this is not the case. The divinity of Christ, the crucifixion, this theology that you are propping up and you're projecting onto the scripture, this is false. Instead, okay, granted, you can't trust all of your scripture because it's corrupt, but there is a common thread that you can see, and these themes that you can read within your scripture, and they match with the Quran. This is what the Quran is saying, and many Christians, this is how they become Muslim. I don't know if there's any Christians who became Muslim in this audience, but I meet them all the time. And they say that the reason I became a Muslim is because I read the Bible. The reason I became a Muslim is because I saw that, look, what the Quran, what the Bible is saying is actually confirming what the Quran is saying.
If it's a correction, clarification.
Yeah. I mean more of along the lines of to appeal to your physics background. That wouldn't that be like sending Newton to affirm special relativity? Like to an astronomer, like sure, an engineer might agree, yeah, special relativity and Newtonian physics align, but to an astronomer or particle physics, no, it's vastly inaccurate.
No, but the assumption that you're making is that Newton has no clue about general relativity. But previous Christians and Jews, they know one God, prophets, good deeds, charity. That's found within their scripture, so they would know that. It's not a proper analogy.
Oh, I just want to check. Check. Oh, just want to point out, as far as what Anthony was saying, it's if you're saying it's the Quran is confirming the recurrent themes, then Old Testament, New Testament, it's God's our Father, 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 and you get to the Quran, and it would be the odd man out. And therefore, if the Quran is confirming these scriptures in these themes, then the Quran would be wrong. As far as what, if I understood it, I think what you were saying was, if Jesus' death, resurrection, and deity are all over the gospel, then if the Quran is denying these, then why would you even say go in the direction of those scriptures? It should be whatever you guys do not go anywhere near the scriptures of these Christians, when instead it's people of the book, you have no ground to stand upon unless you stand fast by the Torah, the gospel, and all the revelation has come to you, and Christians have to judge by the gospel. If he was really trying to deny the basic core teachings of Christianity, it should have been, guys, that is so hopelessly corrupted, you need to stay as far away from that as possible. Because here's my point. You can look at it from a different perspective, like the Quran. I agree with things.
Now he's getting a little weird, because it's like, wait, are you actually saying that the Quran affirms Christianity? Are you actually claiming now that the Quran does not make sacrilegious statements, denying the Trinity and all that type of stuff, right? So, you know what I mean? He's getting into some really weird territory, right? He's almost like overplaying, you know what I mean, the argument at this point, right? It's like, so you're supposed to say that it affirms them, and so it contradicts itself, right? Because
One
it
world
also denies
religion
them.
set up. They're Crowleying. He's Crowleying.
Well, it's definitely.
I mean,
made
not
by
Crowleying,
Jews.
but you know what I mean. So yeah.
Because he's selling like little matzo ball boxes or whatever.
In the Quran, there are claims in the Quran that I agree with. So what's all the other stuff in the Quran? Well, I don't believe in that. I believe the Quran contains some true teachings and a bunch of false teachings. I wouldn't say I confirm the inspiration, preservation, authority of the Quran. That would be very, very weird. Anyway, so it sounds weird to us to say I'm rejecting the core teachings of the gospel. Now go to the gospel and judge by that. If we go to the gospel and judge, we have to judge that Islam is false. That's the dilemma.
Let me just have one response to this.
Very
because-
pithy.
Very
good to wrap up.
pithy. So the Quran, if you've already accepted Islam, then don't go to the corrupt scriptures. But if you believe in those scriptures, the Quran is appealing to common ground. That's a very human thing to do. When you're trying to convince people of your position, you appeal to common ground, something that they already accept. And you say that, look, this is the common ground. Look at what we have in common. What I'm saying to you, you should trust it because the thing that you accept, meaning the scriptures, also says this. That's a basic human part of human language. You appeal to common ground when you're trying to convert others, when you're trying to bring them to your point of view, even outside of a religious context. That is, so the Quran is not telling Muslims to go check the Bible. The Quran is telling Christians and Jews who believe in those scriptures, go to your text. That's the common ground.
That's Pikachu talking? I mean, so he's saying that it's not a divinely inspired text now, or I don't know. I mean, like I get what he's saying, but is he kind of saying that this is propaganda? Is he calling the Quran propaganda now, or something, or what? I mean, I hate to say that, but I mean that sounds like what he's saying. But
Well, I guess the question becomes, you know, and I know the guy's gonna say this back to him, right? It's just like, well, if the Quran is appealing to the common ground of all these other texts, then why wouldn't you need to go outside of the Quran, right? So I mean, it's just pretty interesting that way, right? But yeah, one could also say that the Quran includes a lot of the stuff that's in the Torah and the Bible already, so it's making reference to it within the text, right? So
yeah,
that's also true.
well, I mean, it's kind of like what I say about the Bible. Like, I think the Bible is basically like a correction of all the other religions, right? I mean, specifically the New Testament, but you know, again, which version and which interpretation, of course, that's always another thing. But it obviously alludes to Zoroastrianism and Greek mythology and others. I mean, it doesn't, maybe not overtly, but I do think it is kind of doing it. Now, again, I think that that's different than kind of what the way he worded it. It's almost like he's saying it's a human who did it, a human who did it. And again, yes, we know that humans wrote down the Bible, right? But if you're saying that it's like divinely inspired, right? Like, and then you kind of appeal to like human rhetoric or something, or human. You know what I'm saying? I hopefully you get what I'm saying. I'm just saying like it's just a weird, like I think he's probably technically kind of correct, but in another sense, it's kind of like, isn't that kind of opening the door to like non-divinely inspired? So I don't know. To me, it's just kind of maybe it's not that he's wrong. Maybe it's just a weird way to word it, I guess.
Yeah, but then you know, the standard of revelation is so different, right, from Christianity to Islam, right? Like if Muhammad got scriptures, right, and he writes down his own opinion inside of the scripture, you know, he's going to hell, you know, or at least that's what it says in the Quran, right? Whereas if Paul says something about Christ, you know, you're just gonna have to take his word for it, right? Because the fact is that there's no higher authority than Paul in trying to tell you these things, right? So, I mean, according to the church, I mean, Paul's right. So it's like, you know, so the thing is like, you know, and not everything that Paul's saying, you know, is necessarily divine. So there's this distinction there. You know?
But I mean, but doesn't that kind of like weaken his argument if he's saying like, well, humans have to relate to each other to get something down? But it's like if you're saying that the Quran is supposed to be like no one's opinion or no one's, you understand? I mean, I'm not saying that like I'm being pedantic, but also like, you know, in a debate like this, I think there's a reason to be, I guess you'd say, right? Because
well, that's the thing is that the number one people that the Quran is trying to convince is Jews and Christians. So it's almost less trying to convince like pagans, whereas it seems like Paul is trying to convince people who, you know, have no sophistication.
I see what you're saying. I got it. I got it.
Monotheism, even.
I see what you're saying. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Okay. I never heard that. I never heard like that exact explanation, but I guess that makes a lot more sense then. Because yeah, I mean, so like you have like Judaism, which none of the Jews basically followed. Then you have like Christianity, which is like to everybody who's not a Jew. And then you have like Quran, the Quran, which is basically saying to Christians like, hey, like, you guys, those works are inspired, but maybe the way that it's been interpreted is problematic.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Sometimes Paul is talking specifically to the Jews as well, so there is some crossover there, right? Because he does address specifically Jews too, and specific practices within Judaism, such as the law. So it's interesting because and that's where it turns around on them, right? Because aren't the Gospels affirming the Old Testament? Right, and then you have a huge problem, right? Because which parts of the Old Testament are you going to follow? Right.
Well, and that's kind of where Rant's arguments were very interesting, where he's like, I tried to follow the Old Testament and it's fucking psychotic, and like like I get it, right? Like it is interesting, because yeah, this is obviously a problem. And again, I think this is where like now you have this neo-paganism that's like saying reject all Abrahamic faiths because it's all a Jew scam, and then you have another sect of like, well, let's just convert to Islam. Then you have another sect that's like, I'm trying to think of the right term. But, well, they're trying to do like the New World religion where everybody just, kumbayas, and there's many paths to salvation or whatever. So, I mean, it's like you have all these different, and then you have like the other side, which is like occults and cults and, tarot card reading or whatever else. I mean, it's like you have all these different things that kind of make more sense when you put it the way that you just put it there, because it's like, people are just basically fighting over, and even Hinduism has this problem now, and I think Islam is slowly but surely getting their quote unquote reformation as we speak, right? So, yeah.
Well,
I
everybody
know you
knows
get
what
what
the
I'm saying. I don't know.
well, everybody knows what the Reformation is, and right now that hindsight is 2020, right? It's not exactly liberalism that is a Reformation, but technology, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Liberalism has very low impact on culture. I mean, right?
Well, see, this is what Sorry to interrupt you, but this is what Hyperborean was saying, which I was trying to push back on. Which he's saying, like, well, liberals will just breathe themselves out. It's like, yeah, but the thing is, you're not addressing the technology question, right? Because, because, like, in whatever you're reading yesterday, I can't remember exactly what it was, but something about how, like, basically you necessarily have to have like totalitarian stuff with the technology, right? It's like it's not going to work without it, right? Like you have to like, basically techno enslave people to get this level of technological advancement, essentially, right? Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why liberalism doesn't work with technology. So if you look at the brown people and the Asian people, right, they'll simply just take the technology, right? They won't take liberal values, right? So yeah, it turns out that liberalism cannot impact the cultural fabric of a society the way technology does. Technology democratizes conditions, right? So it turns people into basically individuals, right? Atomizes them, right? So it creates the conditions that they're more likely to accept liberal ideology, right? But yeah,
Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So it basically like divorces them of like the traditional things that you and me and Pinoid and many other people try to say. Well, this is what we should have. It's like, yeah, we ought to have it, but you can't really have it with the conditions that we're being, kind of forced into, essentially.
Yeah, and actually, it's funny. I think the first few debates or whatever with the Kikachu when he first came out, right? He used to make more of a point of that, right? It used to be like liberalism basically leads to, sort of a techno nihilism, right? And that's basically where Western society is headed. So the solution to this is not more technology and more liberalism, right? But to actually scale back technology and to promote traditional values, such as the
Well-
kind that Islam promotes, right? So
Well, I guess the
he's doing a
Jews.
lot of-
I guess the Jews who pay him were like, we got to get rid of that argument really quick.
Yeah, because I think like as they get more popular, they realize that no, they want to promote technology and they want to say Islam is good for society flourishing and all that stuff. So they don't really want to make that case. Right? They want to support the status quo.
See the common thread, and that will confirm what the Quran is saying. So it's not weird at all. This is the most human thing possible.
Hang on. Doesn't
Just to forgive me, I hate to do this, David, but just because I don't think we've had any questions from Muslims.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Elle let me know that we can go over time for these questions. So I do want to.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want like you're saying the Quran doesn't. I mean, the Quran in 1094 literally tells Muhammad, "Hey, if you want to confirm this, go to the people of the book who are reading the book before you." So it's the opposite of what you're saying.
Read the tafsir of that verse.
Got to go to the tafsir, ladies and gentlemen. Don't listen to Allah. Don't listen to Allah. Go to the commentary from later.
All of the tafsir say that this is directed to the Prophet, but it's referring to the Muslims who were about the Jews who are about to convert.
We have to go to the next question. Gentlemen.
Okay, this is for David. In Genesis 37:9, in the NKJV version of the Bible, Joseph says, "Then he dreamed still another dream and told it to his brothers and said, 'Look, I have dreamed another dream. And this time the sun, the moon, and 11 stars bowed down to me.' This is traditionally interpreted to mean his father, his mother, and 11 brothers. But just 2 chapters earlier in Genesis 35:19, it says, 'So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath.' So Joseph's mother, Rachel, was already dead. How could she later bow to him? Doesn't this make the dream a failed prophecy? Now compare that with the Quran in Surah Yusuf 12:4. Joseph says, 'O my father, indeed I have seen in a dream 11 stars and the sun and the moon. I saw them prostrating to me.' And later in Surah Yusuf 12:100, and he raised his parents upon the throne, and they fell down to him in prostration. And he said, 'O my father, this is the interpretation of my dream before.' Notice the Quran avoids the contradiction in the failed prophecy. It doesn't specify that the mother died, and the dream is fulfilled without error. So my question is, why should we trust the Bible's flawed and unfulfilled version when the Quran preserves the prophecy clearly and without any contradiction?
It's interesting you guys still don't get the point. You can.
Giant Muslim dude just went full retard. I don't understand.
Look at it and figure it out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like,
total contradiction.
yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say that, like, that sounds like weaponized autism in Islam or something. But I mean, I don't want to insult the guy, but like, yeah.
We had
like,
a cool outfit, but yeah, no doubt.
Oh, I didn't see the outfit, but that's but his argument was just like, I mean, I think that's a very extremely autistic like argument. Like, well, she was dead and you saw him in a dream, therefore it's not valid. I mean, unless there's something very specific about like visions of dead people in your dreams, I don't know what that means exactly. Because he's like appealing to like the law, like some sort of like abstract laws of logic that he didn't explain, I guess, like where like revelations are not valid because someone died and then you see them in your dream at the same time that you're having a vision, or I don't know. It's like, I don't know. If there's something I'm missing, like help me out. But
I mean, it just begs the question, because the whole thing is like the thing that's in question is the validity of the Quranic testimony. So I don't know. And if it tells you about a verse in a different text, then yes, it's partly affirming the text. But yeah, obviously Christians and Jews are going to say that's the wrong version of the story. But yeah.
Prediction. You're saying, why should we believe in that? Your God says it's the inspired, preserved, authoritative word of God. Your prophet said, Jews, bring me a copy of the Torah. Direct quote, bring me a copy of the Torah. They bring him a copy of the Torah. He says, I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. So when you say, hey, this is a flawed interpretation, we have to go to the Quran. Well, the Quran affirms that book that you're condemning and criticizing. And so I don't even know what to do here. It's like your God and your prophet over and over and over again.
Yeah, but did you just hear what he said? He said the story is that somebody asked the prophet, and the prophet said to bring a Torah. So how's that in the Quran? It's just not. Right, so that's a hadith. Right, so
Yeah, so he's using sophistry just as much as the other guy too.
yeah,
It's like sophistry versus sophistry, essentially.
yeah, it's like what? Like it's like that's a story of the prophet. That's not revelation. So like you could have just as easily brought a verse from the Quran that says it confirms everything that's written in the Torah. It never says that in the Quran though. So it's a huge problem. It actually says that the Jews wrote into the Torah with their own fucking hands. That's what it says in the Quran.
Right. Well, just a real quick question. So I guess the idea, like when Unseen or someone quotes like church fathers, they would say that as authoritative to at least to some degree, right? And you're saying that hadiths are not authoritative, essentially, right?
No, because they claim that the saints can be wrong, but they also claim that the saints can receive prophecies. So it's a different line. It's a different line of thinking whether the saint is actually prophesying or whether he's just stating his own opinion.
Right, and then what's the idea with the hadith? So it's like basically like none of them are authoritative, essentially, right?
I mean,
or I guess it's like they're definitely not new revelations, right? At the very least, right?
Yeah, they're not on the scale of the Quran, so they don't have the same weight as the Quran. Is what generally the Muslims say.
Right. And again, it comes back to the idea that Arabic itself is like also like more precise, at least.
Yeah, the Muslims have acknowledged like since day one that there's made up hadiths, so it's a huge problem. Because like 50 years after Plato dies or Jesus dies or any of these people die, they have tons of books of sayings of them.
Right.
All
Exactly.
over the ancient world. All right. So you can't do anything about that.
Yeah, and even with Jesus and stuff like that, where they just have multiple like
exactly the Gnostic Gospels and all that stuff. Yeah, of course. So yeah, I mean, Gospel of Thomas actually has sayings that are in the Gospels, right, in the Synoptic Gospels, right. But then it has other sayings that the church says, well, there's no way we can prove that Jesus said that, right?
Don't just believe in parts. You have to believe in all of it. Muhammad affirms a physical copy of the Torah over and over again. I've said it, I've been saying it from the beginning. If the Bible is the most perfect book ever, then Islam is false. If the Bible is the most corrupt mess ever, Islam is false. Either it doesn't matter. If your God is affirming it, why are you attacking it? So that's
really pithy, really quick. Just responding to what David said. He makes a big deal about the prophet, peace be upon him, respecting the Torah. I have a question for everyone in the audience. Have you ever seen a Muslim take a copy of the Bible and slam it on the ground or rip it up or burn it? Have you? This is some. Yes. I haven't seen this.
Yes.
Listen.
Yes.
Listen. I've really angered the people.
Okay, they should not be doing that is the answer, right? They should not be disrespecting people of other faiths, right? They should be affirming that those people believe in truth, right? So this is a practice of Islam, right? So you'll see this historically, right? Muslims have preserved Christian and Jewish places of worship. Okay, so this has just been historically true, right? Have certain Muslim groups destroyed Christian, Jewish places of worship and expelled Christians and Jews and killed them and all? Of course they have. Have Christians and Jews done the same thing to Muslims? Of course they have. Right? That's not the question. Right? The question is on the whole, right? Do the major teachers, right, like Gregory Palamas and the different thinkers of the Christian faith, right? Saint Francis of Assisi. Okay, you could go to the different thinkers, right? Did they condemn Muslims? Right? Did they say, "Oh, you should burn Qurans," right? And did the Muslims go ahead and condemn the Christians? Okay, the top thinkers? No, they didn't. Right? They said at the very least you should debate with these people. They follow a noble religion, right? That's based on many things that we also find true. And so that's usually how they did that, right? So these people in the crowd screaming and saying, "Oh, the Muslims, they hate us," and all this stuff. Dude, like, yeah, okay. Right, but
Well,
you're
it
spreading
just shows
division.
you that this is a purely political event, essentially. I mean, that's what this is. This is like a political fucking charade, essentially.
Yeah, like look at the point the guy's trying to make. He's trying to say, like, look, like Muslims should not disrespect other people's religion. So, but of course he's making it in a very weird way because he's like, "Oh, do you see Muslims doing any of this stuff?" It's like, well, yeah,
Well,
but
well,
should they be doing it?
right. And well,
Have
and
they
it's
done it
funny.
in the past? I mean, right? What's the best way? Right. So these are different
Well,
questions.
well, and it's supremely ironic because, like just look at the last 20 years, right? We go to Afghanistan, million people dead. Go to Iraq, million people dead. Then we're like, well, all these people are being displaced by all these wars in the Middle East. Let's bring them to our country after we just finished fighting them, and we need to accept them as part of our country, right? I mean, that's what the leadership of this country has done, right? Now they're trying to still portray that, like, well, Muslims and Christians have nothing in common. They shouldn't get along. They're building up their own cities. They're building up their own mosques. They're trying to take over politics. I think that's why they're running that guy in NYC. It's like he's an Islamo communist, right? Right. So like, so it's kind of like, well, if Christians, quote unquote, are in charge of this country, why would they do that? Obviously, they're not in charge of their own country, or they're extremely delusional, right? I mean, if like you see what I mean, it's like on one side we're a melting pot, on the other side these people are fucking dangerous and they're Islamo communist and blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So it's like, does America have schizophrenia? Is it the Anglos with schizophrenia all of a sudden, or what's going on? So I don't know. I mean, it's very interesting because that's kind of that's kind of the narrative that you can see being played out here as well, right? Like they're not saying it overtly, of course. It's very supposedly academic. I wonder if Andril or Vivek Ramaswamy's 2028 presidential campaign sponsored this thing.
Yeah, we have yet to look into this extremely shady organization, Seek Truth Conference in Ohio. The lady who's running it, the channel, has Elohim, Eli Elohim. So her name is completely Jewish, right? Yet she's a Christian, right? So that signifies that she may be a Christian Zionist, or I don't know, or a Torah observant Christian, or some stripe of Christian. But yeah, definitely worth looking into for the people that are, for like the 2 or 3 people that are maybe viewing this. Blessings.
Peanut gallery. Look, the Muslim theological position. That's why you haven't seen me.
One sec, folks. One sec.
Everyone else wants to talk.
I definitely hold on one sec.
So it caused a quite a commotion in the crowd there. Him stating that Muslims don't disrespect other people's religions, but insinuating that Christians will burn or rip out pages of the Quran or something like that. There has been some notable events by Christian preachers. Okay, obviously of the evangelical stripe, right? They've declared different things, right? We had I think David Patrick Harry and Rachel Wilson claim that Allah is like Satan or something like that. I don't know, but yeah. So there's different people, different Christian groups that have claimed that the Quran is evil. right? There's obviously different Muslim groups that have claimed that Christianity is idolatry. Right? Some of them have even made alliances with Jews in order to prove that. Right? We had the recent example of the Orthodox Muslim doing a show with Rabbi Tobias Singer, right, and claiming such things, right? So there's damnable behavior on all sides. I would like to say.
It's like, folks, just it's definitely clear that you guys disagree with Daniel on that, and I think it's picked up on the stream too. I want to give Daniel a chance to respond though.
So I don't know of any believing Muslim that takes the Bible, and if they do this, they're doing something that's contrary to Islam. You don't take the Bible or the Torah or the gospel and burn.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, Muslims should not be doing that. Yeah, and definitely they should be studying these things to learn about the historical basis for their own faith. Right, so it's actually very important that they preserve these things and try to find as many examples of the most preserved version of these things and study it in Greek and Latin, okay, and the earliest versions of the text, right, that's preserved, right? So, yeah, so it's actually very important, right?
Burn it and disrespect it. Why don't Muslims? Can I speak?
Yeah,
Can I speak?
they burned the
Can I
Quran. They
speak?
burned all the Qurans.
Can I speak?
I do. All right.
Can I speak?
All right. David had mentioned they
Some
burned
of
the
these
Quran, so I
people
do
in the
wanna give-
audience are just
I
a
do
little
wanna-
unruly.
I
don't know if they're drunk
the
or
same,
what's going
the
on.
same thing is we do have to keep order here. Is that David is speaking on behalf of everybody.
I don't know if they're drunk.
But David did make his point. So please do, folks.
So there's a it's like little that seemed like a dig against Christians, but yeah. Are they drunk?
Maybe lay off the booze.
We'll kick it over
The
to
reason
Daniel.
that Muslims don't burn the Quran or
Damn, even he said it. He said lay off the booze. So these people are actually drunk idiots. They're being belligerent. Holy fuck, in a church. Crazy shit, man.
burn the Bible is the belief that
You do burn the
some of-
Quran. Sorry.
Okay. I think that David's asking, can you respond? I think he's wanting you to engage with that.
I'm trying.
Wait, who's asking what?
I'm trying to respond.
I think
I'm
you're-
asking what? I'm not
I
asking
think-
to respond.
I think that you're wanting him to respond when
I'm
you
not
say
wanting him to respond to anything.
Okay. You've said it twice, David, though. To be fair, you said they burned the Quran. So I figured since you're doing it twice, you maybe want a response.
It's like sits there behaving like a grown child. Like you might just want to like drop a few sentences here. Like, good Lord, man. Like, do you actually have an educated response to what he's saying? Like you just said that, yeah. Like you just gave a very respectful comment saying that Muslims should not disrespect other religions. And he's saying that Muslims burn their own Quran. Good Lord. You're right, saying that the Quran is false. He's insinuating, right? So I mean, good Lord, dude. Let's not get started on the historicity of the Gospels, right? Looks like Christians have the same problem, right? This guy's standing on castle of sand.
Is that unreasonable?
Oh no, it's just because he said we would never burn the book. It's like, what are you talking about? Like all the early Qurans were burned.
Okay. So
It's just
All right, there he goes. Third time he said it with like zero proof. All right, dude. Yeah, except for the ones that people had memorized and the ones they have today. Like, so I'm kind of confused.
So wait, who burned all of them? I never heard that before.
He's saying like Uthman collaborated. They had 7 different versions of the Quran because they had 7 different dialects of the Arabic people. Right. Okay. The Caliph Uthman, right? He got rid of the other versions, right? He extended the he made basically a universalized version of the Quran, right? So this is what he's talking about, right?
Right, and and that's like officially like a part of the Islam canon, meaning like this wasn't seen as like a problem by modern, but like by you or by anyone who takes Islam seriously, right? Like
Yeah, like
they say, yeah,
yeah, like
they say of course
Uthman.
you'd want to do that because you don't want people to like keep reinterpreting shit over and over again, right?
Yeah, Uthman was there during the revelation, right? So the three caliphs, right? Omar, Uthman, Abu Bakr, they were all
Right.
there during Muhammad's
Oh, I
revelation.
see. So this is like all like the like within Muhammad's lifetime, essentially.
No, it's after his death, for sure. But yeah, so it's the third caliph.
But it's like not that long. It's right.
Yeah, it's an interesting, um, you know, thing because okay, what do the words mean in Arabic at the time, right? So this is the thing is that they had to create one language of Arabic, right? To universalize the Quran, so they had to create a language for the Quran, right? So this all happened, right? During the third caliph. So he's saying that they burned all the other versions of the Quran, right? So his insinuation is that they created a new version of the Quran and they burned all the rest of them, right? And so the version they have now is false, right? This is his claim, right? But anybody could claim that about any book, right? Like you could just as easily claim that about the Gospels. So yeah, like like 300 later, 300 years later, and it is claimed all the time, right? The Vatican took the books and they made their own versions and all this shit. Like so, it's just it's a bullshit argument.
Yeah, it's nope. It just sounds like they're come on. It just sounds like they're just trying to like throw jabs and basically get a rise out of them. I'm pretty sure that's what they would have done to you if you went to one of these things. They just be like, let's say let's talk about Aisha or whatever over and over and over again until we get you to spurg out and something. Nice view there, Tom.
Yeah, I feel you. It's fucking gorgeous out here.
We should be up there in Appalachia fishing and streaming. Get some Starlink and shit.
You don't need no Starlink, bro. Fucking Xfinity's out here. So what y'all arguing about today?
Oh, we're not arguing yet.
I don't know. I seen the video up on screen something about is there a problem in Islam? Probably.
You got problems, we got solutions.
I mean, there's always solutions.
Yeah, it's a lot of gayness. Yeah.
I agree.
Just pointing out, you guys do burn.
Nothing
It.
to the. Let me finish the point, and you'll get it. It's not just about burning, because burning is a valid way to dispose of.
Hang on. What I don't know. Are you just bringing up random things? Like I don't understand the connection.
Let me finish my sentence, and then you'll get it.
Okay,
David.
okay,
I
okay.
promise you. I promise you'll get it if you let me finish a sentence. The point is not about burning. It's about disrespecting. It's about defiling. It's about spitting on, stepping on. Muslims are not allowed to do this. Why? Because the belief is that there could be preserved words of God within the book, within the Bible. Therefore, you are not allowed to disrespect it. That's why Muslims do not disrespect or step on or defile the Bible, the Torah, and the gospel. For this reason, the actual words of God are somewhere in there. The text is corrupted, but that doesn't mean that every single word of God has been corrupted. Therefore, you have to respect it. So the fact that the Prophet, peace be upon him, in this hadith that you love to reference, is putting the Torah on a cushion and respecting and say, I believe in you, does not mean that every single word of that Torah has been preserved. Go back to exactly what I said regarding confirmation. This is the crux of the debate, and you haven't responded to it.
I just have to point out in response to that. Muhammad said, the actual quote is, Muhammad says, "I believe in you and in the one who revealed you." So it's, "I believe in you and the one who revealed you." If that means I believe in you in spite of all the corruption and how messed up you are, it's the exact same verb that he's applying to Allah, and therefore it would mean that Allah is messed up and corrupt and everything else. So weird stuff.
What?
Because I do
Just
feel
like-
like it
just
might
like-
feel like you're being you're in the hot
Muzzled.
seat, and we appreciate you being here because I know that it's we're glad that you're here. Everybody's passionate, which I appreciate that everybody is. I'd rather people be shouting even during the debate than just bored. So I do appreciate everybody cares about the debate. So I don't want to be too hard on people, but I do want to give you the last word just because I know that it is intense right now.
Yeah, so the contradiction that you're pointing out is just like Jesus saying that he fulfills the law, but he's changing it. He fulfills the law, but he's violating the Sabbath. It's the same kind of contradiction. It's only if you have the most uncharitable reading of what Jesus says does that become a contradiction. And this is what the Pharisees pointed out. This is what the Pharisees made a huge deal about. Jesus is contradicting himself. You're doing the same thing with Islam.
We'll go to the next question.
This is for David. David, using the same standards you're given to the Quran, where you just read it and don't really care about the early commentaries, the early Muslims, what they think about it. What do you think of the verse in Jeremiah 8:8, where they say, "How can you say we are wise, for we have the law of the Lord, when actually the lying pen of the scribes has handled it falsely?" So even your own scriptures tell you that the rabbis themselves have corrupted the text.
Hey,
We
Nerd
also want
Jack.
commentary from Daniel, if you don't.
Holy shit, dude.
Neurojack. Is he here?
Si,
Is he
senor.
actually listening?
Si, senor.
I just posted that Hitman video, and at the end, it's at the mansion. I mean, at the castle where they talk about Hyperborea. So I made sure I took my time so that way the dialogue would play out. But anyway, there's your in-your-face stuff that they're about to do to us.
Well, I guess Hitman was a Hyperborean and shit.
Yep, right there in your face, but it's there if you want to review it so that way, it's a little bit more in your face because, in fact, this is $1 billion game company putting it right in your face what they're about to do to you. But I'm a
Put it in the
LARPer,
back-
so I'm a
put it in
LARPer,
the
so
back-
don't pay attention.
Put it in the back chat so everybody can see it then, because I'm not at home right now.
Which moron is this saying this nonsense?
Who is you be? Reveal yourself.
Which one is it? Wait, which one, bro? Like, listen, which one of your tards is coming in and ruining your stream?
Card, what's your name? Flying monkey, what's your name?
Space monkey.
White devil, what's your name? I gotta show this comment. Apparently this is Tickle Nuts. This is what he goes by.
Oh, yeah, listen, listen, that dude's a schizophrenic. I don't know why you let him talk.
Schizo Tickle Nuts, do you have a response?
It was always like, they're about to do something to you. They're gonna enact Agenda 2035, and they're gonna get like the fucking apartment buildings. They're gonna turn them upside down. They're gonna fill them with fish. They're gonna put in the gay water, and they're gonna turn people into gay fish people, right? And then they're gonna turn the frogs into gay fish frog people. Like, listen, bro. Like, I don't fucking care about your stupid shit. Like, yo, listen, the world happens to you. It don't happen to me. I happen to the world. Check my fucking Carfax, nigga. For fuck's sake.
Unfortunately for you, Penoid, I'm not black. Your N-word doesn't offend me.
I don't expect it to offend you. Again, this isn't. Anyway,
Nothing you say bothers me either. You're basically like the chaff on the bottom of my balls. Can you please shut up? You sound like a retard. Thank you. See, it works the same way. See.
Yeah, I don't sound like a retard.
Oh, you think you can emotionally compromise Spock? Good luck with that, Captain Kirk.
Good luck with that, Captain Kirk. Yeah, listen, I don't make space and fucking cultural references because I'm not a fucking, you know what I mean, like a goy slop ridden piece of shit.
No,
You know what I mean?
you're just a Appalachian monkey, right? So you have no brains.
Yes, I have. Yeah, monkeys don't have any brains. They born and then they die because like the lungs don't operate and their heart don't beat, you know, because their brain don't tell it to. How about you shut the fuck up, right? Real shit. Like, go get some help, dude. Like, go see a psychiatrist or something. Go talk to somebody. Fucking, this is why we used to have mental wards. Like, lobotomize niggas like this.
Pol Pot's lobotomy festival.
Truth.
That would be a good T-shirt or pillow. Bring back lobotomies.
Feel you?
We need to get the merchandise rolling. I think Tickle Nuts is also Jewish, so he might be a good manager for that.
It makes sense why he's like interrupting all the time and being about himself. He was an only child.
He's God. He's God's only child. He's chosen.
He was 100% an only child.
Well, anyway, I put it in there, and it starts around like the 39 minutes mark.
Does it start around 33 minutes and 32 seconds?
Unfortunately, no. It doesn't always work out with the satanic timing, but you know, I try.
Is everybody still here? Or am I going crazy?
No, I'm still here. It's just funny that you
Yeah,
have
I'm
someone
here.
like him claiming I'm a retard, but yet these people are obviously putting it right in your face with what they obviously do, and you know they put actual dialogue. It's not just retarded stuff for the masses to consume. I mean, if you're stupid, it's just goy slop for the masses to consume. But if you actually pay attention, they're putting right in your face what they're doing, like the guy claiming about Hyperborea the other night. But yeah, okay, goy boy, right?
So you're saying that they put the Hyperborean theology into a video game?
I'm telling you right now, go and watch the video that I just posted and start about the 39-minute mark. And I mean, of course, there's the violence of the Hitman game in it, but go and watch it from 39 until it finishes, and it puts right in your face everything about the Hyperborea shit, what the dude was saying the other night on your stream. But, it's a LARP, right? It's just mindless entertainment for the masses to consume, right? You can play as Hitman, right? Anyway, I'm just saying, go and watch it. There's some dialogue in there about what the guy says, where he's sitting here saying exactly what they're doing right now, and it's relevant to what that dude was talking about the other night. But there's no such thing as masquerade parties, right? That's just a LARP. They just put it in your face, right? Like I said, once a theme becomes more than just a coincidence, it becomes a pattern. But yeah, they don't get on islands and wear masquerade masks. But it's up to you if you want to listen to what they tell you right there in your face.
Well, you got to ask TML because he's basically running the stream.
No, I didn't know that. I thought it was yours.
It is, but I mean, I'm not going to tell him like, "Hey, go put this shit on the computer." I mean, I don't mind. I mean, if he
Well,
wants
I dropped it. I dropped it for you. I dropped it for you, so that way when you were ready, you could listen to it.
Yeah, well, you can always DM me that, but yeah.
You talking about this?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, you're starting exactly where it needs to start from. I mean, you can skip, and I'll try to show you exactly where the guy kind of starts telling you. But dude, it's right in your face. This is the level where you go to the island, and it's got the Baphomet looking statue. But they don't worship Lucifer, right? Yeah, if you want, I would put it on like 2 or 3 and make it go faster. It does have a load screen that takes a while. But the fact that that dude sat there and got on his stream the other night and sitting here telling me something that I was already told in a video game, but it's a LARP, right? Because people just see it as mindless entertainment, which is, why I just put it as a joke. No one takes it serious anyway, but whatever, it's okay. It'll be a joke when it happens.
The Isle of Skye. Headquarters.
Of course, you have to look past all the comedic parts because, I do enjoy the game, but, it's more than that.
Begin. Good evening, late. I see someone's in a hurry to get inside. Well,
Of course, I've played this game a billion times and know everything about it, but, it's a LARP.
good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, there's a glitch in the Matrix. The game doesn't load the assets right on this map.
Good day to you, sir. Every encounter is an opportunity, and every time you make a bad impression, that's an opportunity lost. You get me?
I am terribly sorry, sir. I'm still learning the ropes.
A drink for you. We have a full array of wines, unimpeachable vintage origins.
There's a lot more to the level that I didn't show. I just wanted to show the Hyperboreanism in it. Here you go. Here's my favorite LARP about to come up, y'all. Here's my favorite LARP.
Welcome, sir. I take it this is your first gathering? Would you like to know more about the Stronghold product line?
Yes.
The Stronghold series is our original and most popular initiative. Bright and spacious, our underground shelters are a far cry from the crude and utilitarian nuclear bunkers of the past. Situated 40 feet below the frozen tundra on Svalbard, able to resist all but direct meteor strike, the Stronghold Hive system features a public area, complete with bars and restaurants, a movie theater, and even an exercise stadium. Should I go on?
Sure. Why not?
Each individual shelter features electricity, running hot and cold water, a jacuzzi, and high-end customizable interiors. Simply flick on the patented Kronstadt Industries hologram windows to a soothing natural view of your choosing. And the Stronghold shelter will feel like a home away from home. Would you like to know more?
I suppose so, yes.
You can choose between 3 models: the Gold class, the Platinum class, and finally the Super Deluxe Rhodium class, also known as the Core Suites, where you'll be certain to spend your subterranean exile among the... Oh, not in the mood for a sales pitch? Not a problem. Feel free to look around all you want, sir. Oh. What a gentleman! Not.
I know that look. Option overload, huh?
Well, I know what I want. Now I just gotta shut up that voice and tell
Apologies, sir. This door is for initiates only. I'm sure you understand.
Say, is that the master of ceremonies in the chapel? He looks very theatrical. Yep. You
You think they're gonna start soon? I feel like we've been waiting
just
for hours.
stop sneaking around.
You know how much prep goes into these things. It might be a while.
Yeah, Zoe Washington certainly isn't known for putting on a modest show.
Not even a little bit. That woman doesn't know the meaning. Pretty sure if she could find a way to set off some pyrotechnics every time she went down. Mister?
Sir, you should go.
Hey, you! Get out of here right now! I don't like the look at this. I'm not sure I do.
Seriously, I'll pay you.
Yeah, I gotta go and do all this stuff in order to be able to progress the mission. So I gotta go and do a bunch of this shit in order to be able to just show you what I gotta get to.
Oh, crap. Forget. This is pretty bad luck with those Hindu monk guys. Exactly what I love about them. You gotta go to all these exotic places and meet all these exotic weirdos and kill them.
I'm a multiple Tony award-winning playwright. And famous comic is part of my brand.
Look it.
Never go on the
No sign of the perp.
Besides, I do chamber plays. Spectacle.
Nothing.
I hate it.
They won't hate it, Mr. Penninger. It's just entertainment.
Entertainment? Lord, what have I done? How did I let her talk me into this?
Should I tell Miss Washington? What the hell are you doing?
It's over now. Fortunately, he got away.
Who's this guy? Oh, it must be the MOC.
Better lock and load.
A handsome play. And yet, a drop in the ocean. Hey! A remote trigger. Must be a kill switch.
One target down. Nice work, 47. Next up, Sophia Washington. I bet this would make the constant come quietly. But first things first, focus on the target.
You gotta be kidding!
Move in! Get there!
Any idea on the suspect? Please help me! Could be anyone. Where the hell did he go?
Come on, you copy? We've got a stone cold killer here. He's killing people. The bastard nicked an outfit from security.
Don't make this any worse on you now. Come on now.
Leave the area! Leave the area! Go! Go! Okay, crap, there's got to be another token around here. The others must be way ahead. Well, once the boat is full.
Man, yeah, I'm here now. It's all clear. Over.
Holy shit!
Right, okay.
If anyone here, give yourself up or get ready to face the music. What the? Guys!
Okay, if you're saying that I should... Oh, get out here! Now! I won't hurt you. Clear. I need you to keep your head down. You. Hey.
Oh! I'm kicking the shit out of her!
All right, we're about to get to the part where they start talking about it.
Come on. You know my answer.
Just for a few minutes. I just want to peek. It's not like it's going to cost you anything.
It'll cost me plenty. Architects only.
What's the worst that could happen if you let me go up there? Do you even know who I am?
Sir, just take my word on this. Greetings, sir.
Well, that's a potential problem, I guess. But, like, I think there's more pluses to uploading your consciousness. I would start out by programming the lakeside villa George Clooney lives in Lake Como, and then move into it. George could stay, of course.
Uploading consciousness is basically inventing AI. Have you ever seen a movie about what happens when we do that? Spoiler alert, it never ends well for the humans.
Hey there! Oh, I'm sorry, friend. I thought
I enjoyed your
you were someone else.
presentation last year, Mr. Lowe. The building plans are quite impressive.
Oh, thank you, miss. The original architect up and vanished in Colombia, so my team had to make do with his preliminary sketches. Nevertheless, I am pleased with the results.
So, how do you plan to keep the construction hidden?
We don't. That's the beauty. The Hyperborean City project is completely public and transparent. Biosphere, Simon Devereaux's company, has legally purchased the land from the Greenlandic and Danish government. Officially, Hyperborea is a bold experiment in sustainable living, like the floating island project in French Polynesia. Solar-powered, zero-net energy system, the works. Of course, housing prices will be astronomical, and the waiting list is, well, somewhat rigged.
But if everyone knows the city is there, won't we be overrun by refugees when the collapse comes?
Well, it's not like your tired, poor, and huddled masses can just jump in a boat and migrate to the middle of Greenland. And those that do try will find the gates firmly closed. This club is decidedly members only. Say, why don't you apply to the team? Smart kid like you. Sounds right up your alley.
Oh, I thank you, Mr. Lowe. That means a lot coming from you. Who knows? Maybe I will.
And then, you know, here in a second, they're going to turn around and give you your bright new concept. But, you know, keep telling yourselves it's just a video game and a LARP, right?
Treasure hunter and Providence operative. Quite the resume. Both targets down. Impressive work. And now to confront the constant. Mr. Gray, what's your status?
I'm at the helicopter, but the place is crawling with security. 47, you better bring a constant to one of the boats in the harbor where it's quiet. You can use the kill switch to coerce.
But there you go. I just figured you'd want to see that there, Neurojack.
That's him. The constant. Providence's top controller. Everything depends on capturing him alive.
Security breach. I need you to move now. Okay. Nothing here, Command. Moving on. Sophia's been attacked.
Yeah, who is the fucker? Do we have a description?
Hey, talk to me. What's our status?
But there you go. Anyway, I'm just a LARPer. I don't get paid, and I got God on my side, right?
Come on, coming. Sir,
I just expose darkness where it is, you know.
No! 47, that was our only lead on the partners. Abort mission.
Well, I think well, that could be. I mean, I'm curious. Like, I guess where, like, what that mission was supposed to be about. Like, what's
Okay.
the?
Well, I mean, okay, okay, each mission is pretty interwoven, but like one of the main missions along with that one is going to Japan, where you have to hunt down a guy named Hush and his sister, and they are working on basically hacking the human mind, where they're taking random, not just random homeless people off the street, but they're taking high profile minded people. And if you take over one of the patients inside the building, like I said, I've played this game 1,000 times in VR, and in VR, instead of just playing it as a game, I lived it to actually learn the LARP. And what this mission is basically telling you is that not only do they have a Tesla style machine that's capable of basically pulling up any file that's ever been cataloged, anything about anything that's ever happened in their agencies, and they have the ability to basically already hack people's minds. And I mean, you call it a LARP, but we all know that they don't put this stuff in your face, especially like this, $1 billion company, and just sit here and say, you know, it's a game. When things in real life and other media have obviously copied this. So, I mean, you know, keep telling yourself it's a LARP, but there's clear evidence to show that this game is, for those who have a discernment, see it a lot more than what it really is, which is it's a lot more than entertainment. You know, especially Mr. Hyperborean dude over here saying what he said the other night, but you know, they don't go to masquerade parties, right? The billionaires of this world and quadrillionaires don't go to the, you know, private islands that they own with, you know, securities and masquerade mask and plot how they're going to, you know, create their utopia without you, right? I'm just a LARPer. But anyway, there you go. But this mission is basically, you know, you're supposed to be like taking out the people who, like, you come to find out that the people that 47 have been working for all along was just scapegoats. Like we all know. If you think that the devil's behind everything, then basically every agency on the planet, even though they think that they may be fighting each other, in reality is working for the Antichrist, just like they're going to in the end times, you know, if you're a Christian. And that's
you guys
what
ever
makes
seen
sense.
this Jimmy Berman profile?
No, I've never heard of it.
This guy Jimmy Berman, he's got the same symbol as I-Fi with the little shell. But yeah, Nietzsche mentions Hyperboreans too in the Antichrist. I think they're getting it from Nietzsche.
The opening paragraph of the Antichrist Nietzsche writes, "We are Hyperboreans. We know well enough how remote our place is. Neither by land nor by sea will you find the road to the Hyperboreans. Even Pindar in his day knew that much about us. Beyond the north, beyond ice, beyond death, our life, our happiness." Nietzsche's philosophy is filled with references to self-overcoming and the rejection of decadence. Among his most striking
Who's
images,
Pindar? Who's Pindar, by the way? Sorry. That sounds very familiar.
He's a Greek poet.
What was he known for?
For producing like religious poetry.
Interesting. I feel like didn't Plato or someone like that like kind of mention something about Hyperborea or like Plato's Republic or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something.
What Nietzsche's trying to say is it's a kind of refinement that is beyond like civilization. It's both mastered civilization and can go beyond it. Right, so it's a type of barbarism that requires the mastery of civilization. I mean, Hyperborea. It's like men who live amongst the mountains. Right, they mastered nature, the elements. Like they can stand cold and alone.
So it's like Ubermensch.
Yeah, basically like everything that God ever said that you needed me for, we no longer need you for. But you know, there you go.
Hyperborea. It's like Odin and shit.
I don't know. Like I said, I grew up hearing almost basically the exact same things, except for now the details are a little bit more allowed to be put in your face without constraint. And you know, to be made fun of is hilarious because it's like, you know, it's almost as if like people know that it's the truth, and they'd rather laugh in the face of a comforting lie than the sour truth. So you know, don't say I told you so. But I mean, isn't that the main part of the LARP though? Is that to get everyone in the mentality that you can do it too? As long as you know be how we want you to be, then you know do what thou wilt, right?
I don't need you, Dad. I'm my own Ubermensch.
That's right. They're going to be uber straight. I mean, uber trans.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what Bruno was all about. It was a Hyperborean movie, essentially.
That's right.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen Bruno before, Machine?
No, but I did see Borat.
Then nice.
Well, it's probably like 10 times more offensive than Borat.
Yeah, I had to admit.
It's like it's insanely offensive. Like,
Get down on your knees and suck my spike here, bitch.
Yeah, it's basically like Sabbatean Frankism mixed with like esoteric Hitlerism. That's how I would describe it, essentially.
But you see, that's the most funniest part because
You'll definitely need to pray 10 times a day if you watch that movie.
like how many of these people are probably actually part of these productions and know what they do, and you know get on here to be like, oh no, don't pay attention to that. I mean, again, that's what I said. You know, the mindless masses, just like he says, you know, sit right here and consume basically anything and everything that we want them to.
Yeah, well, it's a very sophisticated piece of propaganda. Like, I think it's very underrated as far as like a propaganda piece.
Yeah, well, yeah, because
extremely sophisticated propaganda.
it's not just psychological, it's spiritual in a way too. It's not just your brain and bone and scalp that they figured out how to lobotomize. It's your spirit too. Not to mention, the supposed, chemicals that they put in everything, allegedly.
Yeah, it basically so basically it takes a gay, proud Austrian German guy who has a tiny Filipino boyfriend and gives him a like German like assistant, and he gets kicked out of like the fashion world, and then he goes and tries to start a TV show in Hollywood, and he drives across America to make his dream come true of filming like a film for like some TV network or something, and it's like it's pretty insane. And then he goes through like a gay conversion therapy, and all. I mean, it's like a totally insane movie, pretty much.
Well, I mean, I feel the exact same thing when I go and watch some of these videos on YouTube where these somewhat small time YouTubers have gone to campuses and try to have logical debates with human beings. And, if you're listening to every single word out of a person's mouth and not actually picking out what a person's saying and actually trying to apply some type of moral or logic to it, I don't know about you, but it concerns me that a majority of the people who went to college, who we see on YouTube now, who are, screaming their feelings and their hatred over something as simple as, is a baby in a person's stomach still a human, regardless of whether it's been born? No, it's not. It's a parasite. Well, there you go. Yeah, again, that's why I said it's a lot more than just a spiritual thing. Whether or not how you feel about the subject, the point is when you get society to basically not agree on everything that's basically been human knowledge for the longest time. I mean, they're changing words. That's your Mandela effect. It ain't no fucking collide of fucking No Way Home Spider-Man fucking across the Miles verse. This ain't no fucking smashing the Bearsteins with the Bearsteins bullshit. They're doing it on purpose so that way maybe if they do manage to do this reset, that if there is any future of humanity and there's archaeological evidence of our past, oh wow, nothing as what it was, so the way the past is not what anyone could remember, as they do with every single great reset. But that's a LARP too. So you tell me why they sit here and put in your face in movies like Resident Evil and sit here and say that they plan on rebooting the Earth in their image, but that's a LARP too, right? Even though everything down to your religions, down to what's going on YouTube, what's going on in your personal life, you can't even go 5 feet out the door, and what's going on around the world is not already in your backyard. It's just what people aren't acting on it. What, because your nation says that you have security? I mean, you have your president over here having no problems sitting here saying, oh, we'll meet fire with fire, but our fire is brighter, and at again, that's the world you're living in. You're living in a world where certain people can go and hide in their presidential bunkers, but I guarantee you don't have a presidential bunker. And if you have enough money to buy one, you're going to be, like the dude said in the Hitman game, it's going to be somewhere where if you're like Gerald Butler and you try to get to Greenland when that giant asteroid comes, then, you might get lucky if you're, really, really smart or really good at doing something, or you have really good genetics and they want to keep your bloodline going because, right, they're going to give you a lottery like in Deep Impact, right? Like that lottery, right? Like Biederman. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what's the LARP. I mean, you can sit here and bring up any of the references, and obviously these people have managed to mold and scope society at least into the way of where in my lifetime now you can convince anyone that you can cut off your wiener, and if you don't go with it, then you're whatever they decide to call you. I mean, that's going to eventually hit a head. I mean, every single problem that's ever been created eventually comes to a point of no return. So, I mean, what, you don't think this whole, be yourself kind of craze isn't going to hit ahead when as normal people, you know, what these people think going to the schools and going inside the meetings for the school board is really going to stop these people from pushing this propaganda and this disgusting literature. That, you know, the guy that said, if I were a devil, or if I were the devil, I'm sorry, if I were the devil, sat there and told you what he would do with literature, and oh, it happens. Well, I mean, you know, you can go and keep complaining, like I said, about the children, the hashtag save the children that we did, you know, before all the world got shut down. And again, it's just a lark. But no, we'll go to the movies and we'll watch a movie with Mr. Jesus actor Jim Caviezel about stopping the you know, the P words, but we won't actually do anything about the P words. But then we'll complain about the files a few years later, but still not do anything about the files. I mean, yeah, it's going to be a never-ending loop until, I guess, what, humanity just literally tears its own throat out like Rick did to the dude for what he tried to do to Carl. How do we combat this? Well, people are saying making communities, you know,
We
grow
gotta
your own
battle the
food.
pedo pogos. We gotta battle the pedo pogos, guys.
But do you think these people really are going to let you grow your little greenhouses? Because, you know, there's also a mission on the Hitman game, right? Where, you know, they do one of them little community things where they get a bunch of hackers and militants and people from all different backgrounds, and they get them all in a Colorado like farm, and it's all militarized where they're trying to figure out how to take out armored vehicles with like battering rams and stuff like that, like the presidential limo and stuff like that. You know, they got computer screens in there with all this tactical data and all these maps, and I'm assuming military personnel and politician information on these billboards or whatever inside the room. And, you know, basically telling you what they expect. Like I keep telling other people, they already know you're going to make these communities. You don't think that they didn't have a backup plan. Again, it's just like Palpatine. They have a contingency plan upon contingency plan. Palpatine even had a fucking contingency plan for himself, Order 65, if I'm not mistaken, where if he got to a point where he couldn't be controlled anymore, the order would take him out, or it was about whoever was in power at the time. So still the point is he had an order to kill the chancellor, even if he was the one in power. So, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but obviously when they're sitting here putting all this occultic, whatever kind of knowledge in your face, and it's, I mean, look at Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson sits here and tells you what they're about to do with Braveheart. If we can't kill them out, what we're going to do with them? We're going to breed them out. Oh well, I mean, here we go.
Well, Prima Nocta was what Pino had recommended as well. So.
Well, I mean, why not? It is my noble right to take this wife into my bed on the first night of her union. Oh, by God, you will not. Nah, well, I'm the LARPer, but I don't get paid. So there you go. I don't know what to tell you. I just know that you're not going to scoop my brains out and put it in a fake robot body like that one little movie. What is it? It's got that Mexican robot where the dude dies and his consciousness gets, you know, uploaded into that little robot with a screen. So I mean, the point is that everything that's been coming out, at least in the last 15 to 20 years, when it comes to like technology movies and media, even with the Call of Duty series, dude, the ad that they just came out for the one that they're about to release after they just released Battlefield 6, it's basically the dude walks into a clinical white room, and one of the Ethan robots, it's one, you know, a Pathfinder type, you know, got one eyeball type of robot, just like they put in the Superman movies, but you know, that's a LARP. Anyway, he walks in.
Let's do some. Go ahead, sir.
It's gonna be quick. Anyway, he walks into this big white room, and there's a butterfly that follows him around. Kind of funny how they chose the butterfly. Anyway, Monarch. And he thinks it's real, and as he's walking through the room and all these holographic projections of whatever start playing, by the time that the butterfly lands on the wall, he comes to find out that it lands inside the screen and it's a holographic projection all along. So I mean, you know, what's the point of all the social conditioning over the years of constant in your face? Oh, guess what? When what was it, Black Ops 3, I think came out. Oh, you can play on the USS Barack Obama, and they told you about 2025, what? That it was going to be a war of drones. Oh, well, I mean, you know, talk about Ukraine. So, I mean, you know, people want to sit here and go and play their Call of Duty games and sit here and just see it as mindless media, but don't actually, someone like me who sits down and plays the game as if you're actually the soldier paying attention to the fucking orders. And then when you go back and review, it's like, oh, and then you start to pick things out. It's like, oh, well, there you go. So, I mean, keep saying it's a LARP, but I mean, New World Order is upon you already. It's just, they know that unless it takes them to have to, you know, turn the flames up, they don't have to. They could just gradually get us to go into it, and people won't bat an eye at it. But, you know, that's a Joker LARP.
That's right. So, well, Hostile Hyperborean is here. Welcome. I suggest we do some Nietzsche review about Hyperborea, or I got Rotting Jewels in the back, or if Machine wants to do anything else, I'm going to try to get Pinoy back to get Hyperborean and Tickle Nuts yeah, we'll get the Royal Rumble, and I'll invite the ghost of Hulk Hogan to come in here. So, who's even though he's probably happy in Hyperborea, I want to bring him back for a final round here. So.
That's right. Borea Mania. There you go. It's one big bubble, and you're not in it because you got the germs.
Yeah, let me try to get DK real quick too.
Oh God, yes, give me a headache.
Is that man drunk 99% of the time?
Yeah, pretty much.
He doesn't think so.
He sounds sloshed. He sounds tore up. I mean, I drink a little bit when I get on. I have 2 or 3 IPAs, but surely I don't sound sloshed. I may get a little raged now and then, but not slurring sloshed. I don't know. There's a limit.
It's called I don't have patience to deal with people online like y'all knowing what's actually going on. I'd rather just go about my life and pretend it doesn't happen because I know people won't listen by the time the flood comes. What's your point?
I'm getting used to your rhetoric, and it's actually quite enjoyable.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You're probably one of the first people, other than maybe 2 other people, who said they've enjoyed it. But, you know, I just want you on the boat, even if you hate me, because, you know, I'm a human.
You still looking for tickets to the island?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me.
He just showed how the Hitman game talked about Hyperborea being an elite place on Greenland for only rich people when the collapse of technology happens or something. So.
Well, yeah, that sounds right. It sounds like something the Synarchy would say. It didn't mention Israel, though, and Hitman did it.
Right, like it describes like the Hyperborea as what the Synarchists are essentially doing.
No, they don't have to. It's just it's kind of funny that certain soldiers on the other maps right after that mission look strangely similar to the IDF. But you know, Call of Duty only got you to hate the brown people for like, you know what, the last 15 or so years. So, oh, and the Russians, don't forget that. Oh, and the Germans, don't forget that. It's okay to put swastikas back then, but not anymore. Now it's cute rainbows.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen this channel, Hyperborean Knowledge. Pretty weird channel. Yeah, I don't know if you heard me.
I'm sorry, I'm literally in between yard work and listening at the same time, so I don't like have my meter sounding. But can you say it again? What you were saying?
No, I'm asking if you ever heard of this channel before. Hyperborean Knowledge.
Yeah, I've come across it. Kind of
Okay.
like following people who sort of in the know. They at least read some of the literature. This guy seems to have read some of it. I don't know. There's already some sort of like agent provocateurs seemingly within the community, and it's only been in the world for 3 or 4 years. So it's kind of interesting seeing these channels pop up.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, but blessings him. Yeah, carry on. But yeah.
Invocation of the Hyperboreans. A myth
Yeah, I don't know what the earliest mention of Hyperborea is, but I know one of the earliest mentions that I know is in Nietzsche. So
The
kind of like,
the one reference I get the most when I look it up is that map where it's got like the little landmass in the middle and the four rivers meet. That's usually what I get, or it usually represents a tree, kind of like they put in the Loki season. But that's another LARP.
see, Hyperborea. From Greek, beyond Boreas, the god of the north wind. So later writers disagreed on the existence and location of the Hyperboreans, with some regarding them as purely mythological, others connecting them to the real world peoples and places in northern Eurasia, Britain, Scandinavia, or Siberia.
Well, how convenient. Don't get me started on the Uncharted series and how they psyoped you, telling you where a majority of this ancient knowledge is coming from. But it's just some guy stealing treasure.
And they're also considered by the Greeks to be worshippers of Apollo, whose shrines were at Delos and Delphi. I actually went to Delphi. But yeah.
So yeah, let's do a little review of this. Or I got some rotting jewels, and I know you'll like the second one for sure. But no pressure. I just put some stuff to randomly look at just in case. But the Nietzsche stuff is interesting. Mr. Hyperborean, where's the earliest mention of Hyperborea, as far as you know?
Yeah, I think he's like doing some yard work or something. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I told him to come in, even if he's busy,
Yeah.
so he might come in or not.
So, man, I dropped out because I kind of walked too far away from my Wi-Fi. That's what happens when you have Dollar General Wi-Fi. So bear with me. Sorry.
Yes, no worries.
I'm pretty sure Rotting Jules is not wearing a bra in the second video, by the way.
Oh man, I gotta find that right now. Where is this?
Rotting jewels sounds like rotting nuts.
Tickle Jules. I put both in the back. I put two videos back there.
You looking at?
Oh wow.
I'm just thinking about the first time I laid eye on you. How pretty you look. Yeah.
So you could literally
I heard.
see.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll have to save this for later. Blessings. Riding Jules is live. Noise.
Immortal race mentioned by the Greek poet Pindar. This concept serves as a metaphor for those who rise above the weakness of
I guess that kind of answers my question too. Like they were talking about Pindar, so it's obviously Greeks. Yeah.
modern life. Or for those more esoterically minded people, a call back to our Hyperborean root race ancestors. By embracing strength, self mastery, and a life affirming ethos, and by exploring Pindar's depiction of the Hyperboreans, and Nietzsche's adaptation of this idea, we can understand how the ancient myth became a powerful symbol of aristocratic radicalism and philosophical elitism. Pindar was one of the most revered lyrical poets of ancient Greece. He described the Hyperboreans as a blessed race living in a land beyond the north wind. According to his Pythian ode, neither by ship nor by foot did you find the marvelous road to the assembly of the Hyperboreans. And so, how does one find this mythical road? If it's not by physical means, it must be by other processes. And this line emphasizes that
I say we should all make a
Hyperborea
philosopher's stone.
is not just a location.
Yeah, yeah. This is so far. He's on point. I wanted to mention real quick before you move forward. I kind of cut out when you were asking about the earliest references, and he just kind of dropped the earliest that we know of, which is Pindar. Um, but it's interesting because Nietzsche's context is more so about the degeneracy or the degeneration of man over time. So he
Right.
kind of pays homage to the
I can
Hyperborean
open
as
it, but
like
we
the
can't set it
original
down.
state. Sorry.
Well, I mean, no, sorry. I was trying to think of something that when you said Pandora's box was the God of War games. I mean, again, people see it as entertainment, but I
That's
mean,
Pandora. That's not Pindar. Pindar is a completely different person. That you're speaking of
what I'm
Pandora.
saying is the whole idea that once Pandora's box has been opened, that, you know, pandemonium will eventually, even if it's not on the very first day, will eventually, you know, once you open up the box, there is no closing it. So that was something that popped in my head. The God of War games is nothing more than a psyop about, you know, oh, look, we made a bunch of men, and then now look what they did to Kratos in the God of War games, turn him into a, you know, a sissy who should feel bad about being a man.
Yeah, I can see what you're doing there. Some like etymological wordplay or whatever. Um, I could see how God of War could be a psyop as well, for sure. Especially the destruction of the gods and the way they depict the gods. That's kind of the whole point, is to like do away with the pantheon, the polytheist conception of cosmology, and to introduce to the world at large monotheism.
Yeah, they're trying to basically tell everybody that your god is Shaniqua.
Your god should be Shaniqua. I missed that. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Shaniqua. That's actually, isn't that funny that it's kind of like Shekinah? Shaniqua, Shekinah. It's kind of like the Jewish goddess or whatever, the ultimate
Yeah, exactly.
representation of
It's
feminine.
funny because I was literally thinking the exact same thing. Though. I like that you picked up on that because I was kind of thinking
Yeah,
about that as I said
that's
it.
pretty funny. So yeah, the whole Hyperborean thing, there's a lot more to it. I don't think anyone is exposed more about it than the members of the Cyril Knights, which was Nimrod de Rosario's order for the time being. He put a lifespan on it. Basically, he said, when I die, it'll dissolve, and we don't want to establish any orders. He was kind of, he's like a walking paradox. This is sort of some of the highest wisdom attainable. So you find yourself getting pigeonholed into paradoxes one after another when you ascend that high in thought. So what happens is he has this order for a time, but at the same time, he's teaching people that you should be anti-order. He has a sort of a doctrine that he's kind of laying out, but at the same time, he's saying we don't have a doctrine. And this is
Oh, I'm
all.
sorry. Is that why in the Fallout series they're sitting here telling you when they're going to drop the bombs that the people get to choose how their vaults go, that you can run your own experiments? Oh, but that's a LARP too.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know much about your media references. Like some of them I can pick up on, but I'm just going to let you know some of them go over my head, like that one. I never really played Fallout, and I'm
Well,
not
I
really
mean, the whole
a
entire
media guy.
premise. Well, I mean, you see it as media. I see it as satanic, you know, music and visuals poured over the masses to make them sleep better at night. Fallout basically is the premise that, you know, these people plan the end of the world, and you know they're allowed to run their own experiments inside their vaults to basically see how humans will react to extreme circumstances. Like in one vault, only the smart kids get to live and become adults, and in the other one, everyone's going to starve the second they wake up from cryogenic sleep. So you know, but that's the whole point. Is that I
tend to.
I see the subliminal messaging. Is that the term you prefer? There you go. The subliminal messaging. I pick up and hear it very well. It's in your face every day.
I tend to not try to reverse engineer the Synarchy's wisdom because it's actually like pseudo wisdom. It's trash, complete garbage. So I try to go straight to the sources.
If you say so, but yet, you know, I've had people literally approach me and tell me that I need to shut up. So.
Well, no, you don't need to shut up.
But that's right, because they don't care what I'm saying.
I'm saying that?
No, what I'm saying is that, you know, I've had people literally approach me and tell me that, you know, enough is enough, or, you know, you're going to end up in a box, which I'm not serious. I believe in Jesus Christ. But point is, you know, I pick up on coincidences very well, like red and blues, and, you know, too many red and blue cars out in the street. But, you know, I wouldn't say I'm Neo in the Matrix. It's more or less like, you know, you see like the in the new Matrix, you know, the woman's looking up and Neo just happens to be, you know, somehow walking off the building. You know, you notice that there's obviously very strange things about the world you live in that don't seem to apply. And the only thing that makes sense is, like I said, my religious experiences. So I'm going to tell you, obviously these people believe in some really crazy shit and they don't want people like us in their fucking party. So what does it matter to me if they're probably going to depopulate someone like me anyway. I probably won't get to live, you know, to the age of 50 or 60. But, you know, what's the point? What, they want to turn my children into, you know, anti-sissy robots?
The point is they want you to yearn for the world and fight and angst about it. So, like, the idea about the Hyperborean wisdom, one of the main principles is to have an essential hostility towards the material world. We don't want the world. So, like, in a way, when they were talking the other night, he was mentioned that the members of his panel, Neurojack's panel, are Joker pilled, quote unquote. The Hyperborean wisdom kind of teaches that they have 3 different temperaments that he lists in the neurological ethic. This has its own ethic as well. And one is called the sacralizing type, which is somebody who like tends to have a religious attitude towards things, and he bows in reverence towards phenomena, and he like puts it on a pedestal and puts himself below it. Then there's something called the ludic type, which is like a fearful type. It's like your person who, because the other side is mysterious, he becomes fearful of it, and he either tunes it out or he puts it up on this mysterious hidden, cloaked in shadows pedestal that because he can't see it, it must be above him and more powerful than him, and he must obey it out of fear. So that's the ludic and the sacralizing type. And then the third type is called the luciferic graceful type, or I've seen, which is weird, is the authorized editions call it the luciferic funny type. And I like that term better than graceful. The authorized edition says funny, but the unauthorized, which happens to be published by one of these characters I was talking with, or that I was mentioning to Machine, that, you know, there seems to be agent provocateurs that know this work and are trying to self-publish it, but edit the translations, and it's kind of weird. So they call it graceful, which has this like Judeo-Christianity or Judeo-Christian tone to it. But anyway, the luciferic funny type is somebody who looks at phenomena and then does not let it penetrate his being, and he treats it with an attitude of like comedy, like it's funny. He doesn't let it shake his attitude or like break his will in times where it's necessary. He gives an example of this. There's an analogy. He talks about the story of a professor, like a scientist who's messing with a gas, and he's like filling up a balloon. It's too long to mention now, but it's pretty interesting. I'll leave a link to it in the back or in the chat, and people can go read it if they want to. But my point is that the comedy thing, the looking at the world in that manner, seems to not only trigger the synarchy, but it puts the individual or the initiate, whatever you want to call them, into a position where he can actually transcend and he can operate within the material world more effectively. Everything about this wisdom implies that there are only strategies. We see the entire cosmology as like this battleground. He uses the term Valplats, which
That's
is
right. It's just, what skills do you have in battle and where can we apply it?
yes, everything is strategy. Now, if you're going to work, working a 9 to 5 and taking care of your family, that's your strategy. Everything is a strategy, but some are more effective than others. And he would say that most people are asleep and they suffer from something called strategic confusion, which is the main weapon or art form that the Synarchy uses, is strategic confusion. And it's more superior than physical combat. The psychological aspect is more effective than the physical. They actually don't want to kill people. You'd be surprised. The only people they want to kill or remove are Hyperboreans, so it buys them time. Because ultimately, the Hyperborean spirit, it's eternal. There's two options once he dies. He either reincarnates into a human body or he returns to the origin. So what they do is they have to kill him before they can awaken so that they can buy themselves more and more time to usher in their or complete their eschatology, which is
No, you hear that, Neo? No wonder Agent Smith came after you.
yeah, they will come after certain individuals who are going to awaken or that are awakened. So yeah, the comedy thing is, I think you got that part right to kind of look at everything lightly. That's a good attitude.
Well, I mean, I have no choice because, I mean, it's like I've had many conversations with people before. I mean, unless the stuff that they're going to show you in the sky is holographic, or they're going to actually do a real event with their own technology and convince you it's actually happening. I'm one of them people where I started out not believing because I didn't see, but once I experienced, it never left me. And once you've had experiences the way that I have, obviously you can't look at anything like, how they say about the Matrix. Once that first layer of the Matrix is peeled back and you've had an experience that transcends what you consider normal, how can you ever go back? So you start to question everything. And I've hit a few heads on the nail, and it's gotten me, a little too much in hot water sometimes. But, obviously I'm not exposing no more than what they have allowed me to, because, I mean, I still draw breath. So where's my bald man with a barcode?
Yeah, that's funny. They also can analyze and assess that if your strategy is more effective than not, because sometimes they'll let people speak if they speak in a certain way. Like, you may be able to expose certain aspects of the Synarchy, but you may do it in such a manner that it makes you look mad, and that supports their uh, their reach.
Yeah, because I tried the real Christian way and nobody wanted to hear that. Kind of like how the Joker says, if it was me sitting on the sidewalk or laying on the sidewalk, you all walk right over me. It's the same way they find what's funny and what isn't. So why sit here and not play into it if no one's going to listen to Noah screaming and saying the flood is coming? I mean, there's no point. I've tried waking up people who, even, like I said, I've met veterans who have basically admitted that they would rather have done anything else in life than had given up their bodies and their minds to the U.S. government. And as someone who was about to do and wanted to get into that lifestyle, it was because of that religious experience that I've tried to not interact with the world in every way I can. And that's the only way I know how to do my part, because I've tried doing my part, and I can tell you it doesn't matter. Even if I had 1 million people who wants to, stand tall with me, it's not really going to matter if I don't have the or at least the technology to be able to combat it. Because the problem is their technology is a lot more than what I have access to, and what probably 70 to 80% of the general population even has. Well, we all know that, right? So
Yeah, there's going to be this there's this metaphysical aspect to the war that most people are unaware of because of how concretized natural science has made the world. So natural science has in a way shaped the you could say the elasticity, or you could say it's restricted the elasticity of the physical world, like its ability to its tangibility. The I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. So the idea is that we think that natural law is not a fixed thing. It's only fixed as far as somebody reinforces it or reifies it into existence. I'm not saying I buy the double slit theory and its interpretation, but it's sort of like that. How how the mainstream scientists interpret the double slit theory, and that, you know, the particle can be a wave or a solid depending on the observer effect. If you want to, I don't necessarily buy that, but that's a crude analogy of what's going on. Is what I'm trying to explain, is that we think natural law can be bent, and it can be bent by a free will who has this mystical conception of the universe. He has this higher metaphysic. His interpretation of cosmology is more flexible than what natural law tells him the world is, which is this fixed, rigid system. So it's, you can, my point is at the very end, what you're calling the when you said the tech to battle it, my point was is that we don't think it's actually going to get to that point. There's going to be this apocalyptic event, which is what most religions spout, and they all have these eschatologies that talk about the end times or the end of the world. And it may, there's two options. We think that we'll win, and we're going to destroy and dissolve the entire created universe. But the other option would be that they win, and that the Hyperboreans return to the origin, and they don't inhabit the world anymore, and there's left only a race of people who have merged with tech, and they exist on the world forever. And then the demiurge reigns as the king of the material universe forever, for eternity. So there's like two options. But this only can work if there's this really grand metaphysical event that occurs that seems to defy natural law. The psyop community and the government would say it's like this alien invasion, that there's going to be like these spaceships and shit that come from out from outer space or whatever. I'm not saying I buy that, but this is what they talk about. They are anticipating this event, like this first contact event. There's other interpretations of it too, like the religious interpretation would be there's this God that literally comes out of the sky with a host of angels, something like that. But whether you pick either one of those, it's going to be this event that seemingly shatters the worldview of the individual, and then that fluidity or that plastic or the mutability of the universe comes back. It's not so rigid anymore because all the minds that inhabit the world give up that natural scientific viewpoint of natural law and these fixed points about reality, like gravity and, you know, all these laws that seemingly shape the universe or whatever. They kind of go away. Now, if you don't believe in metaphysics, then none of this matters, and that's okay. But that the Hyperborean is a spiritual person. He's the person who buys this wisdom or this philosophy is highly spiritual, and he believes in a really complex metaphysic. I'm sure this guy who's recording this video, this Hyperborean knowledge channel, he might mention this at some point. So if y'all want to, I'll quit talking if you want to let it run.
But an almost divine state of existence. In Olympian Ode 3, Pindar elaborates on this idyllic life. The muse is no stranger to their customs. Everywhere songs and lyres echo to Apollo's delight, and dancers whirl with the sound of the flute. Here Apollo is mentioned, and Apollo was said to winter in Hyperborea. He was their chief god, their chief deity, which makes perfect sense because Hyperborea is the land of the eternal midnight sun. And so, of course, they would worship the sun god himself. Now, here, Hyperborea represents a paradise untouched by suffering, old age, or war. It's a place of eternal music, joy, and divine favor. Unlike ordinary mortals, the Hyperboreans exist outside of the cycle of decay and are immune to the struggles of this mundane world. The ancient Greeks often associated Hyperborea with an idealized golden age, a time before corruption, where men lived in harmony with the gods. In this sense, Pindar's Hyperboreans serve as a poetic counterpart to Hesiod's description of a lost golden race. While humans have descended into a moral and physical decay, the Hyperboreans remained untouched existing in a state of eternal excellence. The concept of Hyperborea was linked to the mystical traditions of later Greek thought. Some esoteric traditions saw Hyperborea as the origin of wisdom, a place where sacred knowledge resided and where initiates sought enlightenment. This connection between Hyperborea and divine knowledge would later echo in Nietzsche's philosophical reimaging of the term. Centuries later, Nietzsche repurposed the Hyperborean myth to represent his own ideal of the Übermensch, the superior individual who transcends the mediocrity of modern society. By aligning himself with the Hyperboreans, Nietzsche signals that he and those who follow his path belong to an elite class, a class of thinkers and warriors and philosophers, those who have rejected the decadence of modern society. Unlike Pindar's paradise, however,
Well, I think it's
Nietzsche's
funny that the
Hyperborea
day
is not a
after
given.
tomorrow had to reference Nietzsche in it then. Because, you know, the day after tomorrow is another, you know, wonderful movie with Jake Gyllenhaal about, you know, where we're not taking care of the earth and the North Atlantic current or whatever gets too much fresh or salt water and, you know, things go awry and, you know, the magical super volcanoes start freezing everyone. But while they're in the library, they start burning books so that way they can stay warm when the snowstorm hits or whatever. And the dude and the girl talks about Nietzsche, you know, about how he's a sister lover. So, you know, I just think it's funny that, you know, they can't help but put the dots for you to connect if you're capable. And they just put it right in here like, hey, look, we're putting in your face, you know, what doctrine or, you know, where our ideas are coming from and who's involved with them. And just people just overlook it. I don't know. It's crazy to sit here and think that really that we become a race and a species that will sit right here and go and sit in front of a big screen and basically be told things that have been going on since mankind was formed on the planet, and people just don't bat an eye at it. It's just concerning as a Christian who tries to not conform to the world to see that so many people are so blinded by the mundane things like they put in The Crow, you know, where he's talking to the cop and he's saying, you know, Shelley used to say that, you know, small things are trivial. And he says, you know, nothing's trivial. You know, you have to look at everything as if you've already died and you got to come back. What if you really did only had 2 days to come back? And, you know, you got to tell someone, anyone in the world who you could go back and tell anything you could tell them. You know, it's stressful when you sit here and see a world that's obviously ran by greed and blood and people just don't bat an eye at it. I don't know. What do I say to people who do go to these parties and, you know, want to be Hyperboreans compared to someone like me who's just going to end up in the ground one day and really don't care about what's going on this planet? Because, I mean, let's be honest, we don't live forever, but some people apparently think they do. So they don't want people like me in their little VR helmets. So would they need to kill someone like me, do you think? I think that's what makes sense to me. I don't know about these other people that we talked to, my brother, but very concerned that evil is in your face every single day and people really don't care. It's one thing about the evil that you can't see. I mean, you know, there's things going on in the planet that go on, you know, every single second of every single day that you have no clue about, not just the stuff that's being put in your face and propagandized to you, but that's why I think it's funny when people who sit here and claim to support me sit here and call me names and put me down and try to silence me and all this other stuff. I'm just a human who cares about other human beings, but, you know, apparently I'm supposed to be some heartless, cruel person who just does whatever because it hurts people's feelings. I don't understand this flip-flop back and forth shit with these people who claim to have a, you know, better morality or intelligence than me, and yet sit right here and do the very things that, you know, I was told as a kid was wrong. You're not supposed to bully people, right? So, I mean, I would just say this: every infrastructure or, you know, point of what your parents or people that you grew up around, you know, the people you grew up around, your role models is a staple of who you are, you know. And a majority of my family taught me, you know, yes sir, no sir, you hold the door for women, you know, you shake an adult's hand with firmness, you know, do your chores, you do your homework, you know. Certain grandparents would spank you if they were that kind of grandparent, or the other grandparent would put you in timeout, depending on, you know, like good morals that kept you out of jail, that keep you out of trouble, not make you want to join the military and go fight for a country and kill people who the government sanctions you to kill. I mean, you have a billion different walks and paths that life can give you, and, you know, you try to remain, while you might not be able to be sinless, because I don't believe that no man is sinless but Jesus. I mean, you know, there's just no room in this world for genuinely what I consider human people. People would just sit here and say, well, all you do is complain about it, you're a doomsdayer. I mean, yeah, but, you know, how do you think, you know, people around the world, like they're putting in your face on YouTube, feel? You know, how can I sit here and claim to love my son, but then turn around and see a child on YouTube where someone's getting paid God knows how much money for millions of views about these other children in other countries where they got flies crawling in and out of their mouths because they're starving to death? Whether or not it's a LARP, whether or not it's true, it's AI generated. The point is that it doesn't matter how you feel, because you're always going to be wrong in someone's eyes. And if you do find the right group of the right people who do agree with you, it's only a matter of time before the people from the other group come around and, you know, infiltrate the group, change perspective, and, you know, get people to cast you out. So I don't know what to tell you, man, but I don't think it matters how ancient the knowledge, what group of the name of the people is. I just believe that it's obviously the same knowledge that's been going on ever since how long we've been here, whether we've been here 1,000,000 years or whether we've been here 6,000 years. It doesn't really matter to me. These people know the truth, most likely know the truth, unless they're following a lie of the devil. They know the truth of the planet. They know how things work here. Just like having cheat codes in a video game, they may or may not be able to, somewhat to an extent, manipulate your surroundings. I mean, obviously, we know that these people have the ability to control people, not just through their emotions, but through their minds, through music, through flashy lights. I mean, sitting here and trying to be just a normal person in today's time and be a voice in the sea of many of things and people all at one time, I think is our fight a noble cause. That's all I care about, because I would fight it to the end. It's just, it's so disheartening when no matter how hard you try, like I said, even those close to you who support you, you know, it's a hard thing, man. I don't like sitting here being told that, you know, there's people out there who deserve to draw breath more than me or the, you know, people I consider friends and family. So again, I'm one of the people where I care about everyone, and it's every single day you're just told to go about your life and not really care about the pain and suffering of others. Even though, I mean, yeah, sure, that's in the world, but I mean, how many people are still going and traveling as, you know, Ukraine is, you know, always under war? I mean, people are still going over there close to the countries and just going about their tourism as if, you know, there's not a war going on. I mean, you're living in a world of lies. You're living in a world where everything you see and hear on the screen, you must react to it. You must believe it. While you have a bunch of people who have so much wealth and whether you want to call it juju, they have some type of primordial sway over the hearts of man and their minds, and can use them basically for whatever they want, whether they want them as cannon fodder, want them as worker bees. I mean, that's why they have, you know, Jerry Seinfeld playing as a bee, right? I mean, how do you even begin to stuff like you can't how do you begin to stop the Epsteins, dude? You know, that's the biggest thing. You hear everyone release the files, but if they do, what is that really going to do? How many people, like with the whole hashtag save the children, how many people are going to sit here and if any of the prominent people, the people who go out here and bought all your Beyonce musics, are you going to destroy all your Beyonce memorabilia? Are you going to go to, you know, allegedly go to, like y'all try to do with Area 51 and, you know, do something about it? No, you'll just go about the lives and until what? The purge sirens do go off. Well, you're going to keep going about the lives until whatever. It doesn't matter whether you want to say they want to depopulate us. I don't really care what it is, whether they want, it's any agenda that obviously does not benefit the generations that come after me. You know, they put right there another mission in that Hitman game when you go to the, you know, nice little tall building over there in Saudi Arabia, you know, where all the prominent YouTubers get together and get told what the fuck to do, like Osmond Gold and all these other people, but that's a LARP too, right? But when you're walking in one of the little rooms where the words change on the wall because it's an art display, it sits right there and it says the whole little LARP about planting a tree that you'll never get to see. You know, sitting here putting all this ancient occultic knowledge in your face and you soak it up just like they did with 9/11. That's my biggest concern. The same thing that we're doing now, I heard people older than me say that they were going to do about the situation back then, almost 20-some years ago, and nothing's been done. All I'm seeing is more violence, more televised apocalypse. That's all I'm saying. So I put the faith that God's going to have to fix everything because I'm tired of trying to wake up people. You know, it doesn't matter whether you have all the degrees in the world. I can sit right here and put the exact same agenda in people's face like I was basically almost trained to do. But since you people didn't want the actual, you know, Christian psyoping, then I'll just do it like that people want to say now, the Joker way. Then there you go. So, but it's not happening, right? You know, even though you turn on the TV tomorrow and Elon Musk robots will be flying you a car, right? So, I mean, dude, people don't. If they do care, then like dude said, it's going to take a supernatural event, whether it's an actual supernatural event or it's staged. I mean, how many more days are they gonna keep that LARP about the aliens going? They can't. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, unless people really truly just go about their lives not caring. But I mean, if like I said, it happens.
It doesn't say this explicitly in the work, like Nimrod doesn't mention it, but from my intuition, it seems like they're aware of like so the eschatology has a date, and they haven't disclosed that date, and they want Christians to be docile to the date. So they, you know, there's that famous quote by Christ that nobody will know the day or the hour, but they do. There is a date, and I think that's why there's an increased propaganda wave of the alien threat, is because there will be this event where you will see like saucers essentially, or like flying vehicles that aren't necessarily things that we're used to seeing. It'll be something like stone vehicles, and that will be like the main difference between the reverse engineered stuff that the government is using. Like I don't buy the space thing, and I don't think Nimrod does either, because he doesn't explicitly mention that extraterrestrials are physical beings and that they come from rock balls. Instead, he says that they are immortal siddhas that use bodies on the earth, and then they use the power of beyond the second degree determinacy of the demiurge to control matter. He has this whole physics that he created. He said that physics was wrong, so he had to create his own physics. He was an engineer and a biological chemist, so that kind of helped his, I don't know, his understanding in that art. There's some letters that he had written with Miguel Serrano that are pretty explosive. I'll try to post those too, because he tries to detail the physics. And Serrano actually had correspondence with Hermann Hesse and Carl Jung, and it seems like Serrano took Nimrod's work and tried to like manipulate it. There is a list of weird suspect alterations to the Hyperborean wisdom, and he never called it that either. So leaving that aside, anyway,
this physics that he created, the Hyperborean physics. He didn't create it. He just basically rediscovered it and laid it out in paperwork. He states that you will see this event and that these Hyperborean Sidhas, they use stone. They're antimatter, so they don't like using metallic substances because it has a higher concentration of what he calls the potencies of matter, which tend to lead people towards technological advancement, which the Hyperborean is trying to actually go away from. He's trying to reverse or go back to the origin, not forward, and develop the world with metals and technology. So this event will happen, and that's why I think they're projecting that it will be these space aliens.
While I can't confirm that what I saw was really metallic, I mean, I guess you could say with the lighting and conditions at night, I mean, I guess you could say it looked kind of metallic, but in all honesty, it didn't seem. I've seen metallic aircraft. It didn't seem metallic. It really did have a very stony kind of texture to it with how the darkness was, bouncing off what little bit of light was coming from it. So, and, it didn't disturb the tree that it flew right beside, and it made no noise. And being on a beachfront in a hotel where there should have been plenty of other people on the beach and should have seen it, only the two people who saw it was me and my witness. So, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty convinced that the technology is already here. It's just what's holding them back. What their grand plan isn't really ready to go in full effect, or there's some great magical, Anakin Skywalker Force bullshit, holding it back.
There's a date for the arrival of the envoy. It's this the Hyperborean race will be their leaders or their chieftains will initiate a war, and that's what we call the end of history or the eschatology.
Is that what Nibiru is for? Is that why they push the Nibibu so much, and that's why they put it in Star Trek?
Maybe.
Oh, because it only comes around every once in a while. Y'all want to go jump on it? You want to go jump on Nibibu? Oh no. Let's all be like David Bowie and be a skeleton on the moon. Crazy shit, man. Crazy shit. You see, that's the best part when you go to your little parties and you wear your anemone mask. Anemone, right? Like finding Nemo. Oh. Kind of funny. It's got a guy who looks suspiciously like Mr. Dies without a minute of recording, capturing him in a little bag, and Nemo's a kid. But anyway, just keep swimming, right? I don't know. I wish y'all were the best. I love shooting the shit with you, Timo. I hate when Neurojack leaves, but you're always there. You're always there, friend. But I don't know, man. I just want people to decide on which fucking pill you want to take. Do you want to take the red one or the blue one? Do you want to be like Cypher and realize that you're eating nothing but little digital codes, or probably human meat, or realize that you thought it was scrumptious, but in reality you're eating botfly larvae or something. So the whole apple is rotten when you bite into it type shit. I would say the one thing that I agree with most is that technology is definitely uncontrollable, even down to even people with good intentions. It doesn't matter how good my intentions may be using certain technology. If it's given to, like, they want to constantly tell us in TV shows like The Boys and Hitman, the stupid masses will be basically their own destruction, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, because you see it every single day. You give, like the old saying about guns don't kill people, people do. Okay, well, I mean, go put a gun, lay it on the ground, and see if it'll fly and do it itself. Well, I mean, it's not going to. It's impossible. So, well, I wouldn't say impossible, but obviously, you can't just give a 16 megaton, nuclear weapon to just everyone. So, I mean, look at your world today. One person and a team of people, like they put in your Oppenheimer movie, went and, did a calculation and an equation that said that they can possibly set the entire world on fire by just one single detonation, even if it was a small yield. But no, let's go and turn the son of a bitch on and see if it does it anyway. I mean, I don't know about you, but that's obviously humanity's problem. Even if it's not a spiritual one, now you're in the age of technology. When I was growing up, technology was very square and gray and black screened and clunky. And if someone was calling, you had to get off. Compared to nowadays, where I have access to technology, where if I probably paid the money that some of these YouTubers are probably being paid to use this technology, not for the same purposes that we use it for. I mean, there you go. Just use YouTube, one of the best, not only spying tools in the world, other than, your social media sites and cell phones and computers. It's a catalog and recording site too, on top of let's psy up the entire masses with basically anything that'll get them to look at a screen and, don't pay attention to what's going on around you. So I don't know how you're going to combat that, man. These people are, according to the LARPing, they put chemicals in your air that I've literally witnessed sit here and spread out on a hot day from 6 o'clock in the morning, because I live not that far away from an airport, but military personnel land quite frequently around here. All types of planes, radar dishes, the big, huge Pelican helicopters. I've seen every 6 months or so, there's a refuel of I don't know, some type of jet fighters. The point is that I've seen when they dump fuel, I know what fuel looks like, I know what fuel smells like. And then you see the other stuff when the planes are a much higher altitude, and you sit here and you sit outside because you think it's a beautiful day, and then, literally within 6 or 7 hours of being outside, the entire sky is so covered in hazy that it smells like the inside of a hospital, smells like chemicals. The sun has got a beautiful, great halo around it that wasn't there minutes before. Well, I'm sorry, minutes, hours, whatever. Point is that, I don't know how you're going to begin to start combating something like that, because how are you going to stop? What, you're going to walk around in a gas mask all day? If they're capable of turning on and off your immune system with any type of, needle in the arm or anything like that, then, I mean, that's what, all I can do is pray to God that no weapon against me that's formed will prosper. So, pucker up, buttercups. You either sit here and think that you're a space monkey who revolves around on a ball and you have no purpose other than to worry about the shekels and every other vanity that mankind can come up with, and don't care about the generations and their souls if you don't believe in them, or just go about your day like we're already doing. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to sit here as a religious person and just say, you need to pray to Jesus and accept the measure of God, but there's no point. Even if it's not a religious aspect, I've tried the non-religious aspect about waking people up to what's going on, and you don't have to believe in Jesus to understand what's going on behind curtains, even if it's not as put in your face like Hitman wants to do. So I'm gonna get off of here and go about my day with my family and try to pretend that the Hyperborean butt aliens won't try to come and visit me in my dreams tonight. So I appreciate you, T-Mail, and I want you to know that no matter if technology, if the world was to go back into the blackout in New York and we didn't have a way to ever communicate, I want you to know that I appreciate that you exist.
Yeah, same with you, brother.
You're a good man, and even though a good man doesn't know he's good, those who do try can at least, get a glimpse of what it at least means to try. So that's all we can do, brothers and sisters. I love y'all, and Nerdjack, I'll hit y'all up in a few days. Just give me some time to. Oh, now you come back. Now you want to come back when I want to actually go and put on my little headset and continue the LARPing like my masters put me on the puppet strings to do. But
that's right. I'm trying to make you not give your soul up to
the Hyperborean false teachers that are trying to take you into synarchy.
Well, I mean, I guess my biggest thing is obviously I know it's not about the money, but obviously if I got money and I didn't have to sell my whole or my soul, like Kate Reno told me, by the way, I had another great talk with Kate Reno a few days ago, and he told me that Satan runs everything, and I don't know about y'all, but the man's told me one too many times after a few months of talking that let's just put it this way, my YouTube channel has had some stalking, and it didn't happen until after I went over there. So, I don't know. It's either it's not real or it is real. But whether or not, dude, whether or not it's religious or not, I still care about human beings. Whether or not it's your immortal soul, I don't want to see any human being suffer. Let mankind deal with the injustices like we do with the death penalty. Like you can't really control that. But I'm one of them people where the Lord says that vengeance is mine. If someone wrongs you, give them something to drink, give them something to eat, be kind to them, because what I'm going to do to them is 10 times worse than anything that you can do to a human being. So I don't know about you, but I just strive every single day to be a better person. So go ahead. Press the button. Where's my little kill switch like the dude has in his head on that Hitman level? Do I have one? Where's my Neuralink? Huh? Elon? Huh? I don't know. Obviously, these people don't care about these kind of conversations unless you actually have some file with not redacted information and can actually get it out there like these supposed files. That's why YouTube sits here and promotes small YouTube channels who do very strange things live on panels and does weird things that shows allegiances to certain things, and they strangely become famous all of a sudden. But anyway,
Stay and learn about Frederick Nietzsche or rotting jewels without a bra on, please.
Well, I told you I'm gonna have to go, so I'm saying my piece so that way I don't have to go back to this mental asylum for a while.
We'll jack into the metaverse with the goggles and still stay here and talk to us about your experience.
What experience?
The Joe Rogan experience that you're about to go on.
I don't know about no Joe Rogan, that fear factor looking freak. I didn't like him when he was on Fear Factor when I was a kid, and I don't like him now because he ain't nothing more than a different version of Alex Jones.
I mean, what are you talking about? I mean, he's obviously telling the truth. I mean, who else would have you eat horse penises to win some money? I mean,
Yeah, well, I'll just put this for reference. I've only ever liked one president, and even though he may have been an agent himself, whether or not that speech that he says about secret societies is true, I don't really care if it is. The point is the man obviously had a conscience and it ate at him, and I think he tried to speak up, and
was it
not everyone who's a puppet of the system doesn't have a conscience.
Was it President? Which president? Was it Ronald Reagan or
JFK?
I mean, he was Irish though.
Well, we don't do it because it's easy. We do it because it's hard. Because the wood is dead. I don't know, man. Again, I think they're trying to say that speech wasn't real, but I think obviously it was, and that's what
it was AI generated. I'm sure.
Oh, well, that means everything is. That means that every bit of information we've ever consumed could have possibly came from technology that they never released to the public, except for slowly and gradually in little cute little box forms. I mean, I don't know about you, but the technological jump from what I was able to play with as a device when I was a kid, compared to what if you're a rich person and wants to go out here and pay for some of this actual $1,000. I'm not talking about the shit that you see these YouTubers use. I'm talking about like that Omni movement shit, and actually go out here and pay. Like they put you in the X-Files when they sit here and showed you with that one episode where I think Scully and Mulder get caught in a virtual reality game where it's basically like the holodeck where if they die in the simulation, they'll die in real life. I mean, it's either A, it's not real, or B, they're going to put a device on your head that if you die in the video game or you die in their test, well, it sends, pistons or something into your cranium, and there you go. I mean, it's either a LARP or it isn't with the way the technology is going, because not everyone's going to bow down to when they run out the NS5s and, Will Smith wants to go and accuse him of being a thief. There's quite a few people like me. If I sat here and was told that I had to somehow accept a vehicle just dropping off a robot, like how they try to pull in that movie, well, everyone will have it. Well, yeah, because you got to monitor everyone, but I mean, they don't need to have an actual robot on the street if they can put it in a chip, if they can just put it on your wrist, or like some people, you'll just have a fucking literal spy in your room and call it Siri or Alexa. But I mean, sitting here being told by people who work with the capacity of law enforcement and other agencies and sitting here telling me that they have the ability, and they still do with impunity, monitor every motherfucking call and every email. Every time you look up big old titties, it doesn't matter. Everything you do, your internet browser and everything, that's why the world of doxing is basically being promoted now. All I have to do is do a few things on a computer, get your information, and because I'm too scared to actually do the thing myself, I'll have people who's fallen under my, mental capacity, do my bidding for you. I mean, for me. So there you go. That's the kind of world you're operating in. So people like us will always be gatekeeped, whatever that their tactics are. I mean, you know why people like me and TML or you aren't invited to the Burj Khalifa to go up there with all the other famous YouTubers like Mr. Beast and all these other people who probably go up there and fine and dine and do God knows what they do up here. But Hitman just tells you it's a LARP. But then when you start the mission where you're in the Burj Khalifa building and you unlock the part where you get to go inside the little employee lounge part, it sits right here, and the woman tells you that it's basically a high profile meeting of prominent famous people, presidents, politicians, and famous YouTubers. It's kind of funny that they say YouTubers. They didn't say prominent content creators. They literally put prominent or whatever YouTubers. So again, you want to say it's a LARP or other people, but you sit here and you point out the patterns, and so what? How do you combat that? If I can sit here and point out that people use red and blue for a reason, but no, you're just crazy, it's a coincidence, even though the Matrix told you for years ago that it was going to be part of the PSYOP. And now just about anywhere and everywhere you go in my city, in the nice white neighborhoods at least, just about everyone, every other corner has, or if you're like me and you point out coincidences a lot, there just happens to always be a red and blue car that's not that different in shade and colors, always somewhere beside each other on a highway or the road. It's like they purposely pull beside each other or behind or in front of each other and will drive to keep up with each other. I've seen it happen in my own fucking city. So, and it's funny that a majority of these people either have a trans flag or a Donald Trump thing or a Biden or a Kamala Harris. So again, obviously the PSYOP is working, but there you go. I don't know, man. I'm just tired of it. I know you ain't going to get me to cut off my schlong, and you're not going to ever convince me to get my child to do it, but you have people who are promoted out here to, be a manly man and promote that they are the epiphany of what a man should be, but in reality, they're, selling out quicker than what any of us would. So I'd rather keep my honor and integrity and compassion and love and care of mankind than I would sell my soul and gain absolutely nothing from the world but ridicule, name calling, and drama. So I'm gonna get off of here and go and get high and get something to eat and have a good day. So enjoy the LARP, everyone.
Yeah, peace, homie. Well, I guess everybody left. Jihad unit.
State, but a goal. It is not a frozen state in a faraway land, but an internal struggling, an eternal Kampf, something that must be attained through personal struggle. The Hyperborean is one who has left behind the slave morality of modern liberalism and the herd instinct of the modern world. And instead of retreating into nihilism, they affirm life, embrace the eternal winter as a path to greatness. For Nietzsche, Hyperborea is not a mythical geographical location, but a state of being. It is a realm for those who reject herd mentality and refuse to be constrained by conventional morality, as we see in our own world, our own decadent society, where being a man of pity is the highest of all achievements. Do you pity Gollum? Do you pity those who shriek in their shackles? It's a pity that he didn't kill Gollum. And I agree with that statement instead of giving a counter argument to it. Why should we pity those who follow the norm? Why should we assume that because you are succeeding in a pitiful society that you're somehow better or somehow grand or somehow a higher level of achiever than your contemporaries? I see men who are philosophically more astute than 99%, 99.99% of all people who have ever lived, and they don't get access to being professors of philosophy. They're barred. Why? Because they push the narrative. They break away from the modern constructs. They push the boundaries and they explore areas of philosophy, of morality that are taboo. And so they are a pariah. It does not mean that they are unter, they're below, that they're less quality because they're not succeeding. And the Hillic dominated world that we find ourselves in today, no. Actually, it's the opposite. And you can find these types of individuals in almost every field, not just philosophy. People who are not succeeding in the Hylic dominated culture that we find ourselves in. It's not a reflection of their value. It's a reflection of our society's reluctance to acknowledge their value and their worth. And so for Nietzsche, Hyperborean would also embrace the struggle of existence, turning hardship into strength rather than succumbing. You have to fight, not in the physical sense. We're not fighting tooth and claw anymore. It's a worldview struggle. It's a metaphysical struggle. It's a struggle of wills, of voices, of opinions, of worldview. And even if the fight seems hopeless, even if it is checkmate, if I knew it was checkmate, if I knew there was no use, I'd still fight. Because fighting is just in my blood memory. It's in my will spirit. And I'm sure it is for you as well. I'm sure it is for you. If you knew that no matter what, it was checkmate, you would still fight. Because that's just what we are. It's just who we are. It's just what we do. That is what we are. We are that. And so we must affirm life in its totality, accepting suffering as an essential part of growth, rather than seeking escape in nihilism or decadence. I see it more and more as I go through life that those who lived the cushiest life, the bubble boys, the decadents, these people are weak. And I see them crack the first sign of inconvenience. If you go through life for your first 35 years without any hardships and the tables turn, I don't see these people doing well after that. I see them breaking under the pressure. Rather, for us Hyperboreans, who were born in the crucible of being involved in Gate or being involved in the psyoped reality, we know it's been a battle since we could walk. We've been fighting since we can walk, and we'll continue on the struggle, no matter what happens. Believe me, I've seen a lot. I'm not down and I'm not out. I've seen people go through a lot. And they're not down and out either. In fact, a lot of the time, that just makes the fire burn brighter within them. As Nietzsche says, we must create our own values rather than adhering to societal norms. Why would I ever adhere to the norms of this plane in the current year, in this current timeline that we've somehow been transported to by some sort of black magic? Unironically, I'll never adhere. I'll never bend the knee to these norms, no matter what is offered on the plate. I really don't care at this point.
The gap's too big! Cut! Bring on the double. After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses health insurance didn't cover.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Again, we've all seen a lot now, and there's not really much to be offered in the realms of this plane. There's so much more that you could be doing and achieving rather than trying to climb to the top of the pyramid within their framework. Create your own pyramid, create your own framework. Don't even let me tell you. Kick down the Hyperborean sandcastle if you have to and find your own form of will to power. I'm just here pointing to something I've found that helps me. Again, Nietzsche references Hyperborea again in The Will to Power. He writes, in The Collapse of Morality, I define it as a movement of humanity away from Hyperborea toward a new phase of mediocrity and degeneration. So the collapse of morality led us away from Hyperborea. And so Nietzsche is saying that Hyperboreans were moral, but they had a different morality. They had a master morality, not the slave morality of the Hylics of today. And I mean, you could say, well, we are the slaves. We are the men under the boot of the controllers. And yes, I agree in the sense that is the case. But look at the world they've created. It's a world that reflects themselves. It's not a world of symmetry and beauty and strength and will to power. Through their black magic, they've created a world of mediocrity and degeneration and asymmetry. And yes, they've got the upper hand. They use their spells and their rituals and their temptations to rally up enough power to alchemically transpose this world into what they suppose is the highest of all. But I believe it will be temporary. Nothing in this world lasts forever. There's peaks, there's falls, civilizations or an organism, and they die. Same with moral frameworks. They're also an organism, and they'll die, and they'll become obsolete and be replaced by something new. That was the way of things. Hyperborea to Nietzsche and the will to power becomes a symbol of lost greatness, an aristocratic ideal that the modern man has abandoned in favor of comfort and conformity. The road to Hyperborea is thus a journey of self-overcoming, requiring the individual to break free from weakness and embrace their highest potential. Nietzsche talks about power. What is becoming more powerful? What is good, right? He talks about what is good. Is it becoming more powerful? What is bad? Becoming less powerful. What is joy? The feeling of becoming more powerful. Okay? That could be whatever that is for you. If you are a power lifter, that feeling of getting that weight up to a higher level. If you're an artist, if you're a musician, that feeling of mastering a new technique. For sports, it's the same. Even for gaming in this modern world, the feeling of owning somebody, it's all that same feeling, right? What is good? Feeling like you're becoming more Hyperborean. What is bad? Feeling that you're becoming less Hyperborean. That is morality for me. That can be seen as a vanguard, a prototype of his conception of the Übermensch, the Overman. Just as the Übermensch transcends conventional morality, the Hyperboreans live beyond the reach of decadence. The Übermensch does not rely on external divine rewards like Pindar's Hyperboreans, but instead create their own meaning and values from within. While Pindar's Hyperboreans accept the divine gift, Nietzsche's Hyperborea is something won through will and strength.
There's more to love with YouTube Music Premium. Listen to ad-free songs and
The Übermensch embraces eternal recurrence, the idea that one should live as though they would repeat their life eternally. The weak despair of this prospect, but the Hyperborean affirms it, accepting suffering and triumph as necessary parts of the cycle. Would I do this for my own life? Would it be either eternal nothingness or eternal recurrence? I would pick recurrence. Let me know what you would pick. It's an interesting topic for sure. Additionally, Nietzsche's vision of Hyperborea carries a deeper esoteric element. In his rejection of modern nihilism, he calls for a return to primordial strength, a rekindling of the Dionysian spirit that predates the weakening effects of Christian morality. The Hyperborean is not just an individual who transcends modernity, but one who reaches back to a deeper, more ancient source of power. And for me, as you've seen in my previous videos, it would be more of an Odinic source of power. Though I understand why Nietzsche goes the Dionysian route, because he was heavily wrapped up in the Greek worldview and a great admirer of that culture. And so Pindar's Hyperborea was a paradise of divine favor music, and eternal joy, unreachable by ordinary mortals. Nietzsche, however, transformed this ancient myth into a metaphor for human greatness and the path to the Übermensch. To be a Hyperborean in Nietzschean terms is not to live in some distant paradise, but to exist beyond the limitations of modernity, beyond the decadence, beyond the weakness, beyond the constraints of our hive mind Borgmen. The road to Hyperborea is not a physical journey, but a spiritual and physical one. It is the path of those who choose strength over submission, creation over stagnation, and the will to power over nihilism. To be a Hyperborean in the Nietzschean sense means to walk alone and to reject the easy path in a world that increasingly rewards comfort and mediocrity and conformity. The Hyperborean remains an outlier, a reminder that true greatness lies beyond the walls of civilization and in the frozen depths of those who dare to strive for it. As Nietzsche declares, we are Hyperboreans. The only question that remains is whether one has the courage to follow that snowy road.
So what do you think? Are you converted?
I mean, he gave like compelling diatribe, really. It's more like a speech than anything. I mean, only 2 references. I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like the notions that they're alluding to. You know what I mean? Like, triumph of the ill. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Yeah, I also thought it had something to do with like Antarctica and like going into the Earth.
Yeah. This sounded more like this is like our philosophy and shit. Our real.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Hyperborean was like he doesn't really disagree with anything here because it's more just like credos. I don't think anybody would really disagree with most of it. You know, seemed like he's trying to sell it to the average person. Yeah, but I like the idea of eternal recurrence. It's definitely a really good philosophical concept that Nietzsche basically invented. And I think they need more like philosophy of time and how philosophy of time relates to history. And he wanted to dispel futurism, so that was his main thing.
Okay, if there's one AI.
And so I just let you know I have bad service and I'll be in and out for a little bit. So if you need to shut down at any time, just feel free. And when I get home, I might start one on Discord later. So depending on how my timing goes, but I just give you a heads up. So if I'm missing, just text me or if anybody wants to join, just tell them to text me and I'll jump back in. But I'll be in and out for a few minutes.
For sure. Be watching this debate. Then I'll go to sleep, pretty much.
Got to Medina eventually, and the Jews were ready to laugh him out of town. You think you're a prophet with this nonsense? But Muhammad was convinced because he believed in the inspiration, preservation, and authority of the Torah that he was prophesied in there and that it was clear. Well, what does that mean if the Jews are saying you're not in there and you're a false prophet? If it's so clear as he believed, then the Jews who say he's not in there, they must be lying. And they must be evil, and they must be trying to lead people away from the truth. And so hence the hostility, and that's when it came down to the end will not come until you eventually wipe out Jews. And you can kind of see the fruit of Muhammad, but it's not just towards Jews, it's towards Christians, it's towards everyone else. Not saying all Muslims are like that. Again, I don't believe it. But Islam does lead to that because you do have that in the sources. So as far as respect, I'll just kind of conclude with this. I do want to point out, though, statistics here, most recent statistics we have. Israel's Christian community is growing, 84% satisfied with life here. So they're not just all hovering in terror and surrounded by people spitting at them. The Christian community is growing in the Middle East. Where? Israel. That's just a fact. That's just a statistical fact. So if you want to say, hey, there are problems that Jews shouldn't persecute Christians, that Christians shouldn't persecute Jews, that Christians shouldn't go after Muslims, that Muslims shouldn't go after Christians, you want to say any of that, great. But just don't make stuff up. Stop making stuff up. You discredit yourself in the long run. So as far as our actual topic, which, we've only kind of touched on here and there, as far as the respect, which religion respects Jesus more? Just think about it. Muslims read passages in the Quran that say, no bearer of burden shall bear the burden of another. No bearer of burden shall bear the burden of another. And they read that and they say, talking about a burden of sin. And it's a response to Christianity. Christians saying, Jesus died for your sins. Muslims read, no bearer of burden shall bear the burden of another. And they'll say, see, this means no one can bear the burden of another. Each person just has to pay for his own sins. Not what the verse says. The verse doesn't say no one can bear the burden of another. The verse says, no bearer of burden shall bear the burden of another. In other words, no one who already has a burden of sin is in a position to say to Allah, I'm going to bear this other person's burden of sin. So what door does that leave wide open? The door of someone who has no burden of sin, laying down his life for others. So we're talking about respect here. At the end of the day, the message of Islam is that the one person, the one sinless person, the one person who could bear the burden of all other people didn't do it. The message of Christianity is that the one person who could bear the burden of other people, who could pay for the sins of others, did. So which religion respects Jesus more?
Thank you very much for that closing statement. As mentioned, we would like to, we just have to have everybody back up to the piece of tape. The piece of tape would be where the line starts. What I do need is, we're going based on the kind of the honor policy here. Who was next up in line? I remember her. I remember you being around there. There was a, is that, oh, there you are, okay. And then, but we do have to have everybody back up to the line, the tape line, please. And then we'll start our Q&A. Forgive me, it's the only reason we have the tape is just so the camera can get you in focus. I think we should be good. Sean, there we go. All right, we're ready for the first question.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Jordan Garcia. It's a pleasure to be acquainted with all of you here today. It's an honor to be standing here before Daniel and Dave.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what the fuck?
David, both of you, very high esteemed gentlemen. I love every one of you here, and I respect everyone here seeking after truth and wisdom above all things. My question to both of you guys has to do with love and respect. The question that I have for you, and it's okay if your answer is no or negative, that's fine. We each have our own different worldviews. But my question to the both of you is, do you love and respect your opponent? If yes, why? If no, why?
Thank you for your question. Either of you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. I don't love David. I don't respect him. I feel that he is intellectually dishonest. I feel he's morally compromised. I think he's outed himself as a Zionist agent in this debate. He is not. He can't bring himself to say, maybe hopefully in the rest of the Q&A, he can say one word of compassion for the Palestinians. Just one word of compassion for Palestinian children who are starving. Maybe it'd be great to hear a condemnation of churches being destroyed. Literally not a single church left standing in Palestine. Maybe he could say something, anything. Can you, David, to give your feelings of condolence towards Christians in Palestine? Or do you think that because they're Palestinian, they're not equal to white Christians or black Christians or European Christians or American Christians?
Ouch.
Please give one word of kindness to the Palestinians for their suffering at the hands of Israel. So I don't respect David because he is intellectually dishonest. He seems to be morally compromised. He seems to be an agent. That's the problem. And in this,
I thought I'd have to choose between an IT degree and certifications until I found WGU. There I earned both through one program. I graduated with certs from CompTIA and
just can you, David, to give your feelings of condolence towards Christians in Palestine? Or do you think that because they're Palestinian, they're not equal to white Christians or black Christians or European Christians or American Christians? Please give one word of kindness to the Palestinians for their suffering at the hands of Israel. So I don't respect David because he is intellectually dishonest. He seems to be morally compromised. He seems to be an agent. That's the problem. And in Islam, we are not going to love people who are evil. We are not going to love people who justify a genocide and make jokes about it, who are intellectually dishonest to deceive the masses with cheap propaganda. We don't love people like that. But yeah, that's my answer.
Yes, I love Daniel. Respect would be a different issue. He said I'm intellectually dishonest. Not to my knowledge. There are times when I'm joking and so on, and I'm not serious, and I'll say all kinds of things. But at the end of the day, it's just like when he falsely accused me of saying all Muslims are ISIS jihadis and so on. That's false, and it's something I would never say because it would be dishonest of me to say. I know that's false. I've known too many Muslims who aren't ISIS jihadis to even think that all Muslims are ISIS jihadis or something like that. As far as one word of compassion for Palestinians, absolutely. The Christians and the Muslims, they are in a terrible, terrible spot where they are being used as pawns by terrorists who use them as human shields. And the terrorists understand, hey, we'll go launch some huge attack on Israel. Israel will.
So I think this is the dishonesty he was referring to, right? He's taking the statement, right, and saying that, can you please show compassion for the Palestinians, right, that have been wrongfully, right, killed, right, put in poverty conditions, right, by the Jews, right? And he says, oh, well, they're being put in those conditions by the terrorists using them as human shields. So that's total dishonest response, reflecting his support for Israeli propaganda.
Retaliate, will be hiding safely underground and leave the women and children above ground. To be clear, I wish Israel would be more careful a lot of the time because there is a lot of collateral damage. So I agree. You know, when I see dead kids and so on, I'm like, I wish you would have been. I really, really, really wish you would have been more careful. With that, I understand they're in a really, really bad position over there. But yes, Palestinians, as far as the ones who aren't terrorists and so on, they are in a terrible spot when there are churches bombed and so on, or when people are bombed. If it's some sort of collateral damage or something like that, well, that happens in war. I'm not saying don't be more careful, but that sort of thing. I think a third of the, or was it 2/3? It's either a third. I think it was 2/3. No, it was 2/3. 2/3 of the casualties in World War II were civilian casualties. That's just the reality of war. If you're dropping bombs on people, that sort of thing happens. And to fixate on Israel as the only one when they tend to be, if you look at the statistics, they tend to have a pretty good success rate of being careful when you understand the kind of urban warfare they're dealing with, when people are, again, launching an attack, then running and hiding so that civilians actually get killed. In other words, they're at war with a group that wants to maximize civilian casualties. That is a nightmare situation for anyone. But at the end of the day, as far as Palestinians who aren't terrorists and so on, who like to live normal lives, I hope they get to live normal lives. But I'm just convinced that that never, ever, ever happens when their leaders are terrorists who are going to keep attacking and waiting for the retaliation because they're maximizing civilian casualties. So that's what I'm going to focus on. As far as Daniel saying I make fun of starving kids and so on, no, I make fun of the situation when there are a bunch of fat people saying, people who are fatter than I am saying, oh, we're starving and so on. Yes, I will make fun of that because I'm clearly not starving. And if you're fatter than I am, I really, really don't believe you're starving. And I think you're lying.
We'll go to the next question.
All right.
Are we going to go from Muslim, Christian? So, you're right. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. What we'll do is, if you can jump on over here, and then we're just going to back up the line a little bit. And that way, as you ask your question, people will be able to see you guys too. And that way you're not off screen when you ask them. So we'll have you kind of chill over there. But then once we have you come up to ask, we'll have you here.
Hi, David. This is for you. This is my question.
Son of a bitch. I don't know what to do.
You put up some slides.
Okay, there it
earlier
goes.
That you said when you.
Oh, okay. I don't even know why I was doing this.
Described Jesus in the Quran. He's the Messiah, born of a virgin, a spirit proceeding from Allah, his word, so on and so forth. Very respectful terms. In Galatians 3:3, it states that these are Paul's words. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For it is written, "Cursed is everyone who is hung on a pole." So my question is, has Jesus become a curse for humanity? And is this the curse of the law, the same law that he was there to fulfill, and that he told the Jewish person who asked him, how do I achieve eternal life? And he said, follow the laws and the commandments. Go ahead.
Quick correction. When he says follow the law and the commandments, the guy says then he says, go give everything to the poor and then come follow me. So that was not the end. But as far as Jesus becoming a curse, thank you for that introduction to the gospel. Yeah, check out the Apostle Paul. The reasoning is because, as a matter of fact, it ties right into what I was saying about the one person in history who could bear the burden of others did, according to Christianity. Jesus takes our curse upon himself and becomes the curse. He takes that upon himself at the crucifixion. You can say you don't agree with it, but that's what Paul is talking about. It's not, Jesus is cursed. It's he took our curse upon him.
I can give you this.
He took our curse upon himself. And I don't look at that and say, oh, that's disrespectful. I look at that and say, wow. Yes, by taking our sin upon himself and accepting the punishment, as was prophesied in the Old Testament.
I can give Daniel if you want to do a rejoinder, otherwise I do have to go to the next question asker.
I want to just point out that David lied about the Christian population in Israel increasing. It's actually decreasing. The only countries in the Middle East where the Christian population is rising is the UAE, a Muslim country, and Saudi Arabia. And the source for this, if you want to fact check me, Ongoing Exodus Tracking the Emigration of Christians from the Middle East by T. Johnson and G. Zurlu, published in 2015. The population of Christians or the percent, as a percent of the population, the Christian population is declining in Israel and increasing in the 2 Muslim countries.
Daniel, if you want to say I'm wrong or that there's more recent information or something like that, say I'm wrong. When you say I'm lying, I got it right here in front of me. Israel's Christian community is growing, 84% satisfied with life here. Pre-Christmas study finds high education levels. It's CBS. CBS reporting a study, but maybe they're controlled by the Jews, so they're just lying.
We'll go to the next question with that.
So this is for Daniel. Following your usual pattern in previous debates, you cited many people, yet did so almost exclusively through deceptive partial quotes, such as neglecting to state that John Chrysostom said that though the Jews acted against themselves and against their children, yet this lover of humanity, Jesus, did not hold their own sentence against them. He did not confirm it upon their children or even upon them. Rather, he received both from them and from their children those who repented. He counted them worthy of good things beyond number. You also harp on the Antichrist and call on John of Damascus to be your witness. But he said that Islam is a superstition of the Ishmaelites, which to this day keeps people in error, a forerunner of the Antichrist. Since you are lumping together all members of a religion, and since Islam has uniquely murdered Christians on a scale and across centuries unmatched by any other creed, causing the word genocide to be invented because no existing word covered your acts, how dare you claim that Islam has any respect for Christ, the Son of God, Lord of Lords, and King of Kings, whose faithful followers you murder for their faith to this day?
That was very theatrical. Yeah, that's definitely an actor. I don't know, but yeah, totally weird. Totally weird. But yeah, I don't think that's how the word genocide was invented. I'm pretty sure she's lying about that. I'm pretty sure it's from the Bible, right? From the Old Testament, right? The murder of an entire group of people, right? Yeah.
I'm the one who's dishonest, right?
What did I cite that was dishonest? Like nothing that you cited contradicted my claims. John Chrysostom might have said Jesus didn't condemn the Jews in his words, but John Chrysostom certainly did, and the other church fathers that I cited certainly did condemn the Jews. So
yeah, me and Unseen Warfare pretty much exposed this on Judaism Special. Right, the church fathers explicitly condemned the Jews. Right, for different reasons. Right, but yeah, they definitely condemned Jews. Right.
Nothing you actually cited contradicted my citations. John Damascus not believing in the Antichrist, so what? I didn't claim that he did.
We'll have our next question from the
line. So much for your little speech.
Line that has questions for David in particular. Ready for you. And then, folks, like I said, we have a lot of questions, so we're going to try to move as fast as possible, but we do want to let you know
what the hell is this guy? Look at this fucking
guy.
David. He looks like a Jewish Muslim. What the hell? He's totally weird looking, right? But yeah.
But this is for you. So you claim Jesus is God, right? Do you believe that? Okay, so Jesus.
What? Was this dude been asleep the whole time? Like, what the fuck? Like,
Jesus revealed the Torah and the Old Testament to Moses, and that revelation, the Old Testament, is from Jesus, right? Yes.
Jesus has a human nature. So if you're talking about Jesus, then that would be Jesus was born. Talking about the divine nature, then it would be the triune God of the Old Testament and New Testament.
Which is Jesus, because there is a Trinity. So Jesus revealed the Old Testament, right?
The divine Son.
Okay.
The second person.
So let me quote from.
looks like he couldn't. Looks like he couldn't even answer a simple question, right? Did he reveal it or not? Right. I think he's answering like if he thinks God the Father revealed it, right? Or if the Trinity revealed it, right? Or if Jesus himself revealed it, right? I'm pretty sure that the whole creation, right, was created through the Logos, the Word, right? And Jesus represents the Word, so I'm pretty sure it would have to be a yes. So I don't know why he's struggling to answer this question, right?
The Old Testament, right? 1 Samuel 15:3 from the New King James Version Bible. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and do not spare them. Okay? But kill both man and woman, infant and nursing child, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Is this the mercy of Jesus? Is this how you're portraying Jesus as a person or a God or a prophet or a messenger who would command an army to go and kill infants and nursing children?
Interesting that you're once again condemning the Old Testament when Allah tells Jews and Christians that we have no ground to stand upon unless we stand fast by the Torah, the gospel, and all the revelation that has come to us. And so I would listen to all that. And if you condemn that, then I regard it as you just condemned your own God and your own prophet. If you want a response to that,
so it's like an egregious tu quoque fallacy. He's like, the Muslims stand by only one revelation, sir. They don't stand by all three, right? So what are you claiming now, right? Muslims stand by the Quran, right? The Christians stand by the Old Testament and the New Testament, right? So you can't now put that on Muslims. And by the way, there's several Islamic sources you could use, right, to go into that. So I don't know. Like the Muslims went to war, right, and all that type of stuff. Right?
There is this ongoing issue in the Old Testament. I'm not saying this is correct, but there is an issue. Every group that is supposedly wiped out in the Old Testament somehow appears again later, somehow appears again a couple chapters later. So the question is why, but there has to be some sort of hyperbole going on, because if a group is completely wiped out, they obviously can't be around later. So you had the Midianites, they supposedly get wiped out. Later on in Judges 6, the Midianites come and they conquer Israel. So what's going on there? Another issue is when you have these commands in the Torah about going to the land of Canaan and wiping out the population and so on, those commands to wipe out the population are used interchangeably with drive them out slowly, little by little, and so anyway, the point is this is kind of a little like what's going on here.
Did he never answered the question? Did Jesus command people to do that or not? Right? Right. It's really weird, right? He just said, well, the Muslims have the same problem, and oh yeah, it doesn't mean they wipe them all out. But, the question still stands, I think, right? For, did Jesus command them to do that, right?
Are the authors insane or something like that? Even when you get to 1 Samuel 15:3, go and wipe these people out. David has to go and deal with the Amalekites later in the exact same book after supposedly wiping them all out. So notice, according to 1 Samuel 15, Saul goes out and he obeys the command, he goes and wipes out all of the Amalekites until he gets down to one, Agag. And he's the last one, and he keeps him alive. And then Samuel shows up and says, hey, what are you doing? You can't leave this guy alive. and then kills him. But as he's killing him, he says, just as you made mothers without child, so your mother's going to be without child, which is very interesting because he was supposedly the very last Amalekite. Even in the passage, his mother is still alive somehow. Then again, the Amalekites show up later in the same chapter. So here's the issue. You've got the commands to wipe people out are used interchangeably with driving them out of the land. Then you have all the groups that are said to be wiped out suddenly appear later on. And the third issue is that everyone writes like this back then. In other words, they describe military victories as complete exterminations of the population and so on. Matter of fact, that even happens with the Jew. They say that you have claims that we completely exterminated the entire population of Israel. Well, that didn't happen. So
Genocidal
I'll give
verse?
you one quick.
Are you defending a genocidal verse which orders a people to kill?
He said no. I don't know if you didn't listen to anything I'm saying. I'm saying you have three issues. Again, you have three issues here. When you read the text, you see this brutal command. Hey, massacre all these people. And then they're still there after they supposedly been wiped out. This should make you go, hey, what's going on here? What is going on? There has to be some level of hyperbole. Meaning, if you say, hey, we wiped them all out, but they're still here, you obviously didn't wipe them all out, even if it says you wiped them all out. So what's going on here?
When does he answer the fucking question? Really weird.
You have various ways of you have why don't you listen? You have various ways of trying to get to the bottom of this. One is that this is a form of hyperbole, which was common among writers of the time, that you describe military victories, even if you're going out and fighting an army, as the annihilation of the entire population. Is that what goes on here? Well, that kind of fits with the groups being wiped out and still being around. It fits with using commands to drive people off the land as interchangeable with completely wiping them out. To us, those would be two different things. So the idea, some scholars conclude that this is a common form of hyperbole in the ancient world, and that it's kind of similar but more extreme to us saying, my football team slaughtered your football team. You don't imagine someone who doesn't use hyperbole coming along 2,000 years later and saying, what, they slaughtered them? What? It's a game. Why'd you slaughter them? It's okay. That's how we use language. So I'm not even saying that's correct. I'm saying I don't know what to make of that passage because I don't know. There are scholars, there are people who think that it's a form of hyperbole. There are people who think it's literal. I'm not making a judgment call on it, so I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know
So you don't know if Jesus commanded them to do that? Like, what the fuck what did I just witness? Like, what the fuck?
So just to clarify, David's double standard here. This is on. He quotes a hadith with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, saying, may your mother be bereaved of you. Oh, look at Muhammad, he's so violent. Even though that this is an actual expression in the Arabic language, it doesn't literally mean may your mother be bereaved of you or deprived of you. But if Jesus in the Old Testament says, wipe out all the infants, kill everything, salt the earth, oh, that's okay because it's just hyperbole. Nothing crazy about that. And by the way, they didn't kill all the infants. I mean, they killed a lot, but not all of them. So really, was it a genocide? This is his standard, not only for Palestine, it's his standard for the Old Testament. That's what Jesus is teaching, and you have nothing negative to say about that, but you want to pretend like you have a problem with the Prophet Muhammad saying, may your mother be bereaved of you. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daniel, just so you know, I wouldn't have a problem. If that's a common expression and you could show me that, then I wouldn't have a problem. If it's like a Yamama joke or something like that, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But the problem is I don't see that as, but if you can show me, yeah, I dropped the objection.
The Prophet Muhammad wasn't saying literally to them, may your mother.
Oh yeah, and I didn't think he was. It just sounded like a jerk thing to say because he's talking to his own follower. He's talking to his own follower.
Why would he say that?
I do want to jump into the next question. My question is for Daniel. I'd like David to comment as well. Daniel, in your first rebuttal, you made a very interesting comment. You said, can David have the respect to actually prepare for the debate topic at hand? I am very confused because I can't figure out what the debate topic is. You seem to be debating, should Christians be Zionists or not, or are Jews evil or not, or something along those lines. So my question is, did you propose a topic of, should Christians be Zionists? And David, did you agree with that topic? And maybe James can clarify as well what the debate topic was supposed to be.
Exposed.
I can answer that. Like, I was preparing a debate that got into other issues, but the more that I researched David's hypocrisy when it comes to Israel and his total lack of regard for Palestinian life, even when it's Christians. So this is on topic. This is about theology. This is about respecting Jesus, whether you view him as God or you view him as the messenger. This is very relevant. And I pointed to something very concrete and specific. How can you call it respect to Jesus when you are basically praising, working with the people who insult him the most, hate him the most, who are working for his nemesis, for the Antichrist to come into existence? This is a massive contradiction, and that speaks directly to the disrespect. Because if it was just about, oh, well, we Christians say Christ is God, that's more respect than you Muslims just say he's an amazing messenger and the Messiah. Oh, who's really respecting? That's not really something concrete and objective. I can say to David and Christians, hey, why do you have this kind of alliance and love for Judaism? This seems to contradict respect of Christ. David can't make that kind of accusation against Islam or against Muslims. That's why he lost this debate.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and comment. No, Daniel challenged me to debate which religion respects Jesus more, and I agreed because I thought that was an interesting topic. But I mean, it's just really weird that was just sort of an in to complain about Jews, because think, you're not saying is David Wood more respectful to Jesus by siding with Zionists or something like that. It's the religion. It's the religion that we're talking about. Is Christianity more respectful towards Jesus than Islam?
I was talking about Christianity.
Yeah,
most of my
he's
presentation
not following the Christianity that Jesus followed when he critiqued the Jews and their wicked ways. Just like how he pointed out the church fathers critiqued them. And so I don't know.
was about Christianity and how the theology has evolved. That was most of my presentation. I have debated Jews directly, and I wasn't debating Judaism here. I was just showing you what their beliefs actually are, what the Talmud actually means, but I was mainly debating Christian theology.
Yeah, so just to clarify, why don't I spend every waking moment complaining about Jews like certain other people? There's a lot of problems in the world. Guess what? The entire world's attention is on that. Everyone's following it. It's all over the media. What is me focusing on this going to add to the discussion? Just to clarify, if someone's injured by collateral damage, again, I hope people are as careful as possible and so on.
Starving people to death is not collateral damage. Starvation is not collateral damage.
They're starving Jewish captives today. What are you doing? Anyway, yeah, but here's the thing.
2 million people being starved.
Dude, listen to yourself. Here's the thing. Everyone's focusing on that. What do I add to the conversation?
Denouncing it, condemning it.
There are Christians being
not
slaughtered.
whitewashing it.
Why don't you let me in? There are Christians being slaughtered constantly, relentlessly in Nigeria. No one reports on it. There are Christians being slaughtered in various places. How many thousands and thousands and thousands of people, Muslims and non-Muslims, died in Syria and Yemen and so on? Problems all over the world. Why is Israel the only thing that matters? That seems like a weird, deranged obsession. And so
are Muslims controlling the news reporting on this?
I'm not needed in that whole thing. What?
Are Muslims in charge of these TV stations not reporting on Nigeria?
No, the Jews are, and they keep reporting it. Weird, because they control the media. Why are the Jews who control the media so obsessed with attacking Israel?
Complaining about lack of
coverage.
You're the one who's complaining. Why is there lack of coverage of Christian suffering?
Please.
Yeah, that's a good question.
All right, gentlemen, we've got all right, we're gonna move to the next question, and no more of this. I've got 2 questions business. Okay, here we go.
You hear that, folks? It's crazy to claim that the Jews control the media, even though there's only 6 corporations that run most of the major media, and they're all owned by Jews. How weird.
David, you said in part of your rebuttal that the Quran is the only book that talks about Jesus not being crucified. There's actually early church writings, such as the Apocalypse of Peter, that actually talks exactly about the claim that the theory that you brought up, where Jesus was substituted by somebody else. And in fact, this specific scripture came before the Quran was revealed. So what do you have to say about that?
Oh yeah, when Daniel is saying the Injil doesn't say that Jesus died by crucifixion. I said, what Injil that we have doesn't say that Jesus died by crucifixion. So I'm not even including that. If you're including the Gnostic and Docetus texts, that's not in the hand, that's not in the hands of Christians, right? But this actually is a much bigger problem for Islam, because the Docetus and the Gnostics, the reason they concluded that Jesus didn't die by crucifixion is because they only believe that he was divine and don't believe that he actually became a human being. So it became an issue. Christians objected to them and said,
Yeah, I personally don't really see this as much of a big deal. Like, whether Jesus died or not. I mean, because the point is that Jesus is still alive, right? So I totally believe Jesus is still alive. I mean, so I don't know, whether he died or he came back to life or he never died, right? So I don't know.
wait a minute, if he never had a human body and he was only divine, how was he crucified? So they had to come up with an explanation, and the explanation was, oh, someone else became disguised as him and then was crucified. The fact that this ended up in the Quran, and we know where it came from people who only believed Jesus was divine and didn't have a human body, and then this circulates, and then Muhammad puts it in the Quran. That's yet another example of Muhammad plagiarizing things and not understanding what in the world he's plagiarizing, because everything about the Gnostic beliefs contradicts Islam. So if you're saying, in other words, if you're saying that's the true gospel, congratulations, Islam is false. I'll run the Islamic dilemma with that, because it doesn't line up. It doesn't line up on any issue. No, it's not.
I hate to do this, but we have to.
There's a reason these didn't end up as part of the Christian canon.
We know
where these stories came from.
I hate to do this, but we have to go to the next question. Was it you or was it?
So this is not a question from me, but this is a question that was sent to me to ask you on behalf of Apostate Prophet. He was originally hoping to be here to ask you himself. But since I don't have the same beautiful singing voice that AP does, I asked Leif to read it in his voice instead.
A minor question for Daniel. You claim Christians corrupted the teachings of Jesus, but this directly challenges the idea that Islam respects him, which is true. It's a historical fact that Paul wrote Romans. In Romans 9:5, he refers to Christ as God over all. This is one of the earliest surviving Christian writings, mid-1st century. Peter and other original disciples, whom Islam supposedly respects, affirmed Paul's ministry.
That was the gayest thing I've ever noticed. Why would this chick put this dude there, and why wouldn't this dude just introduce the question himself? That was insane. How could they possibly let them get away with that? You know what I mean? If you were in line and you passed the mic to the guy behind, I'd be like, wait, hold up. It's your question, though. It's not a two-part question. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, yeah, but I don't know, man. Maybe I'm tripping, but I mean, this is the gayest thing I've ever seen. I mean, I just don't like how that happened. It's like, and now he's reading it as if he's another dude. So a chick is going to say another dude is going to introduce a question that's written by a totally different dude who's not even there. Good Lord. Like, that's the gayest possible way to do that.
This is documented in Acts and in Peter's own epistles. Other New Testament authors, James, John, and the author of Hebrews, present Jesus as divine. That is what they do. Clement of Rome, who's mentioned in Philippians 4:3 and wrote before 100 AD, speaks of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit as distinct persons in unity. So here's the big problem. If Jesus' own disciples, companions, and earliest followers all proclaimed his divinity, then either they have all immediately corrupted his message, or Islam's claim is historically false. So to get back to what the debate was supposed to be on, how is it respectful to Jesus to say that those he personally chose misunderstood or misrepresented him entirely, and that a man 600 years later, without direct knowledge, got it right? Powerful.
It's not disrespectful to Jesus. It's disrespectful to those who are claiming that those are his words in the New Testament, after all of the academic evidence shows and proves that the texts have been altered, they've been changed and corrupted. You don't have two manuscripts that say the same thing exactly, and there are major theological deviations, even within the Gospels that you do profess. So that the disrespect to Jesus is not by Muslims. Muslims have simply recognized the fact, the objective fact of textual corruption, and Islam is, the Quran is speaking of this. It's disrespectful on the behalf of Christians to continue to propagate this lie and not be honest with yourselves. Go and read a book about the preservation of the Bible, the textual corruption of the Bible. Go read the recent research. It's pretty damning. You know, Bart Ehrman is not popular for no reason. He's popular because he's pointing not to his own research necessarily, but he's bringing all of this academic research to light and popularizing it. So you need to focus more. AP, I guess, is considering himself Christian now. So my message to him and other Christians is focus more on responding to the academics. Stop trying to divert attention to Islam and Muslims. Have the courage to actually confront the main threats that you have to biblical authenticity, which are these academics, not Muslims. Muslims are just pointing out, hey, look, this research exists. And by the way, the Quran confirms that. You don't believe in the Quran, but are you saying that all of these researchers, all of these academics are lying? People like Mark Smith, people like others, you're saying that they're liars or they're fabricating things? Okay. Go ahead and make that case, publish a peer-reviewed paper or a book, and we'll see what the truth is. But as it stands, the objective neutral authority says Islam is right about the Bible.
Let me just add a quick quotation from Bart Ehrman, since Daniel likes him a lot. Bart Ehrman says, one of the most certain facts of history is that Jesus was crucified on orders of the Roman prefect of Judea, Pontius Pilate. And if that's one of the most certain facts of history, then we have really, 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 really good reason to reject the Quran.
We'll go to the next question. Hi, my question is for David Wood. I understood that the topic of this debate was to be which...
That's false. The Quran does not claim that the crucifixion never happened. It claims that it did happen, but that Jesus was made to look like he was crucified. So it does not claim that the crucifixion did not happen. Okay, so that was totally false.
Religion respects Jesus more, Islam or Christianity. As I sat preparing, I thought, what would be the signs or marks of respect, and which ones were not raised strongly in this discussion? And I thought of four, and I'll give them very quickly. One is the idea of names and titles that are given to Jesus. Which one respects more? Number two, what about the idea of worship, singing, and praise? Which gives more worship and singing and praise of Jesus? Is it Islam or Christianity? Number three, the formal study of his teachings and words and sayings. Which religion produces more output? Is it Islam and Christianity? And then finally, the idea of artwork, design, and even tattoos. Which of the human people who give artwork, design, performance, and tats has more of Jesus on them? Is it Islam and Christianity? Actually, none of these were raised, and I wondered if they were omitted for time or because of decision.
No, I actually thought about, in my opening statement, going through just the biblical titles of Jesus, but I wanted to focus on some specific areas of disagreement with certain things. And I wanted to acknowledge certain things the Quran says, like calling him the word of Allah and a spirit from Allah, where the Quran is actually praising him in certain ways. But yes, if you're talking about what's more respectful to Jesus, it's Christianity, which has preserved his message and teachings. The early Christians ended up worshiping him and praying to him and so on. And so, as you pointed out, singing hymns to him and about him. And this has continued throughout Christianity. And then you get to Islam, and it's, yes, Jesus is really magnificent in these variety of ways, but he was actually, let's face it, a terrible failure, because Allah corrupted the message And the result, of course, was that by the time Jesus was done, there were kind of two kinds of people. There were people who were bowing down and worshiping him as Lord. They're going to hell according to Islam. And
He's kind of misrepresenting Islam, saying that Islam says that Jesus failed. Nowhere does Islam say that Jesus failed anyone. Right? But yeah, I think Denise said that
Oat cream blend cured my
Father Swaden was live. I'll turn him on. Oh, I see Bach is live too. So we got a couple heavy hitters. We'll turn them on for a little bit.
They're putting it on John MC. And so this seems harmless. It starts out harmless. It's just the back cover of an Orthodox Word, issue 79 from a long time ago. And then, someone makes a joke, so it was charismatic. So the one truer bishop is in a trailer in Florida who must have been in contact with the Platinum Fathers in 1978. I found the 1981 quote where Father Seraphim Rose warns about Gregory of Colorado. And so GOC America comes out, says, that is interesting. What did he say? By the way, if you do not know, my name's Father Paul. I'm a priest under Archbishop Gregory. And then Orthodox Australia put it up and it says, Father Gregory of Denver spent 2 days with us last year, enough to see his spiritual profile and warn you, stay away from him. He has disagreements with Father Pantaleimon, but he has been completely formed by him and there's something wrong. Super strictness without the loving flexibility our Russian monks have, even without a strict monastic, quote, training. I kind of felt I had to get into this because then he said something that Archbishop Gregory is too strict. I think this stems from the fact he would baptize people who were not completely immersed in water. Father Seraphim did not like the strictness because he was baptized in Methodism and received by Roquefort without baptism. Oh, au contraire, mon frère, as I believe I pointed this out there pretty quickly. Let me see here because let me see if I find it. Okay, it might be here because Archbishop Gregory baptizes people who had a baptism, a full baptism. This was one of the problems that I had, and we actually fought about this for months. And he was almost going to refuse to let me in ROAC when he was part of it because of this. But as I had spoken to Father Dionysi McGowan months before Gregory was even in the picture, and he said he would, simply chrismate us coming from Hotback, so I said I'm good with that. And so Gregory gets in the scene. He's going to be made a bishop. He's, taking charge. And basically tried to convince me that I was not properly baptized. And so let me see if I can find that part of this because, somehow it became, he said, the claim was, he said at one point he was on the phone, he's like, maybe there wasn't enough water. But as many of you know, and I've said many times, I was baptized at Plymouth Bay on a beach. So there was definitely enough water. And then he tried to say that maybe my hands stuck out of the water, but I was holding a 2-year-old. My hands were around the 2-year-old. There was no way for that to happen. I often mention this because I'm sure Father George Liatis, who baptized me, and others who were there remember that there was even when I was baptized, it was a cloud that had formed in the shape of a cross. I mean, it was pretty cool. I assume that just happens a lot of times. But the whole point was that when I told this to Gregory, he's absolutely not believing. So I said, fine, okay, but I was in the water. I know I was in the water, and nothing's going to convince me that I wasn't. And he basically was like, well, good luck getting into our church. So then he goes to Russia, and I didn't know about this, but I call Father Dionysi and complain, and it turns out he's like, well, you could come this week, and I will chrismate you myself. So I said, fine. And so then I got chrismated, and then they announced at that service that Gregory had been made bishop for Roak in Russia. And I was like, oh, well, my life just got worse. All right, Leonidas with the question. Have Canon 15 and UConn 362 been abused by various people over the past few decades to create needless schisms? Canon 15, not so much. There's almost always a good the True Orthodox churches aren't breaking, or historically haven't been breaking because of Canon 15, but usually because of an attempt at a deposition that they can't complete. UConn 362 actually may be saving Russian Orthodoxy in the end, because it seems like that many of the ROCOR groups are intent on splitting with each other. At least this keeps them going, and unfortunately, we're just going to have to let time play out as it will. I think it's been a net positive, these two things. So, that we had very bloody years, before the 80s, and now we had very divided years in the 70s to 90s, and now everyone's trying to work getting things better. So God willing, that will help. And so let's continue on. So this and then this guy's struggling with smoking. He's freaking out that he's going to commit a sacrilege, which, to be fair, Gregory was. And so yeah, that's how that went. And then it turned into, it always does this, whether it's the GOC America, or it's these the old calendar zealot people, like with that guy, this Trinitarians out. They literally they made they took a clip of one of my videos last week and took 19 seconds out to make it sound like I was a Cyprianite. And I was like, wow, I wonder what the rest of it afterwards is done. So yeah, and but because I guess they have such few viewers, they actually had to send it to me, and I'm like, okay, you're trying to talk how bad about we are. Let me see here. So you would agree with the statement, union of hypostases? No, I wouldn't. Because remember, a person of the Trinity is already a hypostasis. So the Father is a hypostasis, the Spirit is a hypostasis, but the Son is a divine human hypostasis, whereas the Father and the Holy Spirit are not. So Journeying One says, do you know if the prayers over the Matthewite Christians and Greeks were absolution or Kyrithesia prayers? I see those following Kyriakos saying they were only absolution prayers. Depends on what you believe. From Leonidas, this being after Epiphanius and Callistus returned to Greece. Leonidas says absolution prayers. I think the overwhelming majority of people agree that those were absolution prayers. The Struggle Against Ecumenism strongly argues for absolution prayers. I think it was absolution prayers, and I see no reason to believe otherwise. So I hope that answers those questions. So again, we go back here. So yeah, everyone has a beef. These guys all have a beef with me. They know things about me he wouldn't want to talk. No, my life's an open book. And anything you have to say about me, I've already talked about publicly and probably on one of these streams. So I know that I've heard everything from he was married twice in the church, which is false. That he abandoned his wife, which is false. Ironically, 20 years ago, when this stuff was all happening live, I was accused of concubinage, which I guess might have technically been true in that case. But I didn't know because I was a really new convert. But anyway, yeah. So I've heard the gander of it. I've heard the gamut, the whole thing. All of these things have gone on. Meanwhile, I've been married in the church to my wife for 18 years. And so Denise says, "Bless Father, may God bless you, in the name of the Father, and Son, and Holy Spirit." And Leonidas says, "We desperately need more shows on the history of Western Orthodoxy priestism with Bishop Eno." Yeah, I think he's got plans to do more, and now he's on X. So if you're on X, you'll see announcements for it if you follow him. Let me see here. So yeah. In any case, let's see what else we've got going on here. So yeah, so the big thing is that this week we'll be having our first proper debate in probably a year and a half or so. So joining one says, "What do you think about the retirement of Archbishop Andreas?" Well, Archbishop Andreas was one of the longest serving hierarchs in Orthodoxy. Like, he served, I believe, like 3 months longer than Metropolitan Vitali did total. Like, he served like a long, long time. And Leonidas points out, one, he was dying. Yeah, that's the way I understood it. He really gave it his all. Metropolitan Kyrikos thought he was going to be elected. Yeah, same as what Metropolitan Anastasi did. Yeah, this happens more often than not, especially when people are very ill. And then basically, yeah, the Kyrikite break seemed to be kind of motivated partially by this. I feel like there was a faction that really wanted Metropolitan Kyrikos to become the next first hierarch, but the bishops voted for Metropolitan Nicholas. Hello, Father. Hello, Barnold. God bless you. Can you tell the story of when you became a priest? That was I was made a priest in August of 2023. It was actually in the aftermath of the True Orthodoxy debate on the Crucible. What's this? Are there no TO churches in Los Angeles? I think there is something in that area, guys. California people who know better than me, please let me know. LA area. After the debate on the Crucible, it attracted a lot of attention. I told Metropolitan John about the debate. He basically said, "You shouldn't be representing our church this way, so we're going to elevate you to the priesthood." And a couple of months later, it's funny because then right after that, I started talking, and this is all within this period, this summer period. About a week ago, 2 years ago, I should say a month ago, 2 years ago, after that, I decided to see maybe I could start running the channel in Sirius as my main kind of focus, source of income, career, etc. And then about a week ago, 2 years ago, I got to putting my name change papers in with my job and was immediately fired. And then from there, I was ordained the next month, and I had to go do my first baptisms a couple of months later. Let me see. Leonidas asks, "Is Bishop Enoch's website still active?" Pretty sure. Let me just double check. Hold on. Here, because he's been putting links up to things, and I assume that they're going to the blog spot. Yeah, and then there was a weird thing with Gregory Colorado. I guess he was pretending to be Father Barnabas of HTM, and he got caught, and it was embarrassing for them. So that was definitely different. Okay, so I'm going to x.com/True Western Orthodox, which is Bishop Enoch's website, and Western Orthodox Christian is still working. Yeah, it's traditional Western Orthodox Christian.blogspot.com. So that is still available. Barnold asks, can I have a blessing to debate Muslims? I mean, not for me. I would test you to see, because I don't want you to fall into their traps. But if you're going to claim that you're good enough, I'll test you. Let me see here. What was your job that you got fired at? It was a call center company. Actually, I did the whole unemployment thing, that, wrongful termination. And I ended up getting like $8,000 the next year because they really didn't want to pay it, but they had no good reason not to. So I got that in the beginning of 2024. I mean, I'm not going to like just go out and name a job, a company, even though they, in our training, the trainer was insulting Christ and the Holy Bible. Like, it's a company called Concentrics. So yeah, like just stay away if you can. Let's see here. Daniel York says, are the true Orthodox divided like some people claim? No. There are still true Orthodox that are not united. A lot of them, I'd say 70 to 80% of them throughout the world are united. So that's good. What? Okay. Give me a second. Let me see here. Okay, give me just a moment here. Leonidas is correct. Not as divided as the World Orthodox would have you think, and the World Orthodox that aren't as united as they would have you think. Absolutely true. Can I visit a ROAC parish while traveling? Yes. Give me just a moment.
Imagine being able to build.
Have different testimony. So
God never says in the Quran that the books that the Christians and the Jews have are the words of God, are the scripture of God. He never says that, as I explained in the first debate.
We'll go to the next one.
3 quick ones.
The Torah and the gospel are with the Jews and Christians, but what do they avail of them?
We'll go to the next one.
I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. No connection to Allah.
Okay, 3 quick questions for Hikik's June. Believe me, this will be fast. Question 1, who is respected more in Islam? Is Jesus or Muhammad? Or are they the same, according to you?
No, Muhammad is respected more.
Okay, Muhammad is respected more than Jesus in Islam. Okay, which is a higher position of respect? A prophet, Muhammad, or Allah?
Allah is the creator.
Okay, the creator.
He's the one who's worshipped. We don't worship Muhammad.
I see where you go.
According to Christianity, what are we worshiping? Are we worshiping the creator, Jesus, as a triune God? Is that a true statement? Yes or no?
No, the creator is not a triune God.
Okay, so your understanding of Christianity is that we are not worshiping. This is from the Christian perspective.
One question, what are you getting at?
Is your understanding of Christians that we believe that we are worshiping Jesus as God, as the creator of the universe?
Yes, I guess so, yeah.
Okay, so based upon that, which would be a higher position, that of a prophet or that of Allah?
Allah is the higher position. He's the creator.
We'll go to the next question.
I don't know what that proved.
I find it odd that you had brought up the sexual immorality of some of these Jews when there are Islamic rape gangs going on in Europe, and there are in the Hadith, I believe it's Sahih al-Bukhari, it says that that Muhammad had slept with a 9-year-old girl.
What is the question?
I was going to say
now Christians are just saying, "Oh, a 9-year-old girl," and that's I'm
Okay,
supposed
well,
to know what that is.
go,
There's a
go ahead.
question there.
I'll give you a chance to ask the question.
The end of that was, what would Jesus think of that?
Well, Jesus was born to a 12-year-old, Jewish girl.
Show that.
Silence.
Don't
David.
tell me to sign it. You just lied.
David,
Show me
if
that.
David.
Source.
James,
Chapter and verse.
James,
Chapter and verse.
Let's give Daniel a chance to respond. We understand. We're going to give Daniel a chance to respond.
James, if I'm supposed to tolerate a hostile crowd, at least I should be able to give a response and speak without interruption.
All right,
don't lie and you'll be okay.
But to be fair, we do want to give him a chance to respond. So go ahead, Daniel.
So as I was saying, according to your Christian theology, which I don't believe, I think is completely insane and perverted, the God, Jesus, forcefully impregnated a 12-year-old Jewish girl with himself.
You've seen that ever before.
You can't handle it. You can't handle it, can you, David? You can't handle me speaking.
You're lying to everyone.
You can't handle me speaking.
If you're telling the truth, chapter and verse.
You can't handle it.
Give it to us. You should be able to give it to us.
1 second. All right, gentlemen. All right. Hold on. You gotta, ma'am. You gotta relax for real. If
Usually,
if I was running
at
this
a venue,
conference,
if there are hecklers who are shouting down the speaker, they're removed by the security.
Yeah, I have to
They
be
get annoyed
honest.
when you lie.
I have to be honest that like if I was running this conference, I would start considering asking people to leave because we do like shouting from the audience is
they're sitting in the front row and they're shouting me down.
We can only allow so much. So what we're going to do is when I just said shouting from the audience is a little bit too much and you start yelling from the audience, okay, now you're going to interrupt me while I'm trying to talk. You're trying to talk over me. You guys, just hold on. No, hold on. Listen, listen. Listen, hold on a second. Just,
church people are belligerent.
For real? Okay, listen, I understand you're excited. You're like, but the world, okay, you're normal. But the idea is that we can come back to this point, this idea. I appreciate that everybody's excited and passionate, but like, just take a deep breath. Listen, I'm seriously, I'm asking you to. Okay, goodbye. Okay, hey, L, I'm getting ready to tell him to leave.
Yeah, we're way past that point.
Listen. All right, listen. What we're gonna do is, I understand that sometimes we think that someone is lying. Is that even in the case of David? I'm not trying to come down on you, David, but like if Daniel's saying something, and I understand that you're thinking like, come on, he's lying. I have to intercede. Is that to follow the same way we've done it, the same format, is we'd let him finish, and then you'd get your rebuttal like you had to kind of say, like, come again? Okay, to be fair, what I'm saying is we'll give you your chance to respond to Daniel, but it is, to be fair, like, he's just trying to give, remember, the question asker was asking Daniel, and then Daniel was trying to answer, and I understand that you think that what he's saying is wrong, is that it is fair that we at least let him finish what he's saying, and then
To be clear, Daniel hasn't interrupted me tonight at all.
Oh, I agree. Like,
okay,
we've had.
I thought it was more open.
I'm only pointing just this instance out because things have started to get heated between this.
That's
lady,
on them.
This lady yelling in the front row is
shame.
Is that
shame?
Is that?
Can you let James at least finish?
Is that for real? Like, I appreciate people's passion, but just
What a
take deep
tard.
breath, folks. Like, if you're excited right now and you're just like, oh, I'm so mad at James, like, just relax. Like, I like you guys even. Like, I'm not David. It's not like I'm not trying to come
You
down
could just
on
wrap
you.
it up, James. It's like 9:20, so yeah. You could just-
Is it fair? We can just let him finish, and then you can respond. And I agree, David or Daniel has interrupted you as well. I'm not saying he didn't.
Okay, let him finish, and then I'll call him a liar. Unless he gives chapter and verse, in which case I'll be shocked.
And that's it's fine if you do that. I just want to let him finish saying what he's saying.
So You asked for a source, the Proto-Evangelium of James from the 2nd century. It's an apocryphal gospel written around the mid-2nd century, is one of the earliest sources to provide details about Mary's early life. It states that Mary was dedicated to the temple at age 3 and lived there until around age 12, when she was betrothed to Joseph. While it doesn't explicitly say that she gave birth at age 12, the implication is that she conceived shortly thereafter. And the quote from chapter 8 through 9 of this apocryphal gospel: when she was 12 years old, a council of priests decided to turn her over to a guardian and found Joseph. So in the Second Temple Judaism period, girls were typically married off shortly after puberty, 12 to 13 years old. I also want to read to you what it says in Luke chapter 1, verse 35. The angel answered, "The Holy Spirit will come on you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. So the Holy One to be born will be called the Son of God." That doesn't sound consensual. It sounds quite terrifying. The Most High will overshadow you to impregnate you with himself, for which he intends to sacrifice. So
All
every
right,
time a Christian wants to insult Islam and insult the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, don't cry when we give it back to you. Don't cry when we cite these passages, when we read from the Bible and we say that this looks like divine rape. This looks like divine forced conception. So this is not something that we believe, but this is what your theology implies.
Now, obviously, David disagrees with a lot. I want to give David plenty of time to respond.
All right. So a couple of things. Didn't Allah impregnate Mary in the Quran? So
all right.
Yeah. So you got that in the Quran. He just condemned the Quran and condemned the spirit of Allah who showed up and apparently raped her, according to Daniel. Find me a Christian who believes in the Proto-Evangelium of James and what it says. So a couple things. I'll keep it short. So one, as Daniel pointed out, yes, doesn't say she was impregnated at 12, just to be clear there. So he's reasoning, well, it would have been common. IP has done the research, and the average age of first marriage at that time was around 18 to 20. So if you wanted to just do the math, you'd have to, if you were guessing, you'd have to say something like that. Third, the reason for saying this was it became an objection to people who believed in the perpetual virginity of Mary. Well, wait a minute. Why wouldn't Joseph have sex with her after Jesus was born? So they started coming up with stories about how Joseph was really, really old and she was young, and he was marrying her just to protect her because she needed some sort of guardian. And what's interesting is in the story, when they tell Joseph, the lot falls to him, and they say, "Joseph, you have to take her." And his response is, "Everyone's going to think I'm a pervert if I marry a girl so much younger than me," because according to the story, he's really old. So it's absolutely hilarious that you say this is Christian theology. No, I've never met anyone who takes this seriously, and you describe it as Christian theology. That's just deceptive again.
All right, 1 second. We're just going to don't worry, everything's cool. We're just going to take it. Elle asked me, she asked if we could do just a quick 2-minute break. So just like 2 minutes if you have to get a...
Oh, that's perfect, because I have to
go,
pee.
James.
I have
to go pray myself, so.
Okay, so we'll let Daniel go pray, and then if you... You guys, but to be fair,
Honestly, I'm getting heckled.
How about one more? How about one more
crowd.
question, and then we can talk to people afterwards.
And it's not even the debate topic. They're asking just questions about Islam, and they can just watch material of mine instead of having to relitigate all of this. So I think I'm done for
hold on
the
1
Q&A.
second. All right, just 1 second. Is that, to be fair, like I did tell both David and Daniel that it would be a 30-minute Q&A.
30
You think it's funny that I told them it'd be a 30-minute Q&A? Okay. Is that Elle asked me if I would let them go longer, and I'm like, sure, like I'll stay as long as everybody else wants to stay because I'm happy to be here. So to be fair, like to be like, oh, Daniel, you're not going to go past what we promised. Like we told you it'd be 30 minutes, and now we want to go longer. You're not going to go past that. I just like, come on, let's give him some credit for coming out where he knew like 99% of the people in the room would disagree with him. I do, and the only reason I'm kind of favoring Daniel, I do like both of you, and so before I let you go to pray and to go to the bathroom, is like I really do like both of you as people. We've got relationships where I'll let you go to the bathroom, David, but I just want it to not be. I just want to. It's okay if we have to wrap up. I think it sounds like you're pretty good. You're like, bro, I'm pretty tired. Is that I think what we will do is if you have questions for David, is it okay? Like that's cool if it's not having to do with your content. Are you feeling kind of?
You're just gonna ask questions and mock my position and
I can
criticize
kind of-
Islam, and I can't respond. So
I do
Stop
think-
persecuting poor
So if
Daniel.
we're going to
everyone.
be like here for,
I think it's
already been an hour of Q&A.
I think it is fair that we do wrap up, just because, like I said, I think you guys know that, like I'm not like a Muslim. I'm not like, yeah, let's side with David or Daniel. It's just that we did promise 30 minutes. So,
That was weird. In a debate where he's supposed to be moderate, he had to assure the crowd that he's not a Muslim. All right. The optics are high.
So I think that is fair. I do want to welcome Al up and then let these guys both go to the bathroom and then pray for Daniel. I really thank you guys. This has been I've really gotten close during this. I know that it's been so heated, and I know that I've called you out personally, but I do appreciate your guys' passion. The thing is, we weren't throwing fists. It's passionate, and I think it just shows that people care. That's why they're fired up. So I do want to hand it over to Al, but Seek and Share Truth Conference, folks, if you're watching online, it's linked in the description box. We just appreciate that they would have Sean and I. So Sean is the tech guy. The reason, if you're watching online now or later, that the reason it looks so great is because Sean's like a master at this. So I'll add Sean's link in the description too, in case anybody wants to say, hey, could you help us do a stream? So, because Sean's a master at it, but want to say thank you again just for having us at this conference, Elle, and you guys, I got to tell you, Eric, I got to tell you, it's been these debates have been just amazing. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, David and Daniel.
And you guys can be dismissed while we wrap up. Okay, so just out of curiosity, because I think that this has been a really amazing opportunity, who here, by raise of hands, came here to support someone primarily? Out of curiosity. Okay, and who here, by raise of hands, came here primarily to seek truth? Okay, and who here primarily came to share truth? By raise of hands. Okay, now by raise of hands, did everyone accomplish at least one of their goals? Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I really do hope that this has been helpful for you. Eric, do you want to say anything to that regards?
No, thank you guys so much for joining us. I really do appreciate it. Do remember that as we are seeking truth, we are really seeking the truth, the actual truth, the one who said he is the way, the truth, and the life. That's who we're seeking after, regardless if you recognize it or not.
But that said, thank you guys so much for all of your different perspectives. We really love hearing from you. It's important that we're able to critically examine each other. And so thank you guys for bearing with us as we've extended these questions. And thank you, Modern Day Debate, for allowing all this to take place. And Sean and Daniel Hokikachu and Dr. David Wood, we really appreciate each of you. And I think that that's going to be it for this stream, but anybody in person, we've got some extra fun stuff for afterwards, kind of going through why we do what we do and then getting to hang out. If you guys have more questions for anybody who's staying. And yeah, thank you guys and God bless.
What the literal fuck have I just witnessed?
You said this is happening in Ohio, right?
Yeah.
Steel Valley Church or something? I think I found their church. I'll send it to you later because I'm this has got me curious, like what's going on exactly.
Yeah, fucking creepy. Oh, this guy's live again.
because I was having to go in back in the day because I was still working in the Starbucks, and they had these iPads that they had us check in when we had to work. And I remember like the first time I was going to like fill it out, I like, hey, I was like, one of the questions on it was like, have you been out of the country in the past 30 days? And I just got this like really bad feeling inside having read that, where I was like, they're tracking our movements. This is going to pave the way for fascism. And I started shaking and crying.
Yeah, I mean, surveillance capitalism is not a joke. And like I said, if you want to be super cynical, like buy some Palantir stock right now. It's going to be like Apple stock. Like, I'm not even joking about it. Like, that's the new frontier. JD Vance is all about surveillance state BS. JD Vance used to work for Peter Thiel. So yeah, of course. Yeah, like the whole thing I think was to just get people used to like, let's use QR codes all the time.
Yeah.
You know, like we were sat at restaurants where I was like, I want a paper menu and I couldn't get one. And Philly had this whole ridiculous thing that they would do where it was like, okay, we made all this outside seating, like as if you couldn't catch a virus outside. But once you are inside, it was like all bets were off. Like it was so insane. It was pure insanity. And I think they really traumatized people. And I think we're still not talking about it because people don't want to talk about trauma, right? Like we want to just move on and bury it. I think that's kind of like the human feeling, like let's just not talk about this and it'll go away. But I think personally it paved the road for a lot of these things to be rolled out. And I think there's a huge percentage of the population that still thinks they're right. Like they got multiple vaccines and boosters and all that. And they think someone like me who never did any of that stuff is like totally morally reprehensible.
I live with some people like that. I'm unvaccinated. I live with two people like that. One was like this. They're just SP people. They're just SP people. They're not like gonna do anything like too crazy.
SP people, or are we talking about are they talking about suppressive person? Interesting.
I don't know. I don't want to play this pogo cast because it seems like they're getting into some dicey subjects. But yeah, but yeah, definitely interesting. Surveillance capitalism. SP. You said suppressive person? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's Scientology talk for like somebody who has like a lot of evil spirits build up or something like that, So it's kind of weird. He would just throw that out there as they're talking about like Palantir and stuff. Do me a favor,
hell?
send me that channel sometime. Now I want to see what they're all about because that's pretty weird. They just randomly throw out like Scientology terminology.
Yeah, the lady's apparently some sort of occultist lady that became a Christian.
Sounds like every other quote unquote Christian apologist on the internet right now.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. What the hell? What
No
the hell am I
audio.
looking at?
Oh, you're looking at the thing I sent you.
I can't hear Father.
Okay, let me see here.
Oh, there you are.
What the hell's going on here?
Okay.
I'm gonna come back later. They look like they're.
We came in halfway through the ritual with him.
Things happen for a reason.
NPC
Just
the games in his
try.
chat. Planet X Watcher. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, NPC the game is in all of our chats for some reason.
Was this Deftones or something?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Now it just goes into something else. You know, that's the idea. We just morph. I want it to be like a continuous morphing into something else. You know what I mean? It's the beat that never ends. But I mean,
What are the humans doing?
Got them lined up like it's the greatest thing in the world. Right back in there, them noodles is gonna be just really, really dry and nasty. Because why do
What the
y'all feel
fuck
like
is
I gotta
this?
put the noodles in there? It cooked so many times. You done boiled it, you done baked it one time, and now you baking it again. Fucking ridiculous.
That's when you know it's ready.
Oh, is it? When it's sizzling?
Amazing. It's got a nice big.
Get you a scoop, because let me see what the hell this shit look like on the inside. Hurry up. Oh my God.
That looks amazing.
You fucking lying.
Let's give it a shot.
Go and give it a shot so I can see you vomit on the counter.
On mine.
I bet you.
Brain rot.
I thought my videos were brain rot, but that's the next level right there.
Yeah, that's like this is autism. I mean, I'm subscribed to a lot of channels. This fool's still muted? What the hell, dude? Why isn't his homie telling him he's muted?
Uh-oh. I can't hear your audio, Father.
What the hell? He's been muted for like 7 minutes. Like, what the fuck? And he keeps talking as well.
The KGB got him.
So he's totally crashing out. I don't understand. And now his homie left too.
We should go over there.
And I think he figured out. And he's trying to fix it.
If I don't put this back on the stream, then that's I guess that's the only way I can have audio, unless I remove this. And I assume then you could still hear me, correct? Or no?
Yeah, that shit's poor as fuck, dude.
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear, but it's low.
Okay, good.
The devil got him.
Hey,
The
Nita's
devil.
Rex, I respect I'm sorry, Reader James. Hopefully you can come back. I respect the home chapel, but I'm kind of having a hard time understanding the concept. How much square footage is in the nave? The entire chapel between altar area and the nave, I guess, that I want to say it's about 12. Yeah, I know it's because I'm no longer on the proper microphone. For some reason, it has completely stopped working. So give me a second. Maybe I'm going to try to come back in. Give me a second.
Damn. His shit's cooked. Yeah, that shit. Yeah, the other day my audio was so bad I had to shut my stream down.
He must have pissed somebody off.
What the hell is this? This is gonna be one of those faking gate panels.
I ain't gonna knock that. So I mean, I don't put nothing past none of these motherfuckers, right?
Oh wait, maybe not.
Someone's gonna inspire these motherfuckers to do something, and why not? And so if they get mad at these white folks that want to make Whitesville, USA,
What the hell? This shit's looking more real than NPC the game. The hell? It's fucking Twilight Zone, dude.
Smoke Signal's that's a weird channel too.
Yeah, Smoke Signal. Yeah, it's like, I guess they believe that they're like, that indigenous people are like black people or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, like basically black people was everywhere, and then Whitey got created by Yakub or something.
It's interesting because out of all the things that black people could have been, I mean, like Jews, you know what I mean?
We was indigenous and shit. Well, it's funny. Hyperborean stuff seems to like confirm that. Like, it's kind of right. Like these creatures came down and like mixed with whatever was here, or I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, but I don't think he thinks they came down from space, or at least he was saying.
Yeah, we can't. They materialized or some shit.
Materialized, yeah, or some shit. We was materials and shit.
We was immaterial, and then we became monkey people.
This dude has not been on this show for a long time.
Uh-oh. Here we go. The King Kong right here. Whatever.
live. Yeah, it looks like the last person that was on there was David Patrick Harry. This is a weird picture. It doesn't even look like him.
It's like looks like he's like related to like Blavatsky or something.
Getting a degree at ASU is a journey that can take you.
Are you a black woman trying to get an education?
Becoming your best starts with learning from the best.
$99.99. Whoa,
And they're rolling in all the money right now.
$99.99. Oh shit! They got the BBW.
Termination, like, whoa, that's definitely gay. And then they shout out the bedroom window. BTW, Becky, I identify as a woman. Do you now revise your assessment of what you just saw and
No.
categorize it as a
That's
heterosexual
a
act?
mighty big woman.
They
We
got
have
two
a, super chat
Asians,
here. Go ahead, pull it up, Nick.
one black girl, one white girl, two white girls,
You're
one
suggesting it's good to
mystery
proliferate
meat.
and normalize this ideology while complaining about the direct effects on children caused by
$99. Are you fucking out of your
expected
mind?
lifespans for quote tolerance, acceptance, and happiness.
Thank you, Penmaker, for the super chat. You want to respond to that super
She
quickly?
can read like a grown up.
Yeah, that's why I would make sure that my kid is
$99
in
to
the
ask that
direction,
stupid
and I
fucking
think
question.
I'm just trying to make sure they're happy, but you're allowed to have your opinion. I think saying yes that they're a man or woman right when they come, that's wrong. I think trying to take care of the problem is what you should do as a parent and do whatever you can to fix it.
Okay. We have Josh Brooks. Can you read this one?
$99 to get a
Let's
20-second
In your
answer.
opinion, how do you think that the experiencing trauma in any aspect can and does change arousal pathways?
$100. Oh
What
my
types of
god.
traumatic events would correlate with this? Oh, with what kinks?
What's that? Oh, anybody want to weigh in on this? Anybody?
I feel like if you have like a traumatic SA as a child, sometimes that in turn will say if you're like a guy and you have a traumatic experience with another guy when you're a child, I feel like sometimes guys will either go like with other guys when they're older and have kinks with other guys sometimes because they're turned on by that because they experienced that when they were younger, and vice versa for like females. But that's not
This is
always the
incredibly
case,
boring though.
in my
Like
opinion.
1, 2, 3,
Or they,
4,
like, are
5,
homophobic.
7,
Like, they
8
got
people on a
homophobic
panel
experience that when they were
and
kids.
Yeah,
very low energy.
She literally just took a wild guess. She's like, all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's just incredible. You have like 8 OnlyFans women, girls or whatever, and it's like the most dry, basic bitch conversation.
Well,
And
I
you
don't get it. Like remember,
They
like
make
in the
that money
90s?
though.
Yeah, like in the 90s, they'd make them do like weird shit. Like they'd make them like they'd be like, let's like throw water balloons at each other. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, like Howard Stern would like at least make it like, you know what I mean, like something, some sort of like activity or like say, something, you know. Like I used to watch a lot of. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying from a business perspective, you can't knock them though. Like they had a great like we just invite these like airheaded OnlyFans girls on the show, and like they just get droves of viewers. I agree, it's boring as shit. I can't stand it, but like they're making money off it. I can't knock their capitalism.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. Is like I don't think it's real. I mean, it's like it seems like a total fake like corporate show.
I don't know, dude. I think normies love the shit.
Yeah, that's the thing is like you could only say it's successful by like knowing how much got put into the production value of it, and we actually don't know that, so we don't even know if it's successful. They could actually just be evening out. I mean,
yeah, maybe that might be true. Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's like at least be like Jerry Springer and like tell a story or something. I mean, you know what I mean? Like something like more than just like let's sit around and like take $100 super chats and answer for 20 seconds about whatever random like pop psychology question comes in or something.
Well, then let's bring it back. Let's do the same thing and do that stuff. Do the man show thing. You know, make them come in like, you know, wet their t-shirts down, make them jump up and down or something. Only mans. Yeah, that's what Lindsay said. And so call it only mans.
Yeah, I mean, no, they should. I mean, that's what I'm saying is like, if it was a real show, I feel like they would do that because they would actually care about the customer. But like, it just doesn't make sense to me that like you have no production value, and you get like thousands of dollars every time you do a stream or something. I don't know. It just seems like insane to me. It's like if Joe Rogan, I could understand, right? Like he's very famous. You know, like if Joe Rogan just like said, okay, let's do a super chat, we'll split it with a guest every time or something, like that would make sense to me, right? Nobody knows who any of these people are. That's why that's why I don't get it. It's like, you know,
I think people just like to see like these OnlyFans girls go in there and like make asses of themselves and like look stupid. I think that's the main thing.
I mean,
These girls in there and they open their mouths and nothing really of substance comes out.
I mean,
And
I mean, honestly, some of them have better takes than like Brian Atlas or fucking
well,
Andrew Wilson.
I agree, but their audience is so hyper focused on them all being dumb sluts, you know, like that's what
you're
their view.
saying. So what you're saying is we need to find like a bunch of hyper autistic, violent incels and get them to be our pay piggies and provide them very little service. I think that's a good idea.
It's basically the OnlyFans model. They're having OnlyFans models come on and do their shtick on a different show.
That sounds
without taking their clothes off.
That sounds like a great. That sounds like a great gateway into like Andrew Tate territory. Let's do it.
It does, and hey, you know, he's got a Bugatti or something, you know. I guess so. I'm just taking the piss. That's all.
No, hey, I mean, you know, as they say, when in Budapest, you know what I mean? As in,
yeah, there you go, right? When in Sex Trafficker Island, you know.
But don't worry, it's based and it's against the elites, though. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucked up, but it's true.
It bought Andrew Wilson a Camaro, you know, whatever.
A $55,000 base model Camaro. I don't know. I don't even know. I'm just thinking.
I don't know. I don't either. I'm literally paraphrasing a line from Space Ghost Ghost. It's like whenever like Conan O'Brien or something a long time ago. Of course, the show's like 20 years old anyway. But like I said, he's like your show wasn't very good, and he's like, well, it bought me a Camaro.
For real. I don't even like Camaros, but you know, I guess that's a pretty pain.
I don't like them either. But it's just that's kind of the part of the joke. It's not even like a super nice car. It's just like a kind of nice car. So yeah. Yeah, the Whatever podcast is pretty. It's just normie slop, but they're normies. The fact they're normies means that they are the majority. So
they got like a giant woman on there.
They always do. It's the show that made that really really obese woman that looked with the fucked up teeth and everything. That always talks about how she looks so good and everything like that, and like how everybody wants her. It's the same show that made her popular. Just because like she's just a low, it's just a locale parade.
After an accident,
it's like a Mexican, right?
Yeah, she's like a Mexican.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, this lady looks way better than that dude.
Friends, and you're like, oh, that girl like I talked to, she's like a 7 or whatever. Like I think in social like that's like obviously you're gonna rate them like to. If they asked you how attractive were they, you're gonna be like, oh, they were a 7. I'm saying in this format, like making women have to like think of what they are. I just don't like that.
Yeah, I ranked myself too.
And that's fine. I'm saying I don't like it, so that's why I say I'm a 10 because I want to opt out of the conversation because I don't like a woman having to think and put a number on their self-value and their looks. I just don't like that. But I think it's okay to use a rating system if you're like a modeling agent trying to find a sexy person on Vogue. Like it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, so it's a dating podcast, so there is a reason why this is asked, and it actually has really practical applications when it comes to dating. So if you're moving through the dating world with a sort of let's say, I mean, fine, I'll just say delusional perspective on your own attractiveness and your own self-assessment, I guess that's cool that you're confident. Although I would argue the confident position would just be like being able to make a reasonable self-determination as to where you stand in
Look at the girl in the pink.
I think that's actually more confident than just being
Pretty
like,
weird looking
yeah,
tits.
I'm like, I don't know.
I know. I agree. I think it's confident to like be able to be realistic as well. But I'm just saying I don't like when we go around the table. It makes me sad when a girl like has to be like I'm a like that makes me so sad.
Why would that make you sad?
Because that's what I'm saying. Don't you see in my perspective too? Like having like that's what I'm saying. Like having a woman have to be like, wow, in this life I'm a 4. Like she's not a 4. Like for her to feel that way.
Yeah, I think she underrated herself.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. Like even having to like they're gonna have to because it's live and they're like worried what they're gonna say. They're gonna obviously say I'm lower than what they feel.
No, not all the time.
I'm saying most girls will. And every time I'm watching the show, these girls.
I think women tend to overrate themselves on the show. Sometimes women do underrate themselves too, but frequently, are you saying if they don't give themselves a 10, they're underrating themselves?
Yeah, I haven't figured out this channel yet. It's called The Buzzer, and like this is all it does. It's just this.
It's trying to emulate a number station. That's the point of it. It's supposed to be like this number station. There's a famous number station called the Buzzer, and I don't know if this is actually it's actually a live broadcast of that number station which still operates, or it's an emulation of it.
But what
every now and then, like a lady's voice will come on and repeat some numbers. People have broadcast it before, but yeah.
But like, why?
Because people think that it's mysterious and cool or whatever. I mean, it's dumb, but that's the reason why. Because it's almost like I would assume like with that particular one, they're probably trying to promote like an ARG or something like that. I would guess, but who knows?
Yeah, the Righteous Pat says, guys, what is this?
Yeah.
And then
If you just Google the Buzzer, you can find there's a whole Wikipedia article about it. It's been around for a long time.
I'm trying to figure out what this is. Steve Harloha. The fuck is this?
Berg. There we go. And things are about to get a little dizzy up in here.
Little Daisy.
Is Dave? Dave, are you coming
got
back?
your
What the
name
hell
up on
happened
the
to
board.
Dave?
Subscriber
Oh,
of the
shit.
month.
Yes,
Yeah, you
sick.
see that shit? Yeah.
Yes,
Fucking respect, bro. That's mad.
What's up, Rank?
There's no link.
Hey, Peanut. My man.
Hello, Rank.
Yeah, Snooks, fuck you. Hey, love hurts. I love you so much.
I've seen that Peanut guy around. So I don't know, Peanut. I've seen you, Peanut.
It's growth spurts coming on a little bit.
They grow so fast.
Soon I'll put a leash on them. Everything I know about dogs is from Dog Whisperer. Caesar Milan, you know, the
My
Dog
friends are
Whisperer.
looking at that show.
He is like really calm with dogs and everything.
What is that thing?
I don't know. I try to change the subject.
Mushroom? No.
Just kick these losers. Dang.
They seem
I
kind
can't,
enough.
I can't kick everybody.
I'm probably gonna go soon anyway because I'm gross and I want a cigarette. uh,
Oh, Keismo's mad because I'm with that Asian woman. So I
What?
think that I'm like trying to make off like I'm dominating his race because I dominate an Asian woman every night.
Is Gizmo Asian?
I guess.
I mean, do you dominate her? Or is it just like kind of, an equal partnership?
Sometimes for fun, I'll like read Keismo's comments on my channel and I'll just get drunk and beat her.
Wow.
Like I pretend it's Keismo's mom.
My goodness. That's wild. Wait, your face is on here too, bro.
Alrighty then. Let's see if Swaden figured it out.
I'm not sure why this didn't work. It should have.
Okay, it does work.
Nope.
What do you mean? We can hear you.
Oh. Father broke the internet. No, more like father broke his computer.
Doesn't
so
seem
have to
broken.
Find a more indestructible setup. I have a very good mic, and so I'm pretty confident that it works. But now I'm starting to wonder about the setup I have for my external audio. Unfortunately, it is not working. So I'm gonna have to do something to fix that. Well, I can still answer questions from the chat. We did great today. Just in terms of support. But the main thing I wanted to talk about was, of course, that we're going to be doing that debate on Thursday on Sola Scriptura.
Oh yeah, he's doing a huge debate on Sola Scriptura here on Thursday, I guess. So. Anyways. I'm gonna go to sleep. I probably should.
Hell yeah. Get some sleep, man. Have yourself a good night.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited to sleep because it's almost been like 24 hours of no sleep. So, yeah.
But I always sleep better whenever I've been up that long. So
Yeah. It's like you just lay down, just go to sleep.
I can't really afford too much anymore. But I don't sleep. So I just end up getting like 3 or 4 hours a night, maybe 2 to 3 hours a lot of nights. I think it wears you out more that way.
Looks like radio wave tower stuff. I don't know what that's in response. Oh yeah, the buzzer. Yeah.
Yeah, good old number stations. There's another famous one that's called like UVB 76 or something like that. I've gone through various phases of like being obsessed with various different weird mystery things like that. Number stations was a brief obsession of mine. So
yeah, it reminds me of Lost.
Well, yeah, that's where Lost got the idea from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the number stations are supposedly like the theory is no one exactly. There's never been any official governments ever like actually like claimed them or anything. But the idea is that they were mostly Russian. They were mostly a way for Russians to communicate with spies back in like the Cold War. Like in like these voices would come on the radio every now and then. It'd just be static or it'd be weird music or something or silence or something. And then if you tune it at the right time, you'd hear like a series of numbers, and then like the people with like the one-time pads would like write the numbers down. They could translate it into their instructions, into what they're supposed to do. That's the theory.
Crazy.
It's ended up in a few movies, but I can't think of any one. I think there's one called The Number Station, even, but I can't remember any really good ones that had like that featured that idea in it. But there's been a few. You still there, Jack?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, then in that case, I guess I'll bid you guys good night. You go have yourself some sleep. I'm gonna go watch this movie with my lady.
Yeah, good night, my friend.
All right.
I'll see you guys later. Well, I'll end it now, and I'll send you guys a link later if you guys are waiting. Bye.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Have a
mean,
great day.
really what I need is Clown 2 and 3, and then maybe I'll ask you for some other ones. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know. I'll send them to you.
Yeah, because I know you made a show with like clowns on them. Like
Yeah.
the second or third episode, I did we did a pretty good job. But yeah,
Yeah, I'll
bless
send them
him.
all to you. Yeah, bless you, bro. Get some sleep, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, peace, homie.